The Black Lizard Big Book of Black Mask Stories. Edited by Otto Penzler. Black Mask 1. Doors in the Dark and Other Crime Fiction from the Legendary Magazine.
Introduction. Keith Alan Deutsch. This panoramic collection of stories and novels from Black Mask Magazine, 1920 to 1951, is the most comprehensive presentation of the hard-boiled tradition of writing ever published from this great magazine. I believe this is a significant publishing event because Black Mask introduced the hard-boiled detective and a new style of narration to American literature. In many ways, Black Mask took the 19th century American Western tale of outlaws and vigilante justice from its home on the range in dime novels and transplanted that mythic tale to the crooked streets of America's emerging 20th century cities. It introduced a new landscape for both American adventures of justice and also a new kind of narration told with the vernacular language of the streets and featuring new urban villains and urban, if not always urbane, heroes for the mystery story. The first hard-boiled detectives were men of the city, all. Carroll John Daly's Three-Gun Terry and Race Williams appeared primarily on the wild streets of New York, talking wise and walking that eternal tough guy detective line between the law and the outlaw. The first great detective narrator of the new hard-boiled fiction, Dashiell Hammett's professional lawman, The Continental Op, the first op tale is included in this collection, operated famously in San Francisco, as did Hammett's iconic detective, Sam Spade. Surprisingly, soon after the publication of The Maltese Falcon, Gertrude Stein declared Hammett, not Hemingway, the originator of the modern American declarative narrative sentence. Arguably the greatest stylist of the hard-boiled genre, Raymond Chandler, observed such a fully realized and corrupting Los Angeles landscape in his poetic vision of the Black Mask detective tale that his writing has become the literary standard for all 20th century narratives of that city, or of any other American city. All of this said, I do not mean to imply that the hard-boiled Black Mask detective always operated in a big city. Race Williams's first appearance in the magazine in 1923, Knights of the Open Palm, took place in a southern rural setting and featured the KKK for Black Mask's All KKK issue. In 1925, Hammett's San Francisco op headed out to Arizona for what was billed by Black Mask editors as a Western detective novelette in the story Corkscrew. This tale, by the way, might be considered a warm-up for what I consider to be the op's finest novel, Red Harvest, a kind of Western town gang showdown that inspired Akira Kurosawa's film Yojimbo and the Sergio Leone Man with No Name series of Western films. In this regard, it should be noted that through the 1920s and 1930s, Black Mask continued to feature Western adventure tales, often mixed with hard-boiled detective elements, notably in Earl Stanley Gardner's 7 Black Bar Bandit stories, Nels Leroy Jorgensen's 32 Gambling Black Burton tales, and in Horace McCoy's 13 Jerry Frost of the Texas Air Rangers border mysteries. Also of note for his decidedly screwball Southern Gothic tales of logical detection is Merle Consteiner's Memphis-based Luther McGavick, whose 11 oddball adventures all take place in the most rural of settings, and are often filled with local country vernacular and regional folkways. The new urban mythology of the hard-boiled American hero, with his streetwise language and tough and often dark vision of a corrupt society, immediately influenced the popular American entertainments of radio and silent film. As early as the October 1922 issue of Black Mask, the incipient playwright Robert E. Sherwood began a movie review column, Film Thrillers. After 1926, when Joseph Shaw took over editing chores, he regularly pitched and sold stories and plots from his favorite contributors for screen adaptation to the emerging Warner Brothers studio. Both the hard-boiled and the noir genres invented in Black Mask by writers who wrote for the magazine and later wrote for radio and film in the 1930s and 1940s and finally for television in the 1950s, still inform many of the genres that dominate entertainment in all our modern digital media, from computer games to global film franchises. Every period from the magazine's influential history is represented in this definitive anthology. All but a few historically significant stories of the more than 50 tales in the collection have never been reprinted before. One story, Luck by Lester Dent, is an unpublished discovery of some note, a completely rewritten version of Dent's often anthologized and much praised classic tale, Sail, which is introduced for the first time in this volume, thanks to the help of Will Murray and Dent's estate. Also newsworthy is the first book publication of two major Black Mask novels in their original serialized format, with Arthur Rodman Bowker's magnificent illustrated headings, and all the original editorial comments to each segment. The iconic The Maltese Falcon by Dashiell Hammett and The Long-Lost Rainbow Murders by Raoul Whitfield are alone worth the price of admission to this generous collection. Included also are many of the most popular series characters that were featured over the years: Sam Spade, the Continental Op, Race Williams, Mike Shane, Flash Gun Casey, Bill Lennox, Hollywood Troubleshooter, Oliver Quaid, the Human Encyclopedia, Ed Jenkins, the Phantom Crook, Joe Gar, the Little Island Detective, Jerry Frost of the Texas Air Rangers, Kennedy and McBride of Richmond City, and Raymond Chandler's precursor to Philip Marlowe. Also in the lineup, most for the first time in any book, are less well-known recurring characters who in their time were an important mainstay of the magazine's identity and who still retain their original charm. Black Mask's first series character, Ray Cummings's honest underworld rogue, Timothy McGurk, who starred in 14 tales from 1922 to 1926. The first of D.L. Champion's 26 funny tales starring Rex Sackler. Dale Clark's House Dick Ohana appeared in 28 stories, the first of Julius Long's 17 Ben Corbett tales. One of 7 Selene Smith mysteries by Robert Reeves, typically titled Blood, Sweat, and Beers by Ken S. White, Black Mask's editor in the 1940s. One of 9 special squad stories by Stuart Sterling that each feature an expert division of the New York City Police Department, and one of Theodore A. Tinsley's 25 tales starring the wisecracking newspaper columnist Jerry Tracy. These series characters provided continuity to the run of the magazine issues and helped maintain reader interest. When featured on the cover, Race Williams, Ed Jenkins, or the Continental Op could increase newsstand sales by 10% or more. Speaking of popularity, it should be noted that Black Mask quite early on developed a deserved reputation for attracting the most distinguished and respected thinkers and writers among its readership. As I have already said, Gertrude Stein loved hard-boiled detective fiction and how it moves along, and Dashiell Hammett was all that and more. Other intellectuals living in France praised Hammett for his moral ambiguity and how all the characters tried to deceive one another, including those siren women. But Stein went further and called this Hammett kind of detective story the only really modern novel form. Similarly, Ludwig Wittgenstein, the great 20th century Cambridge University philosopher, loved hard-boiled detective stories. But unlike Gertrude Stein, he favored Black Mask's inimitably wry Norbert Davis, with whom he tried to correspond unsuccessfully. Wittgenstein raved to friends about Davis's first novel, Mouse in the Mountain, 1943. He said hard-boiled detective stories were like fresh air compared to stuffy English mystery tales. When these hard-boiled detective stories became hard to get during World War II, he wrote, "If the United States won't give us detective mags, we can't give them philosophy, and America will be the loser in the end." No less a critic than Raymond Chandler also favored Norbert Davis's Black Mask fiction. He even studied Davis's early stories while practicing to write his own first detective tale. Despite Davis's penchant for humor, Chandler considered Davis's work to be noteworthy and characteristic of the most vigorous days of Black Mask. Even before Hammett's first novels were published as books in 1929, and certainly by the time the Maltese Falcon ran in the magazine in 1929 and 1930, Black Mask was being read and discussed by notable readers around the world. In an interview with editor Joseph Shaw in Author and Composer magazine in August 1932, Ed Bowden, a pulp fiction agent of the time, mentions that Black Mask is read in the White House. By February of 1934, in Writer's Review, in an article called "Are Pulp Readers Kid-Minded?", Joseph Shaw is quoted as receiving letters from the most intelligent people in the country and reporting President Roosevelt, J.P. Morgan, and Herbert Hoover read Black Mask for relaxation. In Philadelphia, as a graduate student on a tour of their late residence, now a museum, I discovered that Philip Rosenbach and his younger brother, Dr. A.S.W. Rosenbach, the preeminent dealers of rare books, manuscripts, and decorative arts during the first half of the 20th century, were, from early in its run, Black Mask subscribers and collectors. More than any other pulp fiction magazine, Black Mask was recognized for the quality and for the cultural significance of its writing. With the growing literary reputations of Hammett and Chandler, now generally accepted as major American writers of the 20th century, Black Mask's cultural significance continues to grow. A personal history of Black Mask magazine. Over the years since I first edited and produced the last newsstand issue of Black Mask magazine in 1974, I have been asked many times to tell how I acquired the rights to this famous magazine. Because the history of Black Mask is intimately entangled in the history of fiction magazines in America, I will tell my personal history of Black Mask against an idiosyncratic history of American magazine publishing. The first great magazine person I met was Adrian Lopez. He was my publisher for Black Mask, and I remember with great fondness the hours I spent at his side listening to stories about magazine history. Starting in the 1940s, Adrian published magazines for over 60 years, including Sir, True, Laugh, Real Crime, Surfing, and Ladies' Circle. He had been a newspaper reporter and a pulp fiction author in the 1930s. He told me he had written for Black Mask, Dime Detective, Argosy, and many other pulps, but I have been able to confirm that he wrote under his own name only for gangster stories. One of the first lessons of pulp magazine publishing is that much information has been left off the magazine's mastheads and contents pages. One of the most perplexing problems facing a pulp fiction historian is the endless and confusing array of pseudonyms and house names behind which authors hide. As a matter of fact, both Dashiell Hammett and Earl Stanley Gardner made their first appearances in Black Mask in the early 1920s under pseudonyms Peter Collinson and Charles M. Green, respectively. In the early 1930s, Raoul Whitfield often appeared twice in a single issue of Black Mask, once under his own name and once as Ramon de Colta, under which all his famous Joe Gar stories appeared. Many pulps had house names that were used by any writer as needed whenever he had already contributed a story to an issue. But not Black Mask. Very few writers appeared twice in one issue of Black Mask under any name. An exception I discovered is the tale Long Live the Dead by Alan Beck. It was actually written by Hugh B. Cave, but Smoke Gets in Your Eyes, which is included in this collection, also appeared in that same December 1938 issue of Black Mask, and the editors gave Hugh a pen name for that one issue. Even E.R. Hageman, who compiled the meticulous Index of Record, a comprehensive index to Black Mask, 1920 to 1951, Popular Press, Bowling Green, Ohio, 1981, missed that pseudonym. Few writers kept records of all their pen names, which makes setting the record straight difficult. Prentice Winchell, who wrote famously for Black Mask as Stuart Sperling, was kind enough to send me a long list of his pen names in the early 1970s. Hugh B. Cave kept meticulous records, and I have published a partial bibliography of his writings and pseudonyms in Long Live the Dead, Crippen and Landru, Norfolk, Virginia, 2000. But this kind of magazine detective work is always hit and miss. I was lucky exploring and detecting the past of magazine publishing, and especially the history of Black Mask. When I suggested to Adrian Lopez that we bring back Black Mask in 1973, he was excited. Not only did he like the idea, he knew the man who could help us. His good friend David Geller had acquired Popular Publications Incorporated, then the current owner of Black Mask, and 40 or so other pulp magazines. None were being published. World War II and the rise of paperback books had killed them all. That David Geller, who was a magazine advertising man and never a magazine editor or publisher, ended up as the proprietor of a treasure chest of famous pulp fiction titles and hundreds of thousands of intellectual property rights in stories and art in which he had little interest, reveals something about the power and the vulnerability of advertising in the cultural history of 20th century magazine publishing. As Adrian Lopez explained it to me, people like Geller placed direct mail order advertisements in magazines, and these direct mail pitches were often more successful commercial enterprises than publishing the magazines themselves. Geller was one of the best advertising placement men, representing himself and other advertisers, and as magazines began to fail, he found it profitable to take them over from desperate publishers in order to maintain these publications just for the advertising revenue. Magazines that were losing money on subscriptions and newsstand sales could still be profitable. David Geller Associates is still a major player in direct response magazine advertising and today represents a monthly marketplace of over 200 million readers. And so, with Geller's backing, I soon found myself at the editorial offices of Popular Publications, seeking magazine mysteries deep in the complete run of the original bound publishers' volumes of Black Mask. When I visited Popular in 1973, it had been reduced from one of the greatest pulp fiction houses of all time to primarily the publisher of Argosy, then a large circulation general interest magazine that featured factual articles and popular fiction starring famous characters like James Bond, Shane, and Captain Horatio Hornblower. Argosy had been the very first pulp fiction magazine, started in the 1890s by Frank A. Munsey, whose company went on to produce myriad classic pulp fiction magazines. In 1942, Popular Publications, under the guidance of its founder Henry Steger, acquired all the Frank A. Munsey Company pulp titles. 2 years earlier, Steger had acquired Black Mask, which he considered the jewel of the pulps, from Black Mask's original publisher, Pro Distributors Publishing Company, Incorporated. The name of Black Mask's original publisher is significant and has been overlooked by many historians. In the first decades of the 20th century, as pulp fiction and slick magazines became designed commodities sold in the national marketplace as impulse items, the national distribution network grew in importance. Like newspaper distribution on a local city scale, magazine distribution was a tough business on a regional and national scale, and winning good display space could be a battle. Much has been made of H.L. Mencken's role as the originating publisher of Black Mask. Despite his assertions of original ownership, nowhere on any masthead does Mr. Mencken's name appear, nor does his alleged initiating partner George G. Nathans. Although Black Mask's address in the first issue is given as 25 West 45th Street in New York, the same as Smart Set, which was edited by Mencken and Nathan, Smart Set was published and owned by Eltinge F. Pop Warner and Eugene F. Crow. Pop Warner also owned Pro Distributors Publishing Company. I could never find a chain of title that indicated that ownership in Black Mask or Pro Distributors went back to Mencken. That doesn't mean I do not find his statements credible. In fact, given his stated distaste for the early issues and the rather lackluster editing done by F.M. Osborne, a woman also on the staff of Smart Set, I believe Mencken did help start up Black Mask. What is certain is that Pro Distributors Publishing Company, Incorporated, was the publisher of record from 1920 until 1940, when Henry Steger acquired Black Mask for Popular Publications. Eltinge Pop Warner, who is usually overlooked by commentators, must be given some credit for the success of Black Mask. Warner acquired Field and Stream magazine from its founders in 1906 and ran that publication so successfully that it is now one of the oldest continuously published magazines in America, and still going strong with an estimated 10 million circulation. Warner had a sure hand as a publisher. As an aspiring publisher myself, I took about 3 months to study Black Mask in preparation for assembling my first issue. The formative issues of the magazine, from 1922 to 1924, after George W. Sutton Jr. took over as editor, with H.C. North as assistant editor, contain letters by Dashiell Hammett describing his life and professional experiences, and his struggles to improve his writing. There is a vibrant dialogue between editors, readers, and writers of the new fiction. And once the original illustrated headings and illustrated capital initials by that genius of dry brush, Arthur Rodman Bowker, were added to the mix, the magazine soared. I was struck by the power of these illustrations, and also by the dynamic way in which these original early editors introduced the stories in their headings and in editorial comments, and in response to letters written by the contributors. Sutton and North, and later Phil Cody, were interesting and intelligent editors, setting trends before the advent of the more famous Joseph Shaw. Popular Publications was a valuable place for me to study, filled with thousands of issues of perfectly maintained pulp magazine issues of every genre imaginable. I became interested in the magazine publishing context in which Black Mask hit its stride in the late 1920s and through the 1930s. I also studied the bound volumes through the 1940s, when Popular Publications took over Black Mask. I discovered that Henry Steger, once Popular's creative publisher, now had a small office in the Graybar building near Grand Central Station. When I told Mr. Steger I was preparing to edit and produce a new newsstand issue of Black Mask, he invited me over to talk, and we became great magazine friends. Steger had two brilliant ideas that contributed greatly to Popular's success. First, inspired by the Grand Guignol Theater, which he had seen in France, Steger created Dime Mystery, a new kind of pulp that, along with its later companion titles, Horror Stories and Terror Tales, started the shutter pulp publishing phenomenon. Second, Steger understood the essential marketing psychology that gave birth to the pulp fiction magazine, that readers wanted exciting entertainment reading value, and so Steger decided to title most of his fiction genre magazines with a value reminder, using dime in his titles: Dime Detective, Dime Adventure, Dime Western, and so on. He told me that his appeal to value was one of his great strategies, and led to his extraordinary publishing success. In fact, Steger's Dime Detective became Black Mask's only true rival in the hard-boiled detective field. Steger was a brilliant editor. He explained how he raised his rates to attract writers who had long been associated with Black Mask to his magazines, especially Dime Detective. After the firing of Joseph Shaw from Black Mask in 1936, Steger was able to attract even more famous Black Mask writers to his magazines. Raymond Chandler was probably his greatest catch. But Steger also started increasing the number of series characters in Dime Detective, so writers would have a steady venue to place heroes in the magazine who became familiar. And Steger demanded that these new characters be exclusive to Dime Detective. Once he acquired Black Mask in 1940, he could use all his techniques on both of his hard-boiled magazines. Like Munsey, Steger was a magazine genius in his own right. In 1943, 1 year after he acquired Argosy from Munsey, Steger changed the publication to a slick magazine. As an editor and a publisher, Steger had innovative vision. He saw that the pulp market was fading in the 1940s. By the beginning of the 1950s, when Black Mask and most pulps had stopped publishing, Steger had evolved Argosy into one of the largest circulation general interest magazines in the country. He was now making a fortune on advertising, something a slick could do more easily than a rough paper pulp. By the early 1950s, a single color page of advertising sold for $5,000 in Argosy. And so when David Geller became interested in Argosy as a major advertising medium for both direct response and display advertising, Steger sold all of his interest in Popular. In the early 1970s, when I interviewed Steger, I noted that general interest magazines were fading. Under David Geller's editors, Argosy was losing its luster, it seemed to me. Steger remained confident and told me that if he were editing it, he could attract a massive circulation again. At some point in my Black Mask preparations, I remembered that I had seen Black Mask on the masthead of Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, a publication started by one half of the Ellery Queen writing team, Fred Danne. EQMM was started in the 1940s as the pulps were fading. Carefully and beautifully edited, it was a success and continues to this day. Danae had been a friend of Dashiell Hammett during the 1940s and 1950s and kept Hammett's Black Mask stories in print in a series of paperback books and in EQMM. Always an excellent historian of mystery and detective fiction, Danae saw a need to keep the hard-boiled tradition alive in the more sedate pages of his magazine and decided to include Black Mask on his masthead, maintaining in a modest way the title and the goodwill, and also giving him a department to feature tougher, darker stories by writers like Hammett and Cornell Woolrich. I made contact with Joel Davis, the publisher of EQMM, and also the son of the founder of the famous magazine publishing house, Ziff Davis. He said I needed the permission of Fred Danae, with whom I had a number of pleasant conversations, and I negotiated the purchase of the name and goodwill of Black Mask magazine, which Danae had acquired from Steger in the early 1950s. During this time of preparation, I had been talking to the great literary agencies that had been around during the pulp days. I spoke with Carl Brandt of Brandt & Brandt, and Lurton Blassingame, both of whom had represented Black Mask contributors in the 1930s. I spent a day in Rafael de Soto's studio interviewing a man I considered the greatest Black Mask cover artist of the late 1930s and 1940s. De Soto spoke widely about other pulp cover artists, interior illustrators, editors, and publishers at many of the great pulp magazine houses. I spoke to writers, too, like Carl Siodmak, who serialized his novel Donovan's Brain for Black Mask in 1942. Kurt also had scripted noir and horror films that made a lasting impact on popular entertainment, like Val Lewton's I Walked with a Zombie and Universal's The Wolf Man. Word about my project got around. Lillian Hellman, Hammett's executrix, made contact with me through Don Congdon, an influential agent. Hellman allowed me to reprint a Hammett Continental Op story in return for certain research I had done in the Black Mask stacks. Helga Green, Raymond Chandler's executrix, asked me to share my Raymond Chandler letters and information with Frank McShane, a professor at Columbia who was writing an authorized critical biography of Chandler. Stephen Marcus, another professor at Columbia, got in touch with me through Hellman. He was writing an introduction and editing a new collection of Hammett stories from Black Mask. It turned out that neither Marcus nor McShane knew each other or their work on Black Mask fiction. I introduced them, and we all met for a talk at Columbia. I became friends with Prudence Whitfield and bought a few of her husband's stories for the magazine from her. In time, she told me wonderful stories about how Hammett, evidently her lover, had written lines in Hellman's plays. Hammett and Raoul Whitfield had been friends since the early 1920s, and when Prudence came along and married Raoul, she became one of the hard-drinking boys. She loaned me about 10 unpublished Whitfield stories to read, but asked me not to copy them, and I didn't. Adrian Lopez decided not to continue publishing Black Mask, even though I had produced a second issue ready to go to press. The first issue had done well on the stands, and even garnered a spread in the Philadelphia Inquirer under the headline, Black Mask Returns to the Newsstand. The reasons for abandoning the project are complex and no longer important. After my one issue came out, I received queries from many writers, as well as Hollywood people. I continued working on Black Mask. I had a number of telephone conversations with James M. Cain, who wanted me to make it clear that he was not a hard-boiled writer and did not want to be lumped in with Hammett and the Black Mask boys. He considered his major theme one of sexual passion driving and corrupting behavior between a man and a woman in a doomed relationship. In the late 1970s, when the Filipacci Group, now Hachette Filipacci Media, came to the United States from France to produce a doomed new edition of Look magazine, they brought popular publications from David Geller in order to acquire Argosy. Through mutual acquaintances in publishing, I met their international attorney, Didier Guérin, and after a number of talks, he made it clear that they wanted to sell a few of Popular's publications, like Camera 35, which was still making money, and Railroad Magazine, which had been the first special interest pulp magazine started by Munsey in the 1880s. Amazingly, it was still making money. They did not know what to do with the pulps. So we made a deal. They agreed that despite my ownership of the name Black Mask through purchase from EQMM, they would transfer all interest, title, and goodwill in Black Mask and all the copyrights to all the fiction and all the art to me. They also transferred certain intellectual property rights to all the original popular publication pulps Henry Steger had originated, as well as all the Munsey pulps Steger had purchased in the 1940s. This acquisition included some Street and Smith pulps Popular acquired in 1949. In exchange, I gave service and other considerations to the Filipacchi Group, which had assumed the name Popular Publications International when it purchased David Geller's holdings. I also helped them sell Railroad magazine in return for my popular intellectual property rights. Since those days, I have licensed many stories from Black Mask for book publication. I initiated a Black Mask website, blackmaskmagazine.com, in 2000. In 2007, I licensed back to EQMM, now published by Dell, the right to run a Black Mask department. Christmas 2008 saw the first CD issue of Black Mask Audio Magazine, full-cast dramatizations with sound effects and music of classical Black Mask tales produced with Blackstone Audio. Included will be a full-length performance of The Maltese Falcon, authorized by Dashiell Hammett's estate. For readers interested in how the stage was set for the appearance of Black Mask magazine in 1920, here are a number of observations and facts about fiction magazines in America that may put my personal history in perspective. Prior to the Civil War, magazines, like newspapers, which also published fiction, were local affairs, primarily associated with cities. For example, all of the magazines that published Edgar Allan Poe's fiction during the 1830s and 1840s were sold through subscription lists and published for readers near cities like Baltimore, New York, and Philadelphia. At most, such publications had no more than 3,000 subscribers. Even Charles Dickens, whose novels were serialized in magazines and who became the first popular fiction sensation in America in the 1840s, reached only a small segment of the American population. It was not until the American Civil War that literacy in the United States blossomed to numbers that would support a true mass market for magazine fiction. But it was the dime novel, 5- and 10-cent weekly libraries of rough paper books, and not magazines, that first found a regional and then a national audience for fiction during the last half of the 19th century. Although it is primarily the American West that provides the mythology for most dime novel fiction, the second favorite theme of these first mass-market American fiction publications was crime and detection in the great cities, particularly New York. These two major themes of 19th century dime novel fiction, those that feature the American cowboy hero of the bright plains, or those that feature the American detective hero of the dark cities, became the two great streams of popular fiction and popular culture in 20th century America. The longest-running American detective hero, Street and Smith's Nick Carter, got his start in an 1886 dime novel that was so popular the character was featured in a weekly dime novel series, the Nick Carter Library. In 1915, it became Street and Smith's first mystery pulp, Detective Story Magazine. Similarly, in 1919, the dime novel series starring the iconic hero Buffalo Bill, the new Buffalo Bill Weekly, became Street and Smith's first Western pulp, Western Story Magazine. But it was not Street and Smith that killed the dime novel. It was a genius of American magazine publishing, Frank Andrew Munsey, 1854 to 1925, who invented the American pulp fiction magazine and ended the reign of the crudely designed dime novel. In 1896, Munsey's Argosy magazine became the first true pulp, switching to an all-fiction format of 192 pages on 7 by 10-inch untrimmed paper. With a cover price of less than half, 10 cents, of more exclusive, 25-cent, slick paper magazines, circulation grew like a revelation, and by 1903, Argosy sold 500,000 copies per month. Munsey was the first to take the new high-speed printing presses to print on inexpensive pulp paper to produce large runs of genre fiction magazines at discounted cover prices that attracted a large working-class readership that could not afford and was not interested in the content of more expensive slick paper magazines. Munsey also saw that large circulation could attract advertising as a major source of publishing income. The Argosy for December 1907 provides a wonderful history of the magazine and of Munsey's publishing struggles, told by Munsey. Modern magazines, both pulps and slicks, arose at the turn of the 20th century as a handmaiden to technological advances in printing and marketing. Magazines could be produced as designed objects with color covers, line drawings, and halftone images to create a graphic editorial environment to sell their content. They also became a powerful emotional and visual marketing environment to sell new brand name products. Along with other mass-market consumer products emerging at the beginning of the 20th century, new national methods of distribution were developed for the widely popular pulp fiction magazines. Although subscriptions were still important, pulp magazines became impulse items, bargains of inexpensive entertainment, with brightly painted four-color covers beckoning readers at newsstands, drugstores, and other outlets all across America. Munsey's innovation became an entire pulp magazine industry and made many publishing fortunes. Munsey established the practice of closing magazines or changing their content as soon as they became unprofitable. He would quickly start new ones in their place. At first, his pulps like Argosy and All Story magazine featured all types of fiction. But in 1906, he began publishing Railroad Man's Magazine, the first special genre pulp magazine, which featured only railroad stories. Eventually, his company, and those that followed his example, produced detective, western, love, adventure, horror, and special interest fiction pulps of every stripe imaginable. Whatever genre sold was imitated. Pulp readers wanted escapist entertainment that was simple, fast-reading, exciting, and graphically illustrated. In time, there were over 300 different shifting pulp fiction titles of all genres. Of all the pulp fiction magazine titles collected by the Library of Congress from all issues on copyright deposit, only 3 titles were considered such extremely rare and valuable contributions to the history of American culture that they were transferred to special holding facilities in the Rare Books and Special Collections Division of the Library of Congress: Amazing Stories, Black Mask Magazine, and Weird Tales. This distinguished collection of novels, novellas, and short fiction from Black Mask is the best book presentation of America's most universally acclaimed pulp fiction magazine. That means many, many hours of exceptional entertainment. Enjoy. Keith Allen Deutsch, Roxbury, Vermont.
Come and Get It by Earl Stanley Gardner. Read for you by Oliver Wyman. Earl Stanley Gardner, 1889 to 1970, was born in Malden, Massachusetts, and studied law on his own. He never got a degree, but passed the bar exam in 1911, practicing law for about a decade. He made little money, so he started to write fiction, selling his first mystery to a pulp magazine in 1923. The rest, as many have said, is history. For the next decade, he published approximately 1.2 million words a year, the equivalent of a full-length novel every 3 weeks. It wasn't until 1933, however, that he wrote his first novel, The Case of the Velvet Claws, which introduced his incorruptible lawyer, Perry Mason, who went on to become the best-selling mystery character in American literature, with 300 million copies sold of 82 novels, though Mickey Spillane's Mike Hammer outsold him on a per-book basis. While just about all mystery readers have read at least one Perry Mason novel, just as they've seen at least one episode of Perry Mason, the television series that starred Raymond Burr for 9 hugely successful years, only the most dedicated fans have seen the 6 motion pictures in which Mason is far more sophisticated and smooth than in the early novels, which are fairly hard-boiled. Matinee idol Warren William played Mason in The Case of the Howling Dog, 1934, The Case of the Curious Bride, 1935, The Case of the Lucky Legs, 1935, and The Case of the Velvet Claws, 1936. Ricardo Cortez starred in The Case of the Black Cat, 1936, and Donald Woods in The Case of the Stuttering Bishop, 1937. Come and Get It stars Gardner's major pulp character, Ed Jenkins. It ran in April 1927.
Come and get it. Ed Jenkins was warned by a crook he had once befriended to be on his guard against a girl with a mole, that she would lead him into deadly peril. This crook was shot the instant he left Ed's apartment. Seemingly by accident, Ed soon meets the girl with the mole. She takes him to the mysterious head of a newly organized crime trust. Ed is given a job to do, threatened with death if he refuses, and is offered as a reward certain blackmailing papers that have been held over the head of Helen Chadwick, the one girl in his whole career for whom he seriously cares. Ed is double-crossed. He strikes back. A murder is framed against him, and an ambush set wherein he is to be shot with all the evidence of guilt upon him. He narrowly escapes, and now the duel to the death is on between the phantom crook and the icy-eyed leader of the crime ring. This series of 3 completed episodes is the most thrilling work the popular Mr. Gardner has yet produced. I gazed into the black muzzle of the .44 Squint Dugan was holding to my face, and secretly gave him credit for being much more clever than I had anticipated. I had hardly expected to be discovered in my hiding place, least of all by Squint Dugan. I watched the slight trembling of his hands and listened to the yammering of his threats. Dugan is of the type that does not kill in cold blood, but has to bolster his nerves with dope, arouse his rage by a recital of his wrongs. Gradually, bit by bit, he was working up his nerve to tighten his trigger finger. "Damn you, Ed Jenkins! Don't think I ain't wise to the guy that hijacked that cargo. 50,000 berries it was, and you lifted it slick and clean. Just because you worked one of those phantom crook stunts don't mean I ain't hip to you. I got the goods on you, and I'm collecting right now. I ain't alone in this thing either, not by a hell of a lot I ain't. There's men back of me who will see me through, back me to the limit." He blustered on, and I yawned. That yawn laid the foundation for a little scheme I had in mind. Crooks of the Dugan type really have an inferiority complex. That's what makes them bluster so much. They're trying to make the other man give in, trying to sell themselves on the idea that they're as good as the other bird. "Rather chilly this evening," I remarked casually, after that yawn had had a chance to soak in, and got up, calmly turned my back on the blustering crook, and stirred up the fire with the poker. Apparently I didn't know he was alive. That got him. His voice lost the blah-blah tone and rose to almost a scream. "Damn you! Can't you understand I'm croaking you? I'm just telling you what for. I'm putting out your light, you hijacking, double-crossing dude crook. You'll never see the sun rise again." I had been holding a chunk of firewood poised over the top of the wood stove, and without warning, I tossed it at him. Not in a hurry, just easily, smoothly. If he'd had any guts, he'd have stood his ground and fired, but he didn't have the nerve. He quailed a bit before his muscles tightened his trigger finger, and that quailing was what I had counted on. A knowledge of fencing is a fine thing, particularly for a crook, and I'd hooked the toe of that poker through the guard of his gun and jerked it out of his hand before his wrist had dropped from the blow I struck first. "Now I'll talk," I said, as he cowered in the corner before the light that was in my eyes. "You don't need to tell me there's been a crime trust organized. I know it. I bargained with the very head of that trust to receive certain papers in return for services rendered, and he held out on me. I can't locate him, but I do know certain members of the gang, and I'm declaring war. You got hijacked out of $50,000 worth of hooch, and the reason you couldn't get any trace of it afterward was because it was dumped in the bay. I didn't want the hooch. I just wanted to attract somebody's attention. Now you go back to the man that sent you and tell him to tell the man higher up, to tell the man who is at the head of this crime trust, that Ed Jenkins, the phantom crook, is on the warpath, that until I get those papers, they can't operate. I'll spoil every scheme they hatch up, ball up everything they try to pull, and if anyone harms a hair on the head of Helen Chadwick in the meantime, I'll forget my rule of never packing a gun and start on the warpath and murder the outfit. Now get going!" It was tall talk, but it was the kind of talk that gets through with men like Dugan. Those crooks had never seen me really in action, but they had heard tales from the East. A man can't be known as the phantom crook in a dozen states because he can slip through the fingers of the police at will without having something on the ball. Squint Dugan knew that I meant what I said. He took the opportunity to go, and he didn't stand on the order of his going. I knew that my message would reach the chief of that gang, would come to the ears of the man who was so careful to keep his identity a secret from all save his most trusted lieutenants. Also, I knew that I had been careless, that I had slipped in allowing them to get a line on my apartment, and that I would have to get another hideout and be more careful when I did it. Before Dugan was down the stairs, I was working on a new disguise, planning a new place to conceal myself. It was to be a war to the bitter end, with no quarter given nor asked, and I knew it, and the other side knew it. Also, I had won the first round, taken the first trick. My disguise I slipped in a handbag, a white beard, slouch hat, shabby coat. I took a heavy cane and locked the apartment. It was a cheap joint in a poor district, and the rent was paid. I wouldn't be back. Before I put on the disguise, I took a cab to Mo Silverstein's. Mo knew every crook in the game, never forgot a face or a gem, and was the smoothest double-crosser in the business. He looked up as I entered his room on the third floor of a smelly tenement. As soon as he saw me, he began to rub his hands smoothly together, as though he were washing them in oil. He was fat, flabby, bald, and he stunk of garlic. His eyes were a liquid, limpid brown, wide, innocent, hurt. He had the stare of a dying deer and a heart of concrete. "Mein friend, yes, mein friend. Is he so, mein friend Ed Jenkins, the super crook, the one who makes the police get gray hairs? And you have something for me, friend Jenkins? Some trinket? Some bauble, yes?" I drew up a chair and leaned forward over the table, my face close to Mo's, so I could smell the gagging odor of the garlic, could see the little muscles that tightened about his eyes. "A new crook, Mo. A girl with a mole on her left hand. She goes by the name of Maud Enders. Where can I find her?" His eyes stayed wide, but it took a tightening of the muscles to do it. His hands stopped in their perpetual rubbing. "For why?" "Do you know the Weasel?" His hands began to rub again. "The Weasel is dead, and I remember no dead crooks. I can make no money from them. It is only the live ones who can make money for Mo Silverstein." I nodded. "Yes, I know all of that. But the Weasel was at my apartment just before he was killed. He came to warn me of this girl with the mole, to tell me that she would trap me, and then he was killed with the words scarcely cold on his lips, killed by crooks who had followed him in a closed car." Again he raised his shoulders, ducked his neck, and spread his palms. "But he is dead." "Exactly. And the woman with the mole got acquainted with me. and through her I met the man who poses as the head of the new crime trust, the new mastermind of the Tenderloin. He is fat with skin that does not move, and has eyes that are like chunks of ice. I want to locate the woman with the mole, and through her, her master. Mo stopped all motion. He became a frozen chunk of caution, poised, tense, thinking, pulled out from behind his mask. Why? Because this man has some papers I want. Papers he held out on me. I want to warn him that unless I get those papers, he will die. Actually, he shrunk away from me, drew back from the table. I know nothing of what you speak. There is no girl with a mole in the game. This talk of a new crime trust is police propaganda for more men. You're crazy, Ed, and soon you will be dead, and then I will have to forget you, to lose another fine prospect. You could deliver much to me if you wanted to work, Ed, but you just hang out on the fringes and meddle. I do not know of the people you mention, and soon you will be forgotten. Goodbye. As I went out of the door, his hands had resumed their rubbing, but his eyes had slipped. They were two narrow slits through which there came stabbing gleams of cold light. I was satisfied. I went down the steps, doubled back, slipped down the corridor, and hid in a closet, a tight, dark, nasty-smelling closet, and waited. An hour passed, and then there came the sound of quick, positive steps, steps that pounded down the hall with a banging of the heels, steps that paused before Mo's door. Again I peeked. This would probably be my man. He was broad-shouldered, red-faced, aggressive. A young fellow with lots of pep, quick, positive motions, an outthrust chin, coal black eyes, latest model clothes, and dark, bushy eyebrows. His hands were small, slight, dark, jeweled. His face was scraped, massaged, pink. There was a swagger about him, a bearing. He vanished within the door, and Mo did not throw him out. There was the soft slur of Mo's voice, the harsh bass of the visitor's tones, and I slipped down the hall, down the stairs, and out. The sheik came out in about half an hour, looked cautiously around him, walked a block, rounded a corner and doubled abruptly back, crossed the street, waited a few minutes, and then went on about his business with no further worry about his backtrack. I followed him to the Brookfield Apartments, waited half an hour, picked him up again, and followed him to the Mintner Arms, an exclusive bachelor apartment house where only men of the highest references were admitted. 3 hours later, I figured he was bedded for the night and went to a cheap hotel, adjusted my disguise in the washroom, and got a room. At daylight, I was back on the job in front of the Mintner Arms. My man came out at 8 and went into a barber's shop and got the works. At 9:30, he took his complexion out into the open air and headed for the fashionable jewelry district. I was at the counter in Redfern's jewel shop, looking at the most expensive stones in the case, when he made his spiel to old man Redfern. 5 caustic comments on stones handed me had ensured the respectful silence of the clerk who was showing me the stones, and I got most of the spiel. The sheik introduced himself as Carl Schwartz, held out his hand, grasped Redfern's, and worked his arm up and down like a pump handle, reeling out his talk in the meantime. It sounded good. He was the representative, the special solicitor of the Downtown Merchants exhibit, and they were putting on a great jewel exhibit. All of the leading stores were to be represented. Space was to be sold by the foot, the exhibitors furnishing their own clerks and their own guards. 10 policemen would be in constant charge of the crowd. Admission would be by invitation only. The exhibit would arrange to have the invitations given to the most influential and wealthy society leaders. The exhibit would furnish music, a free talk each day by an expert on the intrinsic value of gems, the best mountings, the methods of judging stones, the appropriate gems for each occasion, and give photographic lectures on the latest mountings from Europe. The exhibit would furnish an armored car to take the gems and the guards from each store to the place of the exhibit. The exhibit would also furnish daily flowers for decorative purposes. After that, he let go of Redfern's hand and produced a diagram of floor space. He was a glib talker, a convincing salesman, and Redfern was falling. The jewel business was pretty quiet, and an exhibit like that would go over big, provided they could get the society women to come and bring their checkbooks with them. Now, Mr. Redfern, I don't want you to say no right now, and I don't want you to say yes. I want you to think it over, to study the diagram, to look up my references. Then, if I can convince you that we will absolutely have the cream of the cream there on opening day, if I can get one of the society leaders to act as hostess on the opening days, if I can convince you that your exhibit will sell over $20,000 gross the first day, then will you sign up? The space runs from $100 a day to $300, depending on the location. The first day we'll have the society leaders. We'll get a big write-up. The next day we'll let down the bars a bit. And finally we'll let in the new rich, the splurgers, the spenders, who will come to get in on the social advertising, to get their pictures in the paper. And they'll buy. That'll be understood before they get the invitations. Redfern placed a fatherly hand on the boy's shoulder. It can't be done. But have a cigar. Come into my private office. What are you doing for lunch? Let's look at that space chart again. They moved off, and I waited 5 minutes and then got in an argument with the clerk and stumped out of the door, pounding my cane, working my beard, a picture of white-haired indignation, one of the old boys who knew what he didn't want and wasn't going to be smart-alecked into buying it. I had food for thought. They would make money out of the exhibit alone, perhaps $10,000, perhaps not. But did they intend to make money out of the exhibit? Did they intend to get the cream of all the jewels in the city under one roof, a roof which had been especially prepared to receive them, and then make a grand haul which would take the best of every jewelry store in the city? It would be a wonderful thing, a super crime. And if that was the game, there were brains and money back of it. How could they swing it? Each store would furnish its own guard. There would be an armored truck to transport the exhibits. There would be special policemen on duty. The insurance companies would be on the job. There would be a deadline for crooks established. There would be watchmen, spectators, guards, police, and the exhibit would be in the crowded downtown section. Carl Schwartz made 3 calls that day. The evening papers featured the new jewelry exhibit, mentioned the prominence of the social leaders who would conduct the opening, hinted that invitations were confined to those whose standing was beyond question, and that others of the outer shell were bidding high for invitations. It was a good bit of publicity. That evening I tailed Schwartz. He was a cinch after one got to know his habits. Always at the start he took great precautions to see that he wasn't followed, and then, when he had convinced himself there was no one on his wind, he went simply about his business without so much as a glance at his back trail. At 11 he was at the Purple Cow, a cabaret and nightclub of the wilder sort, and there he was joined by the girl I had lost, the girl I knew as Maud Enders, the girl with the mole on her left hand. That was the break I had been looking for. By that time, I was willing to hazard a bet that the girl was living at the Brookfield Apartments. If Schwartz was in touch with her every night, that would explain his visit to the Brookfield the night before. I knew this girl as a member of the gang of Icy Eyes, the master crook. I knew that she was a close worker, an inner lieutenant, and somewhere along the line she would report to the man himself. Was Schwartz a crook? Going to Moe Silverstein's would indicate that he was. Perhaps he was merely being played by the girl with the mole. Icy Eyes had the girl with the mole under his thumb. There was the matter of that murder I had stumbled on. Perhaps Maud Enders hadn't killed that man, but the simple facts of the case would look pretty black before a jury, and Icy Eyes had those facts, had planted witnesses who would see and hear. Maud Enders would do as he said, or... I knew the girl had the eye of a hawk when it came to penetrating disguises, and I had enough of a lead for one night. I sauntered back to my hotel without hanging around the Purple Cow. At the hotel, I got a shock. The police were on my trail. I knew it even before I got in the lobby. There were too many people hanging around the front of the hotel. There was the car with the red spotlight on the right-hand side. I ducked in an alley and slipped off my disguise. I had another concealed in a little bag under my left armpit, a disguise that was good enough to fool the police. I slipped into the lobby and listened. There was no doubt of it. The clerk was explaining volubly as he took back my room key. I got a glimpse of the number as it was hung back on the board. "He'll probably be in any time now," said the clerk. The flatfoot who was holding him under the hypnotic stare of the police department's best glare shifted his cigar and tried to look tough. "Give me the office when he shows up. We've got a straight tip on this thing." I sauntered over and sat in the lobby behind a palm tree and did some thinking. I hadn't been followed when I came to the hotel. My disguise would fool the police. Somewhere I had slipped. Probably there had been someone watching Schwartz, and that someone had picked me up as I took a hand in the game. After all, I was playing against a big combination, a clever combination, and they were pretty keen to have me out of the way. The police in California had nothing on me, but with my record they didn't need much. Just the faintest bit of circumstantial evidence, and they'd have me before a jury, and the jury would take one look at my past record, and the verdict would be in inside of 10 minutes. I went out, took off my disguise so that I was myself once more, and set my feet toward the Brookfield Apartments. I was just a little hot under the collar. I'd respected my immunity in California and hadn't gone after other people's property. As a result, the California police, the California crooks, didn't know the real Ed Jenkins. I'd only bestirred myself when there was something in the wind, when something had tried to frame something on me, and then, 9 times out of 10, I'd handled the thing so smoothly and kept it in the background so entirely that the crook who had got his didn't know that the particular coincidences which had betrayed him were really engineered by the man he was trying to frame. It wasn't difficult to get the girl with the mole located. It took $10 and 5 minutes. That mole on her left hand was a big help. She had come in alone 15 minutes ago. I went to her apartment and selected a pass key before the door. It was probably a little ungentlemanly to walk into a girl's apartment that way, particularly when she might be retiring. But I couldn't very well stand in the hall and carry on a conversation through the closed door, telling the whole world the message I was going to deliver to that girl. The second key did the trick. The lock slipped back, and I was inside. The room I entered was illuminated by a silk-shaded reading lamp, furnished after the manner of furnished apartments, and filled with the odor of some subtle perfume. There was no one in the room, but there came the sound of rustling garments from a little dressing closet that opened off of the back end. I walked in toward the light.
"Come in, Ed Jenkins. Draw up a chair. I'll be with you as soon as I have my kimono on."
It was the voice of the girl with the mole, and she was in the dressing closet. She couldn't see me. How did she know who I was? It was too many for me. This gang was more confoundedly clever than I'd given it credit for, but I wouldn't show surprise. "Take your time," I said. "You got my card?" If she was going to act smart, I'd pretend I'd set up a card and see what that got me. It got me a laugh, a low, rippling, throaty laugh.
"No, Ed, I didn't. But after I saw you at the Purple Cow this evening, and after you had to fit 2 keys to the door in order to get it open, I didn't need any card. In fact, I rather expected you. The others thought you'd spend the night in jail, but I knew you better."
With that, she walked out, a rose-colored kimono clinging to her youthful form, one bare arm outstretched, and her soft white hand held gracefully out. I took the hand and raised it to my lips.
"Why the sudden deference?"
she asked. "Merely a recognition of your cleverness," I answered. "You know, Maud, I should hate to have to kill you after all."
"Yes," she rippled. "I should hate to have you."
I bowed. "About the murder of R.C. Rupert, I happened to stumble across some witnesses who saw a girl with a mole running frantically down the stairs just about the time of the killing. They claimed they could identify the woman if they should see her again." Her hand went to her throat, her face white.
"Ed,"
she gasped.
"Ed, it wasn't you. You didn't do that job?"
There was such genuine emotion, such horror in her tone, that I was puzzled. My whole plan of action began to dissolve into nothing. "I kill him?" I said. "I never saw the man in my life. I'd thought you killed him." She shook her head, her eyes wide.
"I came into the apartment just after he'd been struck down. In fact, the blow was delivered just as I stepped inside the door. It was dark, and by the time I found a light I saw what had happened, and then I knew I had walked into a trap. For once I lost my head and dashed down the stairs, and there was that man and woman coming up, and then I knew that they were there to see me as I burst from the apartment, knew that some people wanted to hold a murder charge over my head, and now when you sought to use that club, I thought that it was you."
I looked her over narrowly. She was one woman I couldn't read. She might have been telling the truth, but a jury wouldn't believe her. I wasn't sure that I believed her. I had followed her that night, and she had left my apartment, gone to this flat, entered the door, and then there had been a blow and a gasping cry, the sound of a fall, and she had come tearing out. R.C. Rupert had been stabbed, and he hadn't so much as raised a hand to protect himself. There was no sign of a struggle, just the man, the knife, and the blood. And while I studied her, she studied me in just the same way, searchingly, wonderingly, seeking to penetrate my thoughts. It was masterly acting. I waved my hand. "We'll forget about that. Only I know where those witnesses are. It is only incidental anyway. You were with me when I was taken to the head of your gang. In fact, you took me there, and you saw him hand me an envelope containing papers which were to be my reward for opening a safe. There were 2 papers missing from that collection. I played fair and earned the papers, and I got short-changed. I want you to do this for me. Get me into the hangout of this crook who is the head of the crime trust. Let me talk with him. She looked at me narrowly.
Ed, I believe you'd kill him.
I looked her squarely in the eyes. I'll kill him if he so much as tries to use those papers. She laughed, a rippling laugh of good-natured amusement.
What a wonderful actor you are, Ed. You know you wouldn't, no, you couldn't, and yet you almost look as though you would. The head of that crime trust, as you call it, is too well protected by money, position, power, pull, and by the fact that no one knows him. In all the underworld, there are only 2 people who can get to that man at will.
And you are one?
Yes, Ed. I am one.
And you'll take me? She laughed again and shook her head.
Certainly not. You don't want me to. You're really just running a big bluff, trying to frighten that man from using those papers. Listen, Ed, it can't be done. He knows no fear, knows no mercy. He is planning to use those papers, and use them he will. He can afford to ignore you because you are helpless. But you mustn't make any trouble, or you will go out, like a candle.
I thought for a bit. She was lying to me, stringing me along. The man did fear me, or he wouldn't have put the police on my trail, wouldn't have sent Squint Dugan with a gun to get revenge. It hadn't been Dugan who had located my apartment. It had been a far shrewder man than the loudmouth killer. Why should the girl lie to me? Why taunt me with my helplessness? When a woman taunts a man with being helpless, she usually gets him into a condition of blind rage. Did she want me to get so worked up that I would kill old Icy Eyes? Would shoot him down as soon as I came face to face with him? Did she plan to do that, and thereby remove the man who held a murder charge over her head? I could not tell. Women are peculiar, and she had known I was coming, had planned her story, had donned an elaborate negligee, and was sitting there beneath the silk-shaded lamp, her rose-colored kimono drawn apart, revealing a glimpse of lace, an expanse of gleaming silk hose, and was laughing at me, her bare arm toying about beneath the gleaming light, her red lips parted in a smile, as she taunted me with my inability to accomplish anything definite. I arose and bowed. Again I took her hand and raised it to my lips.
"What for this time?" she asked.
"Respect again, milady. You seek to have me remove a man you fear. You are clever, and I salute you for your cleverness." Her face fell.
"Ed, you are clever. Clever as hell."
I shrugged my shoulders. "That is something I won't argue about. I admit it. When a woman pays me compliments, I admit them and become twice as cautious as before. Here is something you can do, though. Tell this icy-eyed master crook of yours that until he has returned those papers to me, his life is not safe. More, you can tell him that he can't pull a single crime of any magnitude and get away with it. I shall be watching the underworld, and I will balk him in any crime he tries to pull off if it's worthwhile, and if it's a small, petty crime, I'll just dump enough monkey wrenches into the machinery to throw out a gear here and there. Tell him that." There was a strange light in her eyes, an inscrutable light.
"You mean that, Ed?"
I nodded. For a long minute she studied my face.
If that's the case, leave by the back entrance. There is a car parked in front with gunmen in it. You are to be killed as you step on the sidewalk."
I could feel my face redden. "You said I was clever," I told her, "and yet you think you have to warn me of that? Bah! As soon as you said that you'd rather expected me, that the others had thought I'd spend the night in jail, but that you knew me better, you gave me my cue to vanish by the rear door. That showed me that you had told the others about recognizing me at the Purple Cow, showed that I had been discussed, that you had said I would probably come to call on you. The others thought I would spend the night in jail because they had located my hotel. When they realized that I was on guard, that I knew of their plans, knew that the police had visited my room, then they knew you were right, and they would have a closed car waiting. I appreciate the warning, but don't again tell me of the obvious." With that, I bowed my good nights and left her, and as I stepped out into the corridor, there was a gleam of admiration in her eyes as she stood there, her kimono forgotten, falling from her hand outstretched, her lips parted, her eyes warm with emotion. And yet she was cold. There was nothing of physical charm about her despite her wonderful figure, her flashing arms, her heaving breast, her shapely stockings. She was a girl with brains, and she admired but one thing in life: brains. There was no sex appeal about her. She was merely a reasoning machine. Her body was merely the vehicle for her brain, and she was most damnably clever. At that, I didn't take the back entrance. I went up to the top floor and then out onto the roof. It was cold, and there were wisps of fog drifting in from the ocean, leaving globules of moisture on the stucco coping of the roof. Yet I could see the street clearly. It was as she had said. There was a machine parked there, a closed car with motor running, curtains drawn. I crossed the roof and looked down into the alley. There, beneath my very eyes, crouched in the shadow of a fence, was another man waiting, tense, expectant. Did she know he was there? Had she warned me of the obvious peril at the front door to send me to my death at the back? I had no means of knowing, but this much I did know. I had saved my life by coming to the roof. I stepped back to the front of the roof and watched the machine. The fog thickened until it became a white pall. Lights from the windows of the apartments below sent out golden paths of light into the swirling moisture. The sound of the running motor was queerly muffled. A curtain was raised. Out into the fog there shone a path of yellow light. The curtain was lowered and the light blotted out. 3 times this was repeated. The light shone from the window of Maud Ender's apartment, probably a signal to let the watchers below know that I had left. If that was so, she had delayed giving it, delayed nearly 10 minutes. Was she on the square after all, this girl with the mole on her left hand? Another 10 minutes passed. There came the sound of a slamming door as someone got out of the machine below, clicked across the cement sidewalk, pounded up the steps, and entered the apartment house. 5 minutes later, and he was back out and into the machine. There came the acceleration of the motor as the car moved away, swinging slowly down the street, around the corner, and in front of the alley. I tiptoed around the coping, following the course of the machine, watching it as it stopped at the alley. A man got out and walked up the alley, whistling a soft signal. The man who was crouched behind the fence answered it, and then the two moved together, joined in a whispered conference, and then both got into the machine. Once more there came the sound of the motor accelerating, and then the car whined down the block, turned into the main boulevard, and was lost in the traffic. I got back to the trap door and went down the steep steps, back down the floors, until I came once more to the apartment of Maud Enders. This time I knew the right key, and I turned the lock noiselessly. She was sitting in her chair, her chin cupped in her hands, her luminous eyes staring out into space.
"Ed!"
she exclaimed as the light fell on me. I bowed. Just a final good night, and a reminder that you mustn't forget to tell old Icy Eyes what I said.
"Ed,"
she pleaded, her voice suddenly soft.
"Ed, I swear I didn't know there was a watcher in the alley. Didn't suspect it until after the man came up to see why you hadn't come out. And I delayed the signal for 10 minutes, Ed. Honest, I did."
I grinned at her. "Don't waste any time worrying about me, sister," I told her. "No apologies necessary. I saw your delayed signal, and I just dropped in on the road out to say thanks." Her eyes were wide this time.
"Ed, you are clever. I can put you up here if you can stay, Ed. The streets are unsafe, and every hotel is watched."
I bowed my thanks. "I have work to do, Maud. Thanks all the same, but the streets are never unsafe for the phantom crook. Good night." Perhaps I was showing off a little, but half the pleasure of doing something clever is to have an appreciative audience, and this girl with the mole on her left hand knew clever work when she saw it. Then again, I wanted to satisfy myself that she had been on the square with that tip to pass out by the rear door. There was a telephone in the lobby, and I phoned for a cab, and didn't step out of the front door until the cab was at the curb. It took me 3 cabs and half an hour to get to the place I wanted to go, the house of Helen Chadwick. I hoped I'd find her up. It was the second time I'd been there, once just before our engagement had been announced. Helen Chadwick and her mother were of the upper crust. They were in the middle of the social elect. Helen's father had been unfortunate before he died. It was worry that killed him. Crooks held evidences of his indiscretion, and they had threatened Helen once or twice with exposure of their knowledge. It wasn't that Helen cared for herself, but there was the memory of her father and the failing health of her mother to be considered. Once they had forced Helen to pass me off as her husband-to-be, and we had spent a weekend at the country home of Mr. and Mrs. Loring Kemper, the leaders of the socially elect. I had got her out of that scrape safely, and when I broke the engagement with a smile, there had been tears in the girl's eyes. I had told her that I would come to her if danger threatened again. I half expected the house would be dark, but it was lit up like a church. There was a late dance going on, and shiny cars were parked all around the block, cars that had chauffeurs hunched behind the wheels, dozing, nodding, shivering. I paid off the taxi and skipped up the steps. A butler answered my ring. "Miss Chadwick," I told him crisply. He gave me a fishy eye. "Your card?" "Tell her Mr. Jenkins is here, and I'll step in while you're telling her." He gave ground doubtfully, but give it he did, and I walked on into a reception room. From the other side of the house there came shrill bursts of laughter, gruff voices, the blare of an orchestra, the tinkle of dishes. 20 seconds and the man was back. "Not at home, sir. Step this way, sir." He bowed me to the door. As he held the front door open, I took him by the collar and swung him around. "You didn't deliver my message. Why?" His fishy eyes glinted a cold, hostile glare of scornful enmity. "Miss Chadwick is never at home to crooks. I recognized you from your published pictures." I nodded. "I was afraid so. I recognized you from having seen you with Squint Dugan. Published pictures, hell! You know me because you're a crook. On your way." A push sent him out on the moist porch. A kick sent him the rest of the way down the stairs. The momentum skidded him across the wet sidewalk and into the gutter. Across the street, a chauffeur voiced his approval by a short blast of the horn. In the darkness, someone snickered. The butler got up and tried to scrape off the muddy water with the palm of his hand. His livery was a mess, and his face was smeared. "You needn't come back," I told him. "Your references will be forwarded to you care of the warden at the Wisconsin Penitentiary at Waupun. I believe you're wanted there, and I intend to see that you get there."
"What is all this?"
The remark came in a cool, impersonal voice, the sort of a voice one uses to peddlers and office boys. I carefully closed the door and sprung the night latch. Then I turned to face the owner of that voice. She was gowned in the latest style, her bare arms and throat contrasting against the dark of her gown, her hair framing the soft curve of her oval cheek. There was a patch of rouge high on her cheeks. Her lips were vivid crimson. She was a flapper, yet there was a something else, a something of poise, of more mature responsibility about her than when I had last seen her.
"Ed,"
she breathed.
"Ed Jenkins."
I grinned at her. I didn't want any dramatics. "Hello, Helen. I just fired your butler. He was a crook, an ex-con, and he was spying on you." There were tears in her eyes, and her face had gone white beneath the rouge, but she twisted her mouth into a smile.
"Just when I had been hoping, praying that I could get in touch with you."
I nodded. "More trouble over those papers of your father's?" There was no need for an answer. "Listen, Helen, I have got all of those papers except 2. There's no need of going into details. I wasn't going to bother you by reporting, but was just going to trace those documents through the underworld, get 'em, and destroy 'em. 2 got away, and I had an idea you'd be bothered, so I looked you up."
"Come on in here, Ed,"
she said, and gave me her hand, leading the way into a small room which opened off the rear hall.
"This is filled with wraps, but we can talk here for a minute. Oh, how I hoped I'd see you again, Ed."
I patted her shoulder reassuringly, and she cuddled into the hollow of my arm with a little snuggly motion, as natural as though we'd been engaged for years.
"Ed, there's a man by the name of Schwartz who holds one of those papers. He showed it to me, and it's genuine, all right. He insists that I must use my influence to see that a jewelry exhibit given by the Downtown Merchants exhibit is a success. He wants me to have Mrs. Kemper act as hostess and sponsor for the exhibit. Otherwise, he threatens to use the paper against me and expose Father, blacken his memory, give the story to the newspapers, and all the rest."
I did some rapid thinking. "When do you get this paper?"
"As soon as Mrs. Kemper announces that she will act as hostess."
"And will she?" A voice from the doorway answered.
"She'll do anything for Helen Chadwick. Ed, how are you? It's a pleasure to greet you once more."
I turned and looked into the smiling eyes of Edith Jewett Kemper, leader of the social world, head of the 400. There was a certain wistful sadness in her face as she gave me her hand.
"Ed, you never took advantage of my invitation to come to my house for a visit. There are lots of people who would have given much for such an invitation. I like you, and my husband likes you, and Helen likes you."
I bowed again. "Thanks, I appreciate it. But to have a crook spending the week at your house, might not appear to the best of advantage in the social columns in some of the papers. She shrugged her bare shoulders.
The papers be damned. I have my standing sufficiently assured to do as I please.
The conversation was getting a little too personal for me. Those were my friends, and yet they didn't understand how impossible it was to maintain a friendship with a crook. I knew their sincerity, appreciated their interest, but I was a crook who was known from coast to coast. Ed Jenkins, the phantom crook, could have nothing in common with people such as these. The memory of a pleasant weekend, the haunting recollection of those soft eyes of Helen Chadwick's, and a sense of gratitude, those were the ties that bound me to a world that was another existence from my own life, an environment foreign to me, a something separate and apart. "How did you know I was here?" She grinned at that.
I happened to be standing near the front windows and saw the butler as he went out. Down and out. I fancied that would mean Ed Jenkins was calling, and I took the liberty of intruding long enough to say that I don't like to be snubbed. You're not using me right, Ed. And then there's Helen.
I nodded. "Yes, there's Helen," I said. It would be a fine endorsement for her future if the papers should learn that Edward Gordon Jenkins, who was with her for a visit at the house of the Kempers, was none other than Ed Jenkins, the phantom crook. It would surely look well in print. Her eyes were soft, dreamy.
There are things more important than reputation. One should not sacrifice all life for the sake of conventions, for social standing. Social position is merely a bauble, Ed, a pretty, glittering trinket that's as cold as ice.
I could feel the clinging girl press her face against my shoulder. The party was due to get all weeps if I didn't strut my stuff and make a getaway. "I've been thinking it over, and I want you to act as hostess for the jewel exhibit. See that Helen gets the paper, and then I'll get in touch with you later. In the meantime, I'm on my way. There's work to be done before sunrise." I gently broke away and started for the door. Helen stood there motionless. Mrs. Kemper made as though she would detain me, then thought better of it.
"So long, Ed,"
called Helen in a gay voice. "Be good," I told her. Mrs. Kemper said nothing, but her eyes were moist, and as I rounded the corner into the hallway, I saw the two women go into a clinch. That was over. The cold fog of the night felt cool and welcome on my face. I was commencing to know the truth. The sense of fierce protection which had come over me as I held Helen to me, that swift pounding of the pulse when I had first heard her voice, I put those thoughts behind me, firmly, resolutely. I was a crook. The girl was a thoroughbred. I shook myself out of my daze. There was work to be done, a necessity that I keep my wits clear. Through the foggy night, there were crooks peering at the streets, closed cars circling about, cars that were filled with armed men. All crookdom was looking for Ed Jenkins. I had warned the head of the new-formed crime trust. Too much was at stake to take chances. War had been declared, and no quarter would be asked or given. Single-handed, my wits were pitted against those of an organized underworld, and the safety and happiness of a girl who had shown friendship for Ed Jenkins was at stake. The fog cleared my brain, and I began to think, to put together the pieces of the puzzle that had been placed in my hands. There would be a few thousand profit to be made from the jewelry exhibit, but the crook who had engineered that game would not be content with a paltry few thousand. It was intended to loot the exhibit. But how? Then there was the girl with the mole. She had given her signal 10 minutes after I had departed, and then, when the man had gone to her apartment, he had called off his gang without any delay. Without enough delay. Was it possible they suspected this girl with the mole of double-crossing them as far as I was concerned? I swung down the street until I came to an all-night drugstore, summoned a taxi, and took another look at the apartment house where Maud Enders lived. One look was enough. There was a light in the girl's apartment, and a closed car before the door. She had been summoned, this girl of mystery, this perfectly formed woman who was absolutely unconscious of any charm, who dwelt in a mental world, who thought swiftly and cleverly. I spoke to the taxi driver and had him drive me around the block, stop at an alley and turn out the lights. From the alley I could see the light in the girl's apartment. 3 minutes, and the light snapped out. The girl with the mole came out the front door, leaning on the arm of a man who was bundled up in a heavy overcoat, and entered the car. I didn't have to be a prophet to know that the girl was being taken to account, but she was a prisoner right then. A prisoner of the man on whose arm she was leaning, that she was being summoned to the headquarters of the Crime Trust. I had almost overlooked that bet. A moment or two more and it would have been too late. I had intended to look up this Schwartz and have it out with him, but this was a better lead. It might result in almost anything. The closed car moved off and I followed in a way that made it virtually impossible to detect the car in which I was traveling, and in which a $20 bill had placed me in the driver's seat with the uniformed chauffeur as a passenger. I cut across in back of the car, swung around a block, headed behind it again, ran a block ahead and let it pass, followed for a ways, ducked through alleys, always watching the taillight wherever possible, detouring where I was fairly sure of my ground, and then I lost it. The car had turned off. Where? I swung around the 4 sides of the block, saw a taillight down a side street, swept past, and knew that I had located my quarry. It was a flat in the better residential district, and the front was black, gloomy, respectable as became a flat building at that hour of night. I left the car a block away and began to cross backyards. Somewhere a dog barked, but he was chained. Exclusive residential districts do not cater to tenants with dogs. Rapidly I adjusted the white whiskers, the steel-rimmed glasses, the wig, the touch of complexion paste which was a part of my disguise as an old man, a pasty-faced, white-haired old blusterer. It had been a good disguise, but the agents of the Crime Trust had penetrated it. I wore it so that they wouldn't think I knew they had discovered the secret of that disguise. I would let them think Ed Jenkins was a bit of a fool, until it suited my purpose to let them think otherwise. A man guarded the back of the flat, a man who took his job none too seriously. I stooped and filled the little leather pouch, which I always carried as a pocketbook, with fine sand from the back of the yard, a sandy loam which packed hard and fast, and made a formidable weapon out of my purse. 10 minutes of careful stalking, 15, and then he saw me. His hand raced to his hip, there was a swish through the air, and then he went bye-bye without a sound, the skin hardly bruised. I stepped over him and took one of the back windows. The kitchen was deserted. A long hallway showed a faint light. A man sat with his back to the wall, a gun in either hand, nodding, breathing heavily, regularly. I stepped past him and paused before a door from which came the sound of voices. Without knocking, I opened the door and stepped into the room. It was furnished as an office, and a huge desk occupied the center of the floor. Upon this desk was a small, portable reading lamp, and the circle of its rays showed the white face of the woman with the mole, the thin, rat-like features of the man who had accompanied her, and whom I recognized as one of the most prominent of the criminal lawyers in the city, and showed also the huge bulk of the man who was sitting behind that desk. It was that man in whom I was interested. He was big, flabby, his skin dead white, his lips fat and spongy, and his face hung in folds about his chin, but there was a soft sheen to the skin, a smoothness of texture. His eyes caught the reflection of the reading lamp and seemed to shoot it forth in a glittering collection of icy rays. There was never so cold and remorseless an expression upon the face of any living mortal I had seen as was contained in the eyes of this heavy man behind the desk. He was speaking, and he finished his talk before he shifted his glance toward the door. His voice was soft, gentle, and even monotone, and there was no expression in it. It was his eyes which gave the expression, a cold, deadly intensity of purpose. "Yet you delayed the signal. In some manner he escaped, and he left by neither the front nor the rear." The girl chose her words carefully, and there was a slight break in her voice, the faintest inkling of hysterical panic which she was fighting to control.
Perhaps he was hiding on an upper floor."
"Not unless he had been warned," came the colorless tones of the man's voice. "And if he was warned, who warned him?" The slight noise I had made in opening the door had been overlooked. Temporarily it had slipped the mind of this man with the eyes of ice. So engrossed was he in probing the mind of the girl that he had forgotten to raise his eyes. Had he done so, he probably would have taken me for one of his guards. The light threw a sharp glare on the desk, but the rest of the room was in gloom. I advanced to the table. The girl was weakening. I could see her head droop slightly. What her face told I knew not, but that sag of her head and neck told me much. With an effort, scowling his impatience, the man with the eyes of ice tore his gaze from the girl and raised his glance. "Well," he said, and his tone was as colorless as ever, notwithstanding the impatience which gleamed from his eyes. "Well," I answered, "very well, thank you. In fact, I am quite well, and I dropped in to say good evening." I was watching him like a hawk, looking for that telltale start, that swift tightening of his facial muscles which would show that I had jarred his self-control. But there was nothing. His face remained as passive as though it had been so much pink putty. His eyes were so hard and flinty, one would have expected no change there. His voice remained well modulated. "Ah, yes, Mr. Jenkins himself. Come in and draw up a chair, Jenkins. We were discussing you." I walked on in, my eyes on his hands. The rat-faced criminal lawyer had plunged his hand into a side pocket of his coat, but I had no fear of him. He wouldn't have the nerve to shoot until the last minute, and I didn't intend to let them get the lead. I was going to play my own cards for a while. "I dropped in to tell you that you're all wrong. I waited outside this girl's apartment for a second, just to see if there was to be any telephoning or signaling, and I heard the curtain roller go up and down 3 times. That meant a machine in front, and a machine in front probably meant a guard in the rear. That's all there was to that. However, I wanted to get in touch with you, And when I saw you were going to have this girl down here so you could throw a scare into her, I decided to trail along and have a little conversation on my own hook." The big man at the desk brushed his hand slightly, as though he was waving the girl with the mole entirely to one side, and his eyes never left my face. "Jenkins, I offered you once before, and I offer you again, a place with me. A place where you can make much money, have men beneath you to do the dangerous work, and can really find some market for the brains you have." I nodded easily. "Just after you made that offer before, you double-crossed me by holding out some papers on me." This time there was just the faintest flicker of expression in the gray-blue eyes. It was a slight twinkle of appreciation. He had a sense of humor, this man with the dead white skin and the ice-cold eyes. "You should talk of a double-cross. You slipped something over on us that time that was so fast no one ever caught it. It happened that I made a price for certain things in that case, the opening of a safe, let us say. The rest of it was up to the others. How you slipped it over on them I don't know. The lawyer swore he destroyed the will with his own hands, and that he watched you to see there could be no substitution. And yet—" I broke in. "Never mind all that. You double-crossed me at the start by holding out 2 papers on me. What came afterward was my method of registering disapproval. Now I want those papers, and I want them right now, or I'll register a hell of a lot more disapproval, and you'll find yourself sitting in the gutter." The eyes were cold and hard again. "Jenkins, I deliver those papers when and how I choose. However, you will throw in with me before you leave this room, or you'll leave it feet first." I hitched my chair closer and let my own eyes bore into his. "Either you give up those papers, or else you will suffer some very great inconvenience." I could see his fingers gripping the edge of the desk, gripping until the nails were white, but aside from that, there was no sign of emotion. "Jenkins," he said in his quiet, well-modulated voice, "you interfered a few days ago and cost me a rake-off on $50,000. I can't allow you to be in a position to do it again. I have given you your chance." I didn't let him finish. I had played my cards, had given him warning, had let him know that I could find him, could walk into his den at will. The next trick would have been his, and I would have lost my lead and my life. I swung my wrist, and the leather bag filled with packed sandy loam crashed down upon the desk light. The bulb crashed, and the room was in darkness. I jumped back toward the door, but didn't make the mistake of opening it. The hall was lighted, and I would have been filled with lead before I had got over the threshold. However, I'd counted on that sleepy gunfighter who was supposed to be on guard, and I'd counted on the lawyer. I figured right both times. The lawyer fired at the chair in which I had been sitting, fired 3 times. Then there was sudden silence. "Fool!" exclaimed the man with the eyes of ice. There came running steps, and the door crashed open. The man with the 2 guns had burst into the room, ready to go into action, and encountered a wall of inky darkness. The momentum of his rush carried him well past the sill, and I was standing by the door, ready, waiting, planning on just such a move. As the man plunged in, I gave him a quick thrust from behind, pushed him farther into the room, and, shielded behind his stumbling body, I darted through the door and down the hall. The lawyer fired again. The mere fact that he might kill his own guard meant nothing to him. He was desperate. What the bullet struck, I didn't find out. I was on my way. It didn't strike me. It would have taken sheer luck for that bullet to have stopped me as I darted around that doorway with the stumbling guard blocking the view. The man in the back was still asleep when I went past. I had handed him a pretty solid tap, and I figured he would be good for an hour or more. The dog barked again, but that was all. If the pistol shots had been heard in the neighborhood, they had probably been taken for the backfires of an automobile exhaust, for the windows were all dark. I chuckled to myself as I gained the street. The fat bird with the ice-cold eyes would have to change his headquarters again. Beyond doubt, I was annoying him greatly. Also, I had this to remember. He appreciated his danger now. It was either he or I. The city was too small for the both of us. One or the other was doomed. However, there was one thing in my favor. He had gone too far with his jewel exhibit to back down now, and that gave me a trail that might be followed. My first problem was a place to hide out. Every rooming house, every hotel would be watched. Through some means he had set the police on my trail, that my California immunity meant nothing. If he could keep me in jail until after the looting of the jewel exhibit, he would be satisfied. However, I didn't intend to have either the police or the crooks get on my trail. I had money, and one can do much with money. I purchased a furnished house from a real estate agency, a bungalow out of the way in a quiet neighborhood. The police and the crooks expected me to try some disguise, to go to a hotel or rooming house, but they hardly expected I would go and buy myself a little bungalow in the respectable residential district. That slipped one over on them, and disposed of that part of the problem. Shadowing Schwartz was different. They had tipped him off, and he was one cagey bird. I didn't try to keep him in sight all the time, but tried to cut in on him at certain hours, particularly before he started his jewelry store canvass in the mornings and after he had knocked off at night. The more I saw of that jewelry exhibit, the more puzzled I became. The newspapers started to play it up big. Day after day they featured the show, mentioned the social distinction of the persons who had received invitations to the opening, wrote of the manner in which Edith Jewett Kemper would be gowned, and handed out a blah-blah of the usual slush. I sat snugly ensconced in the little bungalow and read the papers, read the frothings of the society editors concerning the importance of the coming show, and took my hat off to the man with the ice-cold eyes. One thing puzzled me. The newspapers featured the elements of protection which the exhibit was taking to safeguard their patrons from loss, and it was good. At night the gems were to be parked in a big safe which had been loaned from one of the prominent safe companies as an advertisement. This safe would be set in the middle of the floor, and at least 5 men would be constantly on duty watching the safe. If the safe had been placed in one end of the room, so that only its doors were visible to the watchers, that would have been one thing. Putting it in the middle of the floor was another. I'm a handy man with boxes myself, but if there was any way of crashing into that lead box with all those precautions, then I sure was a back number. I couldn't figure one out, and that's where I shine, figuring out ways of springing boxes that are seemingly impossible. Schwartz was a hard baby to handle, and I didn't get the line on him I wanted until the day before the exhibit was to open. That afternoon he slipped out to a downtown garage and inspected an armored truck. This truck was plastered with a sign that was painted on cloth and hung clean across both sides. Jewel Exhibit Armored Truck. It was the real thing, too, that truck. Steel sides, bulletproof glass, railroad iron bumpers protecting it on all 4 sides, protected radiator and hood, and solid rubber tires. It would take a stick of dynamite to phase that truck. I didn't dare stick around Schwartz or the garage. Just a quick once-over and I was on my way, stepping on the gas of a car I rented by the week. Automobile shadowing was all I dared to do with the whole gang laying for me, and watching Schwartz in the hope that they'd get track of me through him. Time was getting short, and I was stumped. I could tell that there was something big in the wind, but I couldn't tell what. The head of that organization wasn't going to monkey with any small stuff. The $8,000 or $10,000 that might be made from the exhibit wouldn't prove interesting. What they intended to do was to get the cream of all the fancy jewelry in the city gathered in one place so they could make a regular haul. An organization the size of that wasn't interested in small profits. I went back to my bungalow and sat down at the table to do some figuring. For once in my life, I was worried. I was going up against a game I couldn't fathom. The other man was holding all the cards, and he was holding him close to his vest. My only hope of dominating him was to bust up this proposed gem robbery, and my only hope of being able to live or to get the papers for Helen was in dominating that man with the icy eyes. I sat and thought, a pencil in my hand tracing aimless lines along a sheet of paper which I had spread before me, and then, suddenly, the answer came to me, came in a flash, and made me want to kick myself all up and down the main street of the city. It was so absurdly simple that there was nothing to it. When a magician walks down through the audience, borrows a watch from the man in the center aisle, and then turns his back to walk up to the stage, he has an interval of several seconds during which his hands are concealed from the audience. He can switch that watch 100 times over, and yet, when he appears on the stage facing the audience, waving a gold watch in his hand and asking the spectators to keep their eyes fastened upon it, no one thinks of questioning the fact that it is the original watch he is holding. No one wonders if perhaps he has not already performed the trick, if the substitution has not already taken place. It was the same way with the jewelry exhibit. The precautions for taking care of the gems after they had arrived were featured so elaborately that one always thought of the possibility of a robbery taking place then and at no other time. There was a twofold reason for that. One reason was that it would tend to make the jewelry stores send but one clerk to act as both clerk and guard, and the other, and main reason, was that no one would pay too much attention to the armored truck that was going to take the jewels there. The words armored truck had a potent significance, a lulling sense of absolute security. An armored truck was like a bank vault. The very words suggested probity, safety, integrity, and yet, after all, an armored truck was merely an inanimate something. It was the driver of the armored truck who had the power of directing the car as an agency either for good or evil. Even as the details of the scheme were formulating themselves in my mind, I was working on a counter-scheme and busying myself with proper preparations. A suit of overalls and a jumper from under the seat of my car, a little grease smeared over my bare arms, a derby hat stuck on my head at an angle, and I was ready. A couple of good cigars also came into the picture. 30 minutes later, and I was at the garage where the armored bus was stored. "Howdy," I told the nightman. He was a sleepy-eyed, loose-lipped, single-cylinder sort of a bird, and he squinted a suspicious eye at me. I fished out a cigar, handed it to him, took another for myself, and squatted beside him while I tendered a match. We smoked in silence for a minute or two, and then a man came in for his car, and the nightman had to do 10 minutes' work, moving and shifting. By the time he came back, he looked on me as an old acquaintance. "Mechanic?" he asked sociably. I nodded and jerked my head toward the armored truck. "Yep, that's my baby. I'm the bird that the agency sends out to go over this elephant every 10 days and see that it's in running order. I understand it's going out tomorrow, and I've been a little slack lately." The suspicious look came into his eyes again. "Orders is to not let nobody get near that bus." I nodded and blew a smoke ring. "Sure, they have to be careful. There's a guy named Schwartz that's got it rented, and you can let him get into it or drive it out, but don't you let nobody else get near it, not unless he's got a written order from Schwartz or from me." That registered. He looked me over again with a new respect. I said nothing further, but smoked on in silence. Another man came in after a car, and the nightman started moving and shuffling the stored cars about. That was my cue. I parked my stub on the bench and sauntered over to the armored bus. Schwartz had the key to the thing, and it was locked tight as a drum, and that bothered me. I had been hoping against hope that it would be open. As it was, I melted around behind it and plastered myself between the rear of the car and the wall of the garage. The gas tank was protected by a sheet of armor, but the cap was in plain sight, and so was the gauge. The tank was full of gasoline. All set, ready to go. All in all, it didn't look like an easy job, and I had a hunch the guy that was acting as nightman, car mover, and watchman all combined would be curious enough to come over to see what I was doing. It was going to require quick thinking and quick action. Somehow or other I had to get that car fixed so it would only run about a certain distance. A little faucet-like arrangement at the bottom of the gas tank proved the best bet. It was the faucet which turned on an emergency gas tank when the big tank ran out. I had a kit of tools with me, and I set to work. In 10 minutes I had short-circuited the emergency gas tank and had inserted a tight-fitting length of copper tube into the gasoline line to the carburetor. This tube was carefully measured and stuck up to within half an inch of the top of the gasoline level in the main tank. I figured out the approximate gas consumption of the mill, and was willing to bet that bus would run just about 3 miles and then stop. When that pipe was pulled out, it would start going again, but until that was done, the armored bus would be anchored. It wasn't as smooth a job as I'd have done if the bus hadn't been locked up, but I fancied it would do. The fact that the sign advertising the car as that of the jewelry exhibit was printed on cloth was a big clue. I fancied I knew what was going to happen all right, and if I was right, there was going to be a little surprise party the next day. Next, I went and purchased a siren, one of the kind that are limited by law to the use of police and fire cars. I installed this on my rented car myself, and was ready to go. Some time after midnight I woke up with an uneasy feeling that everything wasn't just as it should be. The house was dark and still, a clock ticking away the seconds in the living room, a gentle night breeze coming in through the open window and swaying the white lace curtains. At first I thought that it must have been one of those curtains which had brushed across my face and had awakened me with that strange feeling that danger was present. I looked out of the window, feeling the cool breeze on my face. The yard showed faintly in the weird light of a distant street lamp. The stars were blazing steadily overhead. The gray shapes of other houses loomed like intangible shadows. And then came the sound again. It was a faint scraping noise, a gritting, cutting sound, which meant much to my trained ears. Someone was cutting a hole in one of the glass windows of the adjoining room with a diamond glass cutter. Hurriedly, noiselessly, I arose, got into my clothes, arranged the pillows in the bed so that they represented a sleeping form, and slipped into the closet. There was a shelf in that closet just over the door, and I climbed up on it silently, swiftly. I was unarmed, but I really needed no weapon. Above that shelf was a small trap door which led into the space between the ceilings and the roof. If necessary, I could get through there, but I wanted to see what was in the wind. On that shelf I could stoop and peer into the bedroom. If anyone should enter the closet, I could drop on his shoulders as a cougar drops from a tree upon a passing deer. Silence for a few minutes, then the soft sound of a sash being gently raised. Again there was a period of silence. Then I could hear the bedroom doors softly creak. Perhaps it was swaying in the wind which came through the window. Perhaps not. Suddenly there was a spurt of flame, a swift hissing noise, another and another. Shots from a pistol equipped with a silencer. Again, silence, a whisper, the beam of a flashlight shooting swiftly over the bed. "Did you get him?" "Deader'n a herring," came the whispered answer. The men turned and ran swiftly from the house, making more noise than when they had entered, yet making no sound which would have been so audible as to have attracted attention from without. There came the sound of a starting motor, a spurt of an engine, and a machine slipped smoothly down the pavement. I climbed down from the shelf and pulled out the pillows from beneath the bedclothes. The upper pillow had 3 holes in it, and feathers were wadded and scattered all over the sheets. Whoever had fired that gun was a good shot, one of the sort who can shoot in the half-light by the feel of the gun and be sure of his mark, who can group 3 bullets within a circle of 3 inches in a pillow. I sighed, climbed into bed, and went back to sleep. This man with the icy eyes certainly was a smooth customer. Of course, I'd had to play into his hands by keeping an eye on this fellow Schwartz. That had given him a lead all the time, but at that, he was clever. In the morning I took a look around and found the circle of glass that had been cut from the upper pane so that the window lock could be sprung, and I smashed the glass into a series of jagged fragments so that it would appear the break had been accidental. There was no need to advertise my private affairs to the neighborhood. I shaved, breakfasted, got out my car with the siren all attached and in perfect working order, and rolled slowly down the street in a line of traffic of early workers. A block from Redfern's I picked my parking place and slipped to the curb. I had come early to get the car located just right, and I stuck there behind the wheel to see that no one interfered with a quick getaway. About 8 o'clock, the armored truck, with its painted cloth signs on the sides, showed up and backed to Redfern's curb. Close behind the truck was a high-powered car driven by a man in uniform. A crowd collected, and I was close enough to the outskirts of the crowd to see what was taking place and to hear what was said. Schwartz was in charge of things, and he was the typical salesman. He greeted old man Redfern as though it was a family reunion after a 10 years' absence, and worked his arm up and down with rhythmic regularity. The jewels were brought out and placed in the truck, and Schwartz explained its bomb-proof features to Redfern the while. "I'm driving the truck myself, and there's a machine full of guards coming right behind. I guess that'll ensure us safety, all right. And you've seen the precautions we've taken down at the place. Say, Redfern, why don't you come yourself? The armored truck is full, but there's lots of room in the open car in back. You see, I've got a girl to check up the list of exhibits, and an armed guard with me in the truck. I'm relying on the jewelry stores to furnish the guards for the open car. Stick a gun in your pocket and get in next to the officer there in the car." Redfern didn't need much arguing. He blinked, smiled, patted Schwartz on the back, and climbed into the open car. The truck started off, the open car came along behind, and the officer who was driving signaled for open traffic signs from the cops at intersections. The procession was started. 10 calls were made, 10 loads taken on, 5 guards crowded into the open machine. 5 of the stores didn't think it was necessary to add a guard to the collection. They were satisfied with old man Redfern's respectable face. He was known all up and down the street, was old Redfern, a shrewd, canny old bird with a long head and a tight purse. The truck headed toward the exhibit place, and I settled down behind my wheel. This was going to be good. I hoped I hadn't missed any bets or bungled any guesses, and I was gambling strong that I hadn't. All of a sudden there was a whir of a rapidly driven motor. A long gray roadster shot past me as smoothly and swiftly as a trout skimming through a still pool, and then there was a crash. The roadster had tried to cut in on the open car back of the armored truck, had locked wheels, battered in the front of the open car, skidded to the curb, crashed into a parked car, sprinkled broken glass all over the sidewalk, chased a couple of pedestrians up lamp posts, spilled the cop out onto the curb, scattered the guards about a bit, and the armored truck went gaily on its way, seemingly oblivious of what had happened to the car full of guards. A crowd collected. Everyone shouted and cursed. The driver of the gray roadster sprinted to another car that was parked with motor running, parked in a second line of parking, and dashed down the street. The cop yelled and pulled his gun. There was some wild firing, screams, police whistles, pandemonium. I worked through the tangled mass of traffic at the corner and started out after the armored truck, keeping pretty well back. The truck went easily and smoothly onward. At the corner, where the main out-of-town boulevard ran in, they stopped, and one of the men slipped to the sidewalk and scooped in the cloth signs, hung out 2 others, and they were on their way. I sprinted ahead by a round-the-block detour and got a look at that new sign. I fancied I knew what it was, but I wanted to make sure. Federal Reserve, Interurban Shipment, read the new sign, and I chortled to myself at that. It was so slick it was greasy. They could take that armored truck any place they blamed pleased with that sign on it. By the time the police got the accident untangled, got in touch with the exhibit and found the car hadn't arrived, got the word spread out to the traffic cops, by that time the armored truck would have vanished from the face of the earth. There were a dozen similar trucks, engaged in banking transportation, keeping busy in the city. It would be one grand smear. Then it happened. The truck hesitated, backfired, and coasted over to the curb. That was my cue. I swung around the block and stopped on a side street, with the engine running. One of the men got out of the rear door and bent over the gas tank, then ran around again to the front. I figured he was switching on the auxiliary tank. There was the sound of the starting motor, but nothing happened beyond a slight cough. I fancied there was much conversation going on in that truck just then. At length the carburetor filled again, and the truck ran along for a few feet, then stopped. A man jumped from the driver's seat and sprinted to a car that was parked by the curb a block or so away. It was a little roadster, but apparently it was unlocked, for he got it going and dashed back to the truck. They were going to shift cargoes, to salvage what they could. A machine came along, slowed down curiously, and was ordered to move along. Seconds were precious. In a few minutes that stalled truck would have a crowd of curious motorists rubbering at it. That would be fatal. They swung open the heavy rear doors, backed the roadster, and then I got into action. I opened the cutout, raced the engine, and started the siren in a long, low, wailing scream. Then I waited. They didn't spot the car where it was hidden behind some drooping shade trees, but the sound did hit their ears, a sound associated with powerful police cars which tore around with wailing sirens and shotgun squads looking for trouble. In consternation they looked at each other, and then the flight began. A second wail from my siren stirred things up a bit, and the roadster tore away from the stalled truck and out into the boulevard. I had fancied I saw only 2 figures in that roadster, which would mean that one had been left behind, But I had no time to worry over details. It was now or never, and I must act quickly. I swung my car around the corner and skidded to a stop beside the stalled truck. Quickly, I jerked off the cap of the gasoline tank, pulled out the tight-fitting metal tube I had worked into the gasoline line, put back the cap, jumped into the truck, closed and locked the doors, and looked about me. The girl with the mole on her left hand was sitting on the driver's seat, her eyes wide, sparkling.
"You!"
she exclaimed. I had no time to analyze her tone, no opportunity to indulge in friendly conversation. "You make a move or try to interfere and I'll throw you out on your ear," I told her, and meant it. She was a member of a gang that was out for my life, and there was to be no quarter given or asked. I had work to do, and to blunder at this stage of the game would be fatal. I had been warned specifically against this woman with the mole, and the man who gave me that warning had paid for his friendly interest with his life. He had been killed with the words still warm on his lips. Somewhere, somehow, there was a sinister influence exerted by this woman. Death and violence followed her every contact. For myself, I was taking no chances. Without a murmur, she slid off of the driver's seat and sat, her hands in plain sight, folded on her lap, looking at me curiously. Beyond that first exclamation, there had been nothing to give me a clue as to her thoughts. It was the work of an instant to start the motor and turn the heavy truck, and in that minute the two men who had fled in the roadster knew they had been duped. They were watching their back trail for pursuit, wondering whether the police would stop to take possession of the abandoned truck or would give pursuit. They had seen me rush to the armored truck, do something to the gasoline tank, and then jump inside. In that brief instant, they had recognized the deception that had been played on them, and had swung the roadster and started back. I turned the truck and opened the throttle, roaring down the boulevard. The lighter roadster gained rapidly and was soon alongside. Faces that were distorted with rage glared up at me. There came the crack of a pistol shot, and the bulletproof glass radiated 1,000 fine lines of silvery cracks where the bullet struck, but the leaden missile did not penetrate. That finished my last worry. I made faces at the two helpless bandits without, twiddled my fingers at my nose, and finally, making a quick swerve of the heavy car, ran them clear into the opposite curb. There was a crash as the heavy railroad iron bumper did its stuff, and the light roadster crumpled like an eggshell, glanced from the curb to a telephone post, and the men pitched out to the cement sidewalk. I did not look back. They may have escaped unhurt. They may have been seriously injured. They may have been killed. This was no picnic. This was war, with no quarter given or asked. Once more we entered the traffic of the business district. At my side, the girl with the mole on her hand sat and watched me with a queer look upon her face. Her lips were slightly parted, her eyes almost starry, and they seldom left my face. Shut in there in that armored truck, we were safe from attack of everything, except a cannon or a bomb. Perchance, emissaries of the gang who had engineered the great robbery watched us as we thundered past. If so, they were helpless. I swung up to the curb of the place where the exhibit was to be held. There was a great crowd of excited people milling about. A squad of police held back the crowd. I saw old Redfern running about, frantic with excitement, his eyes bulging, hands waving. And then he caught sight of the truck backing up to the curb, and his eyes did bulge. Somewhere a police whistle shrilled, and there came the screech of a siren. Policemen began to cluster about the truck. "Keep your face closed and start checking the stuff as it goes out," I told the girl with the mole, and flung open the doors. "Get ready to handle this stuff," I yelled at the excited officer who thrust his head in at the door and slammed a tray of choice platinum jewelry at him. Mechanically he took it, stood there, mouth open, eyes wide, seeking to interrogate me, and I slammed out another tray. Watchmen and guards ran up, police officers milled about, and I had no words for any of them. I simply answered their questions by slamming out trays of choice jewelry, and the very apparent value of those goods was such that they mechanically turned and bore them into the place where the exhibit had been arranged. I took the last tray in myself.
"Here's the list,"
said the girl with the mole, thrusting it into my hands.
"And, oh, Ed, I had so hoped you would do just that."
With that, she was gone. A hell of a way for a member of a gang to congratulate the crook who had just outsmarted her of God knew how many $1,000s. I pattered on in with the tray, and an escort of cops clustered behind me. They didn't know exactly what it was all about, but this was once they figured they had Ed Jenkins dead to rights, and they didn't intend to let him live up to his reputation as a phantom crook by slipping through their fingers. From somewhere behind me I caught the tail end of a hoarse whisper.
"Too deep for me, but we'll make the pinch as soon as he starts for the door. With his record, he's sunk. He can't alibi nothing."
Up ahead there was a crowd of jewelry men and customers milling around, asking questions, gabbling away like a bunch of geese. I had the cops behind me, and knew I'd be pinched when I started for the door. That meant I had to keep going straight ahead, and it meant I had to think fast. However, thinking fast is the thing that's kept me out of lots of jails. I sat the tray down and climbed up on a chair. "Silence, please!" I bellowed. Everyone turned to rubber at me, and then I started my speech. "Ladies and gentlemen," I said, "I am a crook." That got 'em. If I'd started to make an address of welcome or tell 'em a story, they'd have all been buzzing with whispers of their own, and I wouldn't have got their attention. But that single sentence made 'em stand stock still, and then I went on. "But I am an honest crook, a man who has sought to make an honest living, to show that it is possible for a crook to go straight. I planned out this vast jewelry exhibition because I knew that it was a move in the right direction. The jewelry stores need an opportunity to exhibit to the select trade. The potential customers need to have a chance to study the latest styles in settings, to get up-to-the-minute information. Unfortunately, my assistant, the man upon whom I relied to sell space, to explain the idea to the merchants, turned out to be a crook. Knowing my record, he thought he could get away with the truckload of gems and have the police blame it on me. However, I managed to outwit this criminal and recover the entire truckload, and here it is, safe and sound, ready for the approval of the prospective purchasers. I made a bow and stood there, watching the maps of the cops, wondering if I was going to make it stick.
"I think I shall purchase my season's supply of gems right now,"
said a woman whose voice carried to the farthest ends of the room.
"I think this is a wonderful idea, but really we don't need the police here now, do we? Mr. Redfern, I wonder if you'd mind asking them to withdraw. It makes me feel sort of nervous and interferes with my purchasing."
It was Edith Jewett Kemper, and she was playing a trump card in the nick of time. I think I had the cops buffaloed at that, but when old Redfern charged down on them, waving his hands, sputtering, expostulating, it was a rout. The cops thinned out that door like mosquitoes before a smudge. Redfern came back to me, his eyes shining, his hands outstretched. "Wonderful, wonderful!" he exclaimed. "Did you hear that Mrs. Kemper is going to purchase her season's supply of jewels? It's a great success. Everyone will follow suit. In fact, we will have to make her a little present, something to remember the occasion by." I grabbed his arm. "Yeah, in the meantime, you'd better make out your check for the space. I'm going to get collected up right now, so I won't have any books to keep." Without a whimper, he pulled out his checkbook. "Payable to?" he asked. "Just make it payable to Ed Jenkins," I told him. The Downtown Merchants exhibit was just a trade name. He nodded and made out the check, dazed and happy. A sergeant of police elbowed his way over, but he was smiling. "Jenkins, you're all right," he said. "I've had an anonymous tip these last 2 weeks to get you on suspicion of a big gem robbery, and here you were actually on the square. Bringing back that truckload was a wonderful thing. How did you do it?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Just by being honest, Sergeant, and never letting that crook Schwartz get a chance. I was watching him like a hawk. Next time don't be so anxious to believe evil of me." He shook his head as though he were in the middle of a dream, and walked away. And as he walked, I saw him pinch himself to find out whether he was really awake. Helen Chadwick was over in a corner, away from the crowd, waiting.
"Ed, you won't be such a stranger now that you've got this thing over with, will you?"
There was a wistful something in her voice, and I suddenly came down to earth, realized that in spite of any brilliant tricks I might play on the police or on other crooks, that I was, after all, a crook myself. I realized also that no good would come to this girl from knowing me, and I cared so much for her that I wanted to protect her, even from myself. "I'm going to get that other paper for you, Helen," I temporized, "and then we'll have a chance to sit down and talk things over." She shrugged her shoulders.
"You're the most obstinate brute I ever was engaged to," she said, and instantly became all vivacious chatter, all social small talk.
I grinned at her. "Do I get any reward for that last paper, young lady?" I asked her. She gave a quick glance around, then tilted her head and pursed her lips.
"Come and get it,"
she challenged. 15 minutes later, when I had started down the street to get those checks cashed, a dirty urchin thrust a paper in my hand.
"The man said there'd be an answer,"
he said, peering up at me with his young, old, wise eyes. I unfolded the paper. "You can't make it stick," read the note. "Other papers are outstanding and will be used in a way to ruin persons you would protect. Give this lad an answer, stating when and where you will turn over the commissions. I mean to have those space checks. That money is to come to me. When do I get it, and when?" The note was unsigned. It didn't need a signature. I had jarred old Icy Eyes out of his calm. I grinned, took a pencil from my pocket, and started to scribble an answer, and then those words of Helen Chadwick's came to my mind. I chuckled and scribbled my message of defiance on the back of the note. "Come and get it," I wrote, and handed the paper back to the boy. "The answer is on the back," I told him, and with that I started on my way, knowing that they would try to follow me, knowing also that I must thrust aside the ways of civilized society and vanish within the shadows, knowing that this conflict with the icy-eyed criminal would never cease until one of us had written in full of account against the life of the other. But in the meantime I had turned the tables, had got the police guessing, and had seen Helen Chadwick again, that joyous little flapper who was such a baffling combination of vivacious frivolity and courageous fortitude, that girl who was commencing to be so much in my thoughts. Let Icy Eyes come and get it. He would find a warm reception waiting for him.
Arson Plus by Peter Collinson. Read for you by Alan Sklar. Peter Collinson is the pseudonym of Samuel Dashiell Hammett, 1894 to 1961, who was born in St. Mary's County, Maryland, and served in the Motor Ambulance Corps during World War I. He also served in the Signal Corps during World War II, mostly on the Aleutian Islands. He worked for the Pinkerton Detective Agency in several cities, including Baltimore, San Francisco, where he got a promotion for catching a man who had stolen a Ferris wheel, and Los Angeles, where he was involved in the rape case that ruined the then-famous comic actor Fatty Arbuckle. He was also once assigned to follow the notorious gangster Nick Arnstein. His years as a detective provided rich background for his crime stories, and he discovered early on that the pulp magazine market was a good one. Although he is recognized as one of the giants in the history of the American hard-boiled school of fiction, Hammett produced only 5 novels and a modest number of short stories, especially when compared with the output of other successful pulp writers. After a few fairly trivial pieces for the Smart Set magazine, he wrote his first crime story and submitted it to Black Mask under the pseudonym Peter Collinson. In the underworld argot of the day, a Peter Collins was a nobody. Hammett added the O-N to make the name read literally, Nobody's Son. Arson Plus is one of 4 stories sold to Black Mask under the Peter Collinson name, and the first Continental Op story. It was published in the October 1923 issue.
Arson Plus. This is a detective story you'll have a hard time solving before the end. Form your ideas of the outcome as you go along, and then see how near you guessed it. Jim Tarr picked up the cigar I rolled across his desk, looked at the band, bit off an end, and reached for a match. 15 cents straight, he said. You must want me to break a couple of laws for you this time. I had been doing business with this fat sheriff of Sacramento County for 4 or 5 years, ever since I came to the Continental Detective Agency's San Francisco office, and I had never known him to miss an opening for a sour crack. But it didn't mean anything. Wrong both times, I told him. I get 2 of them for a quarter, and I'm here to do you a favor instead of asking for one. The company that insured Thornburg's house thinks somebody touched it off. Well, that's right enough according to the fire department. They tell me the lower part of the house was soaked with gasoline. But God knows how they could tell. There wasn't a stick left standing. I've got McClump working on it, but he hasn't found anything to get excited about yet. What's the layout? All I know is that there was a fire. Tarr leaned back in his chair, turned his red face to the ceiling, and bellowed, "Hey, Mac!" The pearl push-buttons on his desk are ornaments as far as he's concerned. Deputy Sheriffs McHale, McClump, and Macklin came to the door together. McNabb, apparently, wasn't within hearing. "What's the idea?" the sheriff demanded of McClump. "Are you carrying a bodyguard around with you?" The 2 other deputies, thus informed as to who Mac referred to this time, went back to their cribbage game. "We got a city slicker here to catch our firebug for us," Tarr told his deputy. "But we got to tell him what it's all about first." McClump and I had worked together on an express robbery several months before. He's a rangy, tow-headed youngster of 25 or 6, with all the nerve in the world and most of the laziness. Ain't the Lord good to us? He had himself draped across a chair by now, always his first objective when he comes into a room. "Well, here's how she stands. This fella Thornburg's house was a couple miles out of town on the old county road, an old frame house. About midnight, night before last, Jeff Pringle, the nearest neighbor a half-mile or so to the east, saw a glare in the sky from over that way and phoned in the alarm. But by the time the fire wagons got there wasn't enough of the house left to bother about. Pringle was the first of the neighbors to get to the house, and the roof had already fell in then. Nobody saw anything suspicious, no strangers hanging around or nothing. Thornburg's help just managed to save themselves, and that was all. They don't know much about what happened. Too scared, I reckon. But they did see Thornburg at his window just before the fire got him. A fellow here in town, name of Henderson, saw that part of it, too. He was driving home from Wayton and got to the house just before the roof caved in. The fire department people say they found signs of gasoline. The Coonses, Thornburg's help, say they didn't have no gas on the place. So, there you are. Thornburg have any relatives? Yeah, a niece in San Francisco, a Mrs. Evelyn Trowbridge. She was up yesterday, but there wasn't nothing she could do, and she couldn't tell us nothing much, so she went back home. Where are the servants now? Here in town, staying at a hotel on I Street. I told them to stick around for a few days. Thornburg owned the house? Uh-huh. Bought it from Nooning and Weed a couple months ago. You got anything to do this morning? Nothing but this. Good. Let's get out and dig around. We found the Coonses in their room at the hotel on I Street. Mr. Coons was a small-boned, plump man, with the smooth, meaningless face and the suavity of the typical male house servant. His wife was a tall, stringy woman, perhaps 5 years older than her husband, say 40, with a mouth and chin that seemed shaped for gossiping. But he did all the talking, while she nodded her agreement to every second or third word. "We went to work for Mr. Thornburg on the 15th of June, I think," he said in reply to my first question. "We came to Sacramento around the 1st of the month and put in applications at the Alice Employment Bureau. A couple of weeks later, they sent us out to see Mr. Thornburg, and he took us on." "Where were you before you came here?" "In Seattle, sir, with a Mrs. Comerford. But the climate there didn't agree with my wife. She has bronchial trouble. So we decided to come to California. We most likely would have stayed in Seattle, though, if Mrs. Comerford hadn't given up her house." What do you know about Thornburg?" "Very little, sir. He wasn't a talkative gentleman. He hadn't any business that I know of. I think he was a retired seafaring man. He never said he was, but he had that manner and look. He never went out or had anybody in to see him, except his niece once, and he didn't write or get any mail. He had a room next to his bedroom, fixed up as a sort of workshop. He spent most of his time in there. I always thought he was working on some kind of invention, but he kept the door locked and wouldn't let us go near it." "Haven't you any idea at all what it was?" "No, sir. We never heard any hammering or noises from it, and never smelt anything either. And none of his clothes were ever the least bit soiled, even when they were ready to go out to the laundry. They would have been if he had been working on anything like machinery." "Was he an old man?" "He couldn't have been over 50, sir. He was very erect, and his hair and beard were thick, with no gray hairs." "Ever have any trouble with him?" "Oh, no, sir. He was, if I may say it, a very peculiar gentleman in a way, and he didn't care about anything except having his meals fixed right, having his clothes taken care of. He was very particular about them, and not being disturbed. Except early in the morning and at night, we'd hardly see him all day." "Now, about the fire. Tell us the whole thing, everything you remember." "Well, sir, I and my wife had gone to bed around 10 o'clock, our regular time, and had gone to sleep. Our room was on the second floor in the rear. Some time later, I never did exactly know what time it was. I woke up, coughing. The room was all full of smoke, and my wife was sort of strangling. I jumped up and dragged her down the back stairs and out the back door, not thinking of anything but getting her out of there. When I had her safe in the yard, I thought of Mr. Thornburg and tried to get back in the house, but the whole first floor was just flames. I ran around front then to see if he got out, but didn't see anything of him. The whole yard was as light as day by then. Then I heard him scream. A horrible scream, sir. I can hear it yet. And I looked up at his window, that was the front second-story room, and saw him there, trying to get out the window. But all the woodwork was burning, and he screamed again and fell back. And right after that, the roof over his room fell in. There wasn't a ladder or anything that I could have put up to the window for him. There wasn't anything I could have done. And in the meantime, a gentleman had left his automobile in the road and come up to where I was standing. But there wasn't anything we could do. The house was burning everywhere and falling in here and there. So we went back to where I had left my wife and carried her farther away from the fire and brought her to. She had fainted. And that's all I know about it, sir. Hear any noises earlier that night? Or see anybody hanging around?
No, sir.
Have any gasoline around the place?
No, sir. Mr. Thornburg didn't have a car.
No gasoline for cleaning?
No, sir. None at all. Unless Mr. Thornburg had it in his workshop. When his clothes needed cleaning, I took them to town, and all his laundry was taken by the grocer's man when he brought our provisions.
Don't know anything that might have had some bearing on the fire?
No, sir. I was surprised when I heard that somebody had set the house afire. I could hardly believe it. I don't know why anybody should want to do that.
What do you make of them? I asked McClump as we left the hotel.
Well, they might pad the bills or even go south with some of the silver, but they don't figure as killers in my mind.
That was my opinion, too. But they were the only persons known to have been there when the fire started, except the man who had died. We went around to the Alice Employment Bureau and talked to the manager. He told us that the Coonses had come into his office on June 2nd, looking for work, and had given Mrs. Edward Comerford, 45 Woodmansee Terrace, Seattle, Washington, as reference. In reply to a letter, he always checked up the references of servants, Mrs. Comerford had written that the Coonses had been in her employ for a number of years, and had been extremely satisfactory in every respect. On June 13th, Thornburg had telephoned the Bureau, asking that a man and his wife be sent out to keep house for him, and Alice had sent 2 couples that he had listed. Neither had been employed by Thornburg, though Alice considered them more desirable than the Coonses, who were finally hired by Thornburg. All that would certainly seem to indicate that the Coonses hadn't deliberately maneuvered themselves into the place, unless they were the luckiest people in the world. And a detective can't afford to believe in luck or coincidence, unless he has unquestionable proof of it. At the office of the real estate agents through whom Thornburg had bought the house, Nooning and Weed, we were told that Thornburg had come in on the 11th of June and had said that he had been told that the house was for sale, had looked it over, and wanted to know the price. The deal had been closed the next morning, and he had paid for the house with a check for $4,500 on the Siemens Bank of San Francisco. The house was already furnished. After luncheon, McClump and I called on Howard Henderson, the man who had seen the fire while driving home from Wayton. He had an office in the Empire Building, with his name and the title Northern California Agent, Instasheen Cleanser Company, on the door. He was a big, careless-looking man of 45 or so, with the professionally jovial smile that belongs to the salesman. He had been in Wayton on business the day of the fire, he said, and had stayed there until rather late, going to dinner and afterward playing pool with a grocer named Hammersmith, one of his customers. He had left waiting in his machine at about 10:30 and set out for Sacramento. At Tavender, he had stopped at the garage for oil and gas and to have one of his tires blown up. Just as he was about to leave the garage man had called his attention to a red glare in the sky and had told him that it was probably from a fire somewhere along the old county road that paralleled the state road into Sacramento. So Henderson had taken the county road and had arrived at the burning house just in time to see Thornburg try to fight his way through the flames that enveloped him. It was too late to make any attempt to put out the fire, and the man upstairs was beyond saving by then, undoubtedly dead even before the roof collapsed. So Henderson had helped Coons revive his wife and stayed there watching the fire until it had burned itself out. He had seen no one on the county road while driving to the fire. "What do you know about Henderson?" I asked McClump when we were on the street. "Came here from somewhere in the east, I think, early in the summer to open that cleanser agency. Lives at the Garden Hotel. Where do we go next?" "We get a machine and take a look at what's left of the Thornburg house." An enterprising incendiary couldn't have found a lovelier spot in which to turn himself loose if he looked the whole county over. Tree-topped hills hid it from the rest of the world on 3 sides, while away from the 4th, an uninhabited plain rolled down to the river. The county road that passed the front gate was shunned by automobiles, so McClump said, in favor of the state highway to the north. Where the house had been was now a mound of blackened ruins. We poked around in the ashes for a few minutes, not that we expected to find anything, but because it's the nature of man to poke around in ruins. A garage in the rear, whose interior gave no evidence of recent occupation, had a badly scorched roof and front, but was otherwise undamaged. A shed behind it, sheltering an axe, a shovel, and various odds and ends of gardening tools, had escaped the fire altogether. The lawn in front of the house, and the garden behind the shed, about an acre in all, had been pretty thoroughly cut and trampled by wagon wheels and the feet of the firemen and the spectators. Having ruined our shoe shines, McClump and I got back in our machine and swung off in a circle around the place, calling at all the houses within a mile radius, and getting little besides jolts for our trouble. The nearest house was that of Pringle, the man who had turned in the alarm. But he not only knew nothing about the dead man, but said he had never seen him. In fact, only one of his neighbors had ever seen him, a Mrs. Jabine, who lived about a mile to the south. She had taken care of the key to the house while it was vacant, and a day or two before he bought it, Thornburg had come over to her house, inquiring about the vacant one. She had gone over there with him and showed him through it, and he had told her that he intended on buying it, if the price, of which neither of them knew anything, wasn't too high. He had been alone, except for the chauffeur of the hired car in which he had come from Sacramento. And save that he had no family, he had told her nothing about himself. Hearing that he had moved in, she went over to call on him several days later, just a neighborly visit, but had been told by Mrs. Coons that he was not at home. Most of the neighbors had talked to the Coonses, and had got the impression that Thornburg didn't care for visitors, so they let him alone. The Coonses were described as pleasant enough to talk to when you meet them, but reflecting their employer's desire not to make friends. McClump summarized what the afternoon had taught us as we pointed our machine toward Tavender. Any of these folks could have touched off the place, but we got nothing to show that any of them even knew Thornburg, let alone had a bone to pick with him. Tavender turned out to be a crossroads settlement of a general store and post office, a garage, a church, and 6 dwellings, about 2 miles from Thornburg's place. McClump knew the storekeeper and postmaster, a scrawny little man named Philo, who stuttered moistly. I never saw Thornburg, he said, and I never had any mail for him. Coons, it sounded like one of those things butterflies come out of, used to come in once a week for all the groceries. They didn't have a phone. He used to walk in, and I'd send the stuff over in my car. Then I'd see him once in a while, waiting for the stage to Sacramento. Who drove the stuff out to Thornburg's? My boy. Want to talk to him? The boy was a juvenile edition of the old man, but without the stutter. He had never seen Thornburg on any of his visits, but his business had taken him only as far as the kitchen. He hadn't noticed anything peculiar about the place. "Who's the night man at the garage?" I asked him, after we had listened to the little he had to tell. "Billy Luce. I think you can catch him there now. I saw him go in a few minutes ago." We crossed the road and found Luce. "Night before last, the night of the fire down the road, was there a man here talking to you when you first saw it?" He turned his eyes upward in that vacant stare which people use to aid their memory. "Yes, I remember now. He was going to town, and I told him that if he took the county road instead of the state road, he'd see the fire on his way in." "What kind of looking man was he?" "Middle-aged, a big man, but sort of slouchy. I think he had on a brown suit, baggy and wrinkled." "Medium complexion?" "Yes." "Smile when he talked?" "Yes, a pleasant sort of fella." "Curly brown hair?" "Have a heart," Luce laughed. "I didn't put him under a magnifying glass." From Tavender, we drove over to Wayton. Luce's description had fit Henderson all right, but while we were at it, we thought we might as well check up to make sure that he had been coming from Wayton. We spent exactly 25 minutes in Wayton, 10 of them finding Hammersmith, the grocer with whom Henderson had said he dined and played pool, 5 minutes finding the proprietor of the pool room, and 10 verifying Henderson's story. "What do you think of it now, Mac?" I asked as we rolled back toward Sacramento. Mac's too lazy to express an opinion, or even form one, unless he's driven to it. But that doesn't mean they aren't worth listening to if you can get them. "Well, there ain't a hell of a lot to think," he said cheerfully. "Henderson is out of it, if he ever was in it. There's nothing to show that anybody but the Coonses and Thornburg were there when the fire started. But there may have been a regiment there. Them Coonses ain't too honest-looking, maybe, but they ain't killers, or I miss my guess. But the fact remains that they're the only bet we got so far. Maybe we ought to try to get a line on them." "All right," I agreed. "I'll get a wire off to our Seattle office asking them to interview Mrs. Comerford and see what she can tell about them as soon as we get back to town. Then I'm going to catch a train for San Francisco and see Thornburg's niece in the morning." Next morning, at the address McClump had given me, a rather elaborate apartment building on California Street, I had to wait 3/4 of an hour for Mrs. Evelyn Trowbridge to dress. If I had been younger or a social caller, I suppose I'd have felt amply rewarded when she finally came in. A tall, slender woman of less than 30, in some sort of clinging black affair, with a lot of black hair over a very white face, strikingly set off by a small red mouth, and big hazel eyes that looked black until you got close to them. But I was a busy middle-aged detective who was fuming over having his time wasted, and I was a lot more interested in finding the bird who struck the match than I was in feminine beauty. However, I smothered my grouch, apologized for disturbing her at such an early hour, and got down to business. "I want you to tell me all you know about your uncle, his family, friends, enemies, business connections, anything. I had scribbled on the back of the card I had sent in to her what my business was. "He hadn't any family," she said, "unless I might be it. He was my mother's brother, and I'm the only one of that family now living." "Where was he born?" "Here in San Francisco. I don't know the date, but he was about 50 years old, I think, 3 years older than my mother." "What was his business?" "He went to sea when he was a boy, and, so far as I know, always followed it until a few months ago." "Captain?" "I don't know. Sometimes I wouldn't see or hear from him for several years, and he never talked about what he was doing, though he would mention some of the places he had visited: Rio de Janeiro, Madagascar, Tobago, Christiania. Then, about 3 months ago, sometime in May, he came here and told me that he was through with wandering, that he was going to take a house in some quiet place where he could work undisturbed on an invention in which he was interested. He lived at the Francisco Hotel while he was in San Francisco. After a couple of weeks, he suddenly disappeared. And then, about a month ago, I received a telegram from him, asking me to come to see him at his house near Sacramento. I went up the very next day, and I thought that he was acting very queerly. He seemed very excited over something. He gave me a will that he had just drawn up, and some life insurance policies in which I was beneficiary. Immediately after that, he insisted that I return home, and hinted rather plainly that he did not wish me to either visit him again or write until I heard from him. I thought all that rather peculiar, as he had always seemed fond of me. I never saw him again." "What was this invention he was working on?" "I really don't know. I asked him once, but he became so excited, even suspicious, that I changed the subject and never mentioned it again." "Are you sure that he really did follow the sea all those years?" "No, I'm not. I just took it for granted, but he may have been doing something altogether different." "Was he ever married?" "Not that I know of." "Know any of his friends or enemies?"
"No, none."
"Remember anybody's name that he ever mentioned?"
"No."
I don't want you to think this next question insulting, though I admit it is, but it has to be asked. Where were you the night of the fire?
"At home. I had some friends here to dinner, and they stayed until about midnight. Mr. and Mrs. Walker Kellogg, Mrs. John Dupree, and a Mr. Kilmer, who's a lawyer. I can give you their addresses, or you can get them from the phone book if you want to question them."
From Mrs. Trowbridge's apartment, I went to the Francisco Hotel. Thornburg had been registered there from May 10th to June 13th, and hadn't attracted much attention. He had been a tall, broad-shouldered, erect man of about 50, with rather long brown hair brushed straight back, a short, pointed brown beard, and healthy, ruddy complexion. Grave, quiet, punctilious in dress and manner, his hours had been regular, and he had had no visitors that any of the hotel employees remembered. At the Siemens Bank, upon which Thornburg's check in payment of the house had been drawn, I was told that he had opened an account there on May 15th, having been introduced by W. Jeffers and Sons, local stockbrokers. A balance of a little more than $400 remained to his credit. The canceled checks on hand were all to the order of various life insurance companies, and for amounts that, if they represented premiums, testified to rather large policies. I jotted down the names of the life insurance companies, and then went to the offices of W. Jeffers and Sons. Thornburg had come in, I was told, on the 10th of May, with $4,000 worth of Liberty bonds that he wanted sold. During one of his conversations with Jeffers, he had asked the broker to recommend a bank, and Jeffers had given him a letter of introduction to the Siemens Bank. That was all Jeffers knew about him. He gave me the numbers of the bonds, but tracing Liberty bonds isn't the easiest thing in the world. The reply to my Seattle telegram was waiting for me at the agency when I arrived. Mrs. Edward Comerford rented apartment at address you give on May 25, gave it up June 6, trunks to San Francisco same day, check numbers GN 452587 and 8 and 9. Tracing baggage is no trick at all, if you have the dates and check numbers to start with. As many a bird who was wearing somewhat similar numbers on his chest and back, because he overlooked that detail when making his getaway, can tell you. And 25 minutes in a baggage room at the ferry, and half an hour in the office of a transfer company, gave me my answer. The trunks had been delivered to Mrs. Evelyn Trowbridge's apartment. I got Jim Tarr on the phone and told him about it. "Good shooting," he said, forgetting for once to indulge his wit. "We'll grab the Coonses here and Mrs. Trowbridge there, and that's the end of another mystery." "Wait a minute," I cautioned him. "It's not all straightened out yet. There's still a few kinks in the plot." "Straight enough for me. I'm satisfied." "You're the boss, but I think you're being a little hasty. I'm going up and talk with the niece again. Give me a little time before you phone the police here to make the pinch. I'll hold her until they get there." Evelyn Trowbridge let me in this time, instead of the maid who had opened the door for me in the morning, and she led me to the same room in which we had had our first talk. I let her pick out a seat, and then I selected one that was closer to either door than hers was. On the way up, I had planned a lot of innocent-sounding questions that would get her all snarled up. But after taking a good look at this woman sitting in front of me, leaning comfortably back in her chair, coolly waiting for me to speak my piece, I discarded the trick stuff and came out cold turkey. "Ever use the name Mrs. Edward Comerford?" "Oh, yes." As casual as a nod on the street. "When?" "Often. You see, I happen to have been married not so long ago to Mr. Edward Comerford, so it's not really strange that I should have used the name." "Use it in Seattle recently?" "I would suggest," she said sweetly, "that if you are leading up to the references I gave Coons and his wife, you might save time by coming right to it." "That's fair enough," I said. "Let's do that." There wasn't a half-tone, a shading in the voice, manner, or expression to indicate that she was talking about anything half so serious or important to her as a possibility of being charged with murder. She might have been talking about the weather, or a book that hadn't interested her particularly. During the time that Mr. Comerford and I were married, we lived in Seattle, where he still lives. After the divorce, I left Seattle and resumed my maiden name, and the Coonses were in our employ, as you might learn if you care to look it up. You'll find my husband, or former husband, at the Chelsea Apartments, I think. Last summer, or late spring, I decided to return to Seattle. The truth of it is, I suppose all my personal affairs will be aired anyhow, that I thought perhaps Edward and I might patch up our differences. So I went back and took an apartment on Woodmansey Terrace. As I was known in Seattle as Mrs. Edward Comerford, and as I thought my using his name might influence him a little, perhaps, I used it while I was there. Also, I telephoned the Coonses to make tentative arrangements in case Edward and I should open our house again. But Coons told me that they were going to California, and so I gladly gave them an excellent recommendation when, some days later, I received a letter of inquiry from an employment bureau in Sacramento. After I had been in Seattle for about 2 weeks, I changed my mind about the reconciliation. Edward's interest, I learned, was all centered elsewhere. So I returned to San Francisco. "Very nice, but if you will permit me to finish," she interrupted. When I went to see my uncle in response to his telegram, I was surprised to find the Coonses in his house. Knowing my uncle's peculiarities, and finding them now increased, and remembering his extreme secretiveness about his mysterious invention, I cautioned the Coonses not to tell him that they had been in my employ. He certainly would have discharged them, and just as certainly would have quarreled with me. He would have thought that I was having him spied upon. Then, when Coons telephoned me after the fire, I knew that to admit that the Coonses had been formerly in my employ would, in view of the fact that I was my uncle's heir, cast suspicion on all three of us. So we foolishly agreed to say nothing about it and carry on the deception. That didn't sound all wrong, but it didn't sound all right. I wish Tar had taken it easier and let us get a better line on these people before having them thrown in the coop. The coincidence of the Coonses stumbling into my uncle's house is, I fancy, too much for your detecting instincts, she went on, as I didn't say anything. Am I to consider myself under arrest? I'm beginning to like this girl. She's a nice, cool piece of work. Not yet, I told her, but I'm afraid it's going to happen pretty soon. She smiled a little mocking smile at that, and another when the doorbell rang. It was O'Hara from police headquarters. We turned the apartment upside down and inside out, but didn't find anything of importance, except the will she had told me about, dated July 8th, and her uncle's life insurance policies. They were all dated between May 15th and June 10th, and added up to a little more than $200,000. I spent an hour grilling the maid after O'Hara had taken Evelyn Trowbridge away, but she didn't know any more than I did. However, between her, the janitor, the manager of the apartments, and the names Mrs. Trowbridge had given me, I learned that she had really been entertaining friends on the night of the fire, until after 11 o'clock anyway, and that was late enough. Half an hour later, I was riding the short line back to Sacramento. I was getting to be one of the line's best customers, and my anatomy was on bouncing terms with every bump in the road. And the bumps, as Rubberhead Davis used to say about the flies and mosquitoes in Alberta in summer, is freely plentiful. Between bumps, I tried to fit the pieces of this Thornburg puzzle together. The niece and the Coonses fit in somewhere, but not just where we had them. We had been working on the job sort of lopsided, but it was the best we could do with it. In the beginning, we had turned to the Coonses and Evelyn Trowbridge, because there was no other direction to go. And now we had something on them. But a good lawyer could make hash of our case against them. The Coonses were in the county jail when I got to Sacramento. After some questioning, they had admitted their connection with the niece, and had come through with stories that matched hers in every detail. Tar, McClump, and I sat around the sheriff's desk and argued. "Those yarns are pipe dreams," the sheriff said. "We got all three of 'em cold. There's nothing else to it. They're as good as convicted of murder." McClump grinned derisively at his superior, and then turned to me. "Go on, you tell him about the holes in this little case. He ain't your boss. Can't take it out on you later for being smarter than he is." Tar glared from one of us to the other. "Spill it, you wise guys," he ordered. "Our dope is," I told him, figuring that McClump's view of it was the same as mine, "that there's nothing to show that even Thornburg knew he was going to buy that house before the 10th of June, and that the Coonses were in town looking for work on the 2nd. And besides, it was only by luck that they got the jobs. The employment office sent two couples out there ahead of them." We'll take a chance on letting the jury figure that out." "Yes? You'll also take a chance on them figuring out that Thornburg, who seems to have been a nut all right, might have touched off the place himself. We've got something on these people, Jim, but not enough to go into court with them. How are you going to prove that when the Coonses were planted in Thornburg's house, if you could even prove they were, they and the Trowbridge woman knew he was going to load up with insurance policies? The sheriff spat disgustedly. You guys are the limit. You run around in circles digging up the dope on these people until you get enough to hang 'em, and then you run around hunting for outs. What the hell's the matter with you now? I answered him from halfway to the door. The pieces were beginning to fit together under my skull. Going to run some more circles. Come on, Mac. McClump and I held a conference on the fly, and then I got a machine from the nearest garage and headed for Tavender. We made time going out and got there before the general store had closed for the night. The stuttering Philo separated himself from the two men with whom he had been talking and followed me to the rear of the store. Do you keep an itemized list of the laundry you handle? No, just the amounts. Let's look at Thornburg's. He produced a begrimed and rumpled account book, and we picked out the weekly items I wanted. $2.60, $3.10, $2.25, and so on. Got the last batch of laundry here? Yes, he said. It just came out from the city today. I tore open the bundle. Some sheets, pillowcases, tablecloths, towels, napkins, some feminine clothing, some shirts, collars, underwear, socks that were unmistakably Coons. I thanked Philo while running back to my machine. Back in Sacramento again, McClump was waiting for me at the garage where I had hired the car. Registered at the hotel on June 15th, rented the office on the 16th. I think he's in the hotel now, he greeted me. We hurried around the block to the Garden Hotel. Mr. Henderson went out a minute or two ago, the night clerk told us. He seemed to be in a hurry. Know where he keeps his car? In the hotel garage, around the corner. We were within 2 pavements of the garage when Henderson's automobile shot out and turned up the street. "Oh, Mr. Henderson!" I cried, trying to keep my voice level and smooth. He stepped on the gas and streaked away from us. "Want 'em?" McClump asked, and at my nod stopped a passing roadster by the simple expedient of stepping in front of it. We climbed aboard. McClump flashed his star at the bewildered driver and pointed out Henderson's dwindling tail light. After he had persuaded himself that he wasn't being boarded by a couple of bandits, the commandeered driver did his best, and we picked up Henderson's tail light after 2 or 3 turnings and closed in on him, though his machine was going at a good clip. By the time we reached the outskirts of the city, we had crawled up to within safe shooting distance, and I sent a bullet over the fleeing man's head. Thus encouraged, he managed to get a little more speed out of his car, but we were definitely overhauling him now. Just at the wrong minute, Henderson decided to look over his shoulder at us. An unevenness in the road twisted his wheels. His machine swayed, skidded, went over on its side. Almost immediately, from the heart of the tangle, came a flash, and a bullet moaned past my ear. Another. And then, while I was still hunting for something to shoot at in the pile of junk we were drawing down upon, McClump's ancient and battered revolver roared in my other ear. Henderson was dead when we got to him. McClump's bullet had taken him over one eye. McClump spoke to me over the body. "I ain't an inquisitive sort of fella, but I hope you don't mind telling me why I shot this lad." "Because he was Thornburg." He didn't say anything for about 5 minutes. Then, "I reckon that's right. How'd you guess it?" We were sitting beside the wreckage now, waiting for the police that we had sent our commandeered chauffeur to phone for. "He had to be," I said, "when you think it all over. Funny we didn't hit on it before. All that stuff we were told about Thornburg had a fishy sound. Whiskers, and an unknown profession, immaculate, and working on a mysterious invention, very secretive, and born in San Francisco, where the fire wiped out all the old records. just the sort of fake that could be cooked up easily. Then, nobody but the Coonses, Evelyn Trowbridge, and Henderson ever saw him, except between the 10th of May and the middle of June, when he bought the house. The Coonses and the Trowbridge woman were tied up together in this affair somehow, we knew. So that left only Henderson to consider. You had told me he came to Sacramento sometime early this summer, and the dates you got tonight show that he didn't come until after Thornburg had bought his house. All right, now, compare Henderson with the descriptions we got of Thornburg. Both are about the same size and age, and with the same color hair. The differences are all things that can be manufactured. Clothes, a little sunburn, and a month's growth of beard, along with a little acting, would do the trick. Tonight, I went out to Tavender and took a look at the last batch of laundry, and there wasn't any that didn't fit the Coonses. And none of the bills all the way back were large enough for Thornburg to have been as careful about his clothes as we were told he was. "It must be great to be a detective," McClump grinned, as the police ambulance came up and began disgorging policemen. "I reckon somebody must have tipped Henderson off that I was asking about him this evening." And then, regretfully, "So we ain't gonna hang them folks for murder after all." "No, but we oughtn't have any trouble convicting them of arson, plus conspiracy to defraud, and anything else that the prosecuting attorney can think up."
Fall Guy by George Harmon Cox. Read for you by Pete Larkin. George Harmon Cox, 1901 to 1984, was born in Olean, New York, and attended Purdue and Cornell before becoming a journalist and advertising man. His first stories were about his undistinguished college career, which appeared in American Boy, and then his mystery tales in detective stories. Although known today for his detective stories, he was also a prolific writer of sports, romance, adventure, and sea stories for a variety of pulp magazines. Later he wrote for the Top Slicks, mainly war stories that he imbued with rich background material gleaned from his years as a special correspondent in the Pacific Theater. Cox's first mystery novel, Murder with Pictures, 1935, featured Kent Murdoch, a newspaper photographer who was to be the protagonist in 23 of his more than 60 published novels in a career that spanned more than 40 years. The novels served as the basis for a film of the same title, released by Paramount in 1936 and starring Lou Ayres and Gail Patrick. Jack Flashgun Casey, Cox's other famous detective character, was also a newspaper photographer, though tougher and less educated than Murdoch. He made his debut in the March 1934 issue of Black Mask and had successful careers in radio with Flashgun Casey, later Casey Crime Photographer, running for more than a decade after its 1943 debut, and film with Women Are Trouble, 1936, MGM starring Stuart Irwin, and Here's Flash Casey, 1938, Grand National with Eric Linden. Fall Guy was published in the June 1936 issue.
Fall Guy. Somebody had to take it, and Flashgun Casey was a natural. 1. It was the fag end of a dull day, and Casey was slouched behind his desk in the anteroom of the photographic department of the Express, arguing with Tom Wade about the pennant chances of the Red Sox. When the telephone rang, he scowled at the interruption, hesitated, reached reluctantly for the offending instrument. "Trouble, I'll bet," he growled. He flipped the receiver into his hand and said, "Hello? Yeah. Who? Norma?" O'Hearn, who was leafing through an old movie magazine in search of the more undraped studies, winked at Wade and said, Norma. "Sure," Casey was saying, grinning now. "I saw in the paper you were in town." He listened a few moments, added, "A favor?" "Sure. Anytime. Now?" "Okay, I'll be right over." He planted the telephone on the desk with a flourish. gave a downward tug at his battered brown felt, and swept his trench coat from a hat rack. "Is she any good?" O'Hearn asked doubtfully. "This Norma?" "Quiet, mug," Casey said. Then turning at the doorway, "If the mayor wants me, I'll be at the Carteret." "Can you get in?" Wade asked, grinning. "Listen," Casey said, "when I step in that hotel, the manager nods." "Yeah," cracked O'Hearn. "To the house detective." Casey swung into the hall with a spring in his stride and a twinkle in his eye. He flipped a hand to the office boy who crossed his path, had good-natured answers for the elevator boy, the overalled pressman in the car, and the two circulation hustlers who got on at the second floor. Without knowing it, Casey sat, temporarily at least, upon that mythical and precarious spot, known as the top of the world. There was no reason for this. It was just a mood. The mood was catching, and when the car stopped, everybody was grinning. Casey was like that. Big, thick through the chest, and flat across the stomach. He was a burly figure with a rugged, squarish face and craggy jaw. Gray, peppered, shaggy brown hair over the ears. His clothing was baggy, but not cheap. His manner was often blunt, crabby. His dark eyes, without much illusion, were frequently sober. Sometimes he wore a grouch as a protective garment, but when he smiled he did a good job and seemed somehow to reflect a friendliness that was vital and genuine. Whistling tunelessly, he bumped his cream-colored roadster out of its parking space at the curb, slid down Tremont Street through the gathering dusk of the June day. An afternoon rain had turned to a stubborn mist, leaving the pavement glossy and making shimmering red and green and orange lights of the traffic signal ahead of him. He caught a green arrow at Boylston, and 10 minutes later he was pounding briskly through the entrance of the Carteret. Answering the doorman's lofty, "Good evening, sir," he strode hard-heeled into the lobby as though he owned the place, bogged down slightly in ankle-deep carpet, and bounced skillfully from a fat man's stomach when he winked at a Marcelled blonde behind the magazine counter. A silent elevator cushioned him to a stop on the 9th floor, and he rapped a hard fist against a pastel blue door marked Suite 9B. He had a momentary wait, then the doorway was filled with a woman's silhouette, and a vibrant contralto voice said, "Flash." "Norma." He got his hat off and took the firm, warm hand. "Gee, it's good to see you." Silently she drew him into the entryway, took his arm, and they went into the room side by side. He saw from open doorways beyond that there were at least 3 rooms to the suite. This first, the drawing room, was cream and green. Hangings, upholstery, rug. Near the windows a man sat at a knee-hole desk, which had apparently been moved in, because it did not go with the period furniture. There was a portable typewriter on the desk, a lot of scattered papers, a briefcase on the floor. "Could you finish that some other time, Fred?" Norma asked. "Surely." The man stood up, a slender, dark fellow with good clothes that he wore expertly. Definitely handsome in a rather brittle way, he gave Norma a reserved nod and a perfunctory smile as he withdrew. "Martin, my husband, uses this as his office while he's in town," she explained, leading Casey to a Queen Anne love seat. "That's Fred Gilbert, his secretary." Casey moved a damp polo coat from the chair, tossed it across the seat back, sat down, and studied briefly the woman opposite him. She was still just as attractive, full-sized and meaty, the showgirl type, with auburn hair and liquid brown eyes. At least 30, she remained beautifully put together. Her jaw was clean and determined, with a rather pointed chin that was firm and smooth. He had known her first as Norma Lamont, artist's model. 8 years ago, that was. But even then, she had been the sort that knew what she wanted and worked to that end. She had tried burlesque for a while, found she had a fair voice to go with her figure, and done a turn in vaudeville. Her first marriage to her piano player had not been much of a success from her viewpoint, and she had gone west with a musical comedy after her divorce. It was in Chicago that she met and married Martin Patton. Sure Shot Patton, they called him. Casey didn't know the man, but he knew of him. A well-known promoter and state boxing commissioner, Patton's name stood high in sporting circles, and his eastern affiliations included a half-interest in Norfolk Park, the local racing plant. "I'm in trouble, Flash," Norma Patton said, and Casey, seeing her eyes upon him, knew that she spoke the truth. A new and unaccustomed nervousness had put a jerkiness into her voice and tight lines around the mouth. She rose abruptly, went into an adjoining room, and came back with a half-dozen 8x10 photographs. Standing in front of him, she looked at them a moment, then fanned them out and showed them impulsively. Casey's jaw went slack, and his eyes widened. The photographs were of Norma Lamont in nude or almost nude poses. In two of these, she grasped a bit of flowing chiffon about her. One showed her with a bath towel, apparently getting out of the tub. They were old, these pictures. Casey saw that her face was younger, knew that they had probably been posed for various advertising clients. Norma Patton whisked the pictures behind her. Casey stood up. In spite of himself, he compared the rounded lines of this woman in her tailored dress with that glimpse of the nude pictures and thought, her figure is just as good now as it was then. He was ashamed of the thought when he saw the trouble in her eyes, the way she tortured her red lower lip between her white even teeth. "Blackmail?" he asked finally. She nodded, then whirled and took the pictures into the adjoining room. When she returned, she had a thick sheaf of $50 bills in her hand. She sat down and tapped them nervously against an open palm. "A man brought the pictures yesterday," she began hurriedly. "He wants $25,000. Sorensen took them years ago. I want you to take this $10,000 and see if you can buy the negatives back direct." Casey's former jauntiness of manner and spirit fled and left his thick face somber, his dark eyes brooding. "Wait a minute. How about your husband?" "He knows. I had to tell him to get the money. He gave it to me, all of it." "Then why doesn't he—" "You don't know him, Flash." Norma Patton put a hand on his arm. "He doesn't know where the pictures came from, and I didn't dare tell him the name of the man who brought these copies. I told him I didn't know. We've been battling about it all day. If Martin knew where to go, well, I'm afraid of what he might do. I think he's planning some way to trap this man when he comes back, and he can't take the chance. If these pictures were printed, the publicity, the ridicule would ruin him at home, everywhere. Nobody dare print those," Casey argued. "You could sue." Norma Patton shook her head wearily, spoke gently. "No, Flash. Those were advertising studies, mostly. I was young. I needed the money. I had no great background. About all I had was a good figure and a determination to get to the top of the heap in any way I could. To collect on those pictures, I had to sign a release. Every model doing that sort of thing has to sign one as a protection to the client. Well, Sorensen must have kept those negatives and the release. I've got to have both, particularly the release. I finally talked Martin into paying. I have the money, but if you go direct, Sorensen might take $10,000. It would help to save that $15,000, and then I know Martin can't get mixed up in any trouble." "I don't like it," Casey said. His brows drew down in a scowl, and he rubbed the hinge of his jaw. He had never been intimate with Norma in the old days. She had always aimed a little higher than his prospects seemed to warrant. But he knew her, and had been at parties with her, accepted her as she was. "Please, for old time's sake, Flash." The brown eyes were pleading, the lips parted, waiting breathlessly. "I'm a chump to try it," Casey growled, "and a mug if I don't." He screwed morose eyes upon her. "Damn it, Norma, why did you have to think of me?" "I don't know anyone I could trust as I do you," the woman said simply. "And you couldn't be fooled about the negatives. You will try, won't you? Just try. It may not work. Sorensen may not have the negatives now. I don't know. But I've got to do something. The man, his name is Ambrose, who brought those prints, will call tomorrow and tell me what to do. He says if my husband is in on it, the deal is off. But Martin will try to be in on it, and—" "Okay," Casey grumbled and snatched the sheaf of $50 bills. "But don't expect a miracle. Sorensen's a heel, and if he's got the stuff, maybe I can persuade him." 2. The mist had cleared, and stars were a hazy counterpane against the dark blue sky. Along the quiet emptiness of Barlow Street, 2 rows of ancient brownstone fronts marched in sedate columns that, under the cover of darkness, gave no inkling that most of them had gone commercial and been converted into small apartments and studios. Casey parked his roadster in front of number 22 and stared morosely at the dimly lighted vestibule. Still grumbling over the job at hand, yet knowing there was no decent way he could have refused Norma Patton, he stepped to the sidewalk and started up the worn stone steps. Scanning the vestibule mailboxes, he was about to reach for the inner door when it pulled away from his hand, and a man popped through the opening. Without so much as a glance, he rushed past Casey and ran down the steps, with coattails flying. Casey grunted, stepped inside a musty-smelling hall, and began to climb the ancient staircase. Sorensen apparently rented the entire right side of the floor. A small sign directed Casey to enter at the door at the front of the hall, and he knocked here, noticed that light slid from a crack at the bottom, and turned the knob. He went in confidently, hesitated a moment as he noticed the disordered appearance of the office-like interior. Closing the door, he stepped towards the flat-top desk, flanked by barricades of steel filing cabinets, and had nearly reached the desk when he saw Sorensen. The man was on his back on the floor, with his neck cocked forward by his head, which was propped against one of the cabinets. Casey stiffened, with his hands flat on the desk top, stared without breathing, then said, "Sorensen." The spoken word was not as silly as it sounded, because at that moment Casey was not sure. He swung around the end of the desk, knelt quickly beside the small, swart man with longish hair and a black tie that suggested a certain artiness, real or affected. The black suit was mussed, disarranged. The collar was torn, and there was a lump on one corner of the jaw, a bruise over the eye. It was not until Casey reached for an outstretched wrist that he saw the blood on the fabric of the coat. Opening this, he saw the wide reddish spot on the vest, completely surrounding 2 tiny holes, about 4 inches apart. There was no pulse. Conscious at last that he was holding his breath, Casey exhaled noisily and stood up. For a moment, a jumble of disordered thoughts vortexed crazily, and he glanced about as he sought an answer. Beyond the filing cabinet, the room had been arranged as a sort of waiting room. There was a green rug, a leather divan, a few chairs, a table, and 2 floor lamps. One of the chairs was overturned, so was one of the lamps. The drawer of one filing cabinet had been pulled clear out, so that its load of manila folders had spilled on the floor. Other drawers were open, but still in the cabinets. Ordinarily, Casey's first move would have been to telephone the police. He had never kidded himself that he could outsmart the detective bureau, and he found it paid dividends to cooperate with fellows like Logan, Manahan, and Judson. But this time he was held back by his thought of Norma Patton. Murder was something he wanted no part of. He cursed himself for coming here, cursed Norma for calling him up in the first place. Yet now that he was here, he decided to look for the films. If he called the police first, he might not get the chance to look, and he'd have too much explaining to do. He went through the 2 connecting rooms of the studio, found them empty, and came back to the waiting room. As he passed the magazine table, he noticed an ashtray, and when he stopped to inspect the cigarette butts, he saw that one was of an ivory color. Scowling, he picked it up, sniffed it. It was a medicated brand. He stared at it, twisted it in his fingers, finally put it back. Still scowling, he stepped to the filing cabinets and began his search. He had gone through one drawer and was starting on the second when he heard the quick rap of footsteps in the outer hall. Before he could do more than shut the drawer and jump to his feet, the door swung back and 4 men barged into the room and slid to a stop on the threshold. The first man was the fellow who had run through the downstairs vestibule 5 minutes previous. Behind him stood Sergeant Haley and 2 plainclothesmen. "Well, well," Haley said, and seemed to take a sneering enjoyment in the moment. Trouble and dismay settled over Casey, and he stood there, a burly, somber-eyed figure, as Haley approached. Haley inspected the body briefly, glanced about, and said, "Looks like a .25. Got the gun?" Casey said, "That's very funny," sourly. Haley stood in front of Casey and bobbed his head. He was a tall, skinny man with shrewd green eyes and a perpetual sneer that fed on an ingrown grudge. His apparent dislike of the world in general became acute where Casey was concerned, and the animosity was mutual and of long standing. Both men had long since accepted it. "Well," Haley said again, "what are you waiting for? Let's have it." "Have what?" Casey grunted. "First, how you happen to be here." Casey did not hesitate long on his question. Possibly had Lieutenant Logan been the questioner, Casey might have told the truth. But under Haley's sneering methods, a sullen stubbornness welled up, and he said, "I got a tip, a phone call, and I came down to have a look." Haley glanced about. "Where's the camera, then?" "I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't bring it." "Baloney," lipped Haley. "What were you searching for?" "Who was searching?" Casey bluffed. "You were. Look at these drawers." "You look," Casey said. "They were that way when I came." He glared at the wiry little man who stood looking on with eyes popping and jaw slack. "You saw me downstairs," he rapped. "Yes," the fellow gulped. I'm a photographer. I do work for Mr. Sorensen now and then, and I had an appointment at 9 o'clock. I came up here and—" "There you are," Casey told Haley. "He saw you downstairs," Haley leered, "but that ain't no alibi." "Find out when he was killed," Casey said, "and I'll have an alibi." He tugged at his hat brim, buttoned his trench coat, and started for the door. "Hey!" Haley called. "I'm not through with you. You've been here alone about 5 minutes. If you were on the level, you'd have called headquarters. I want to know things, and you're going to stick around until—" "I am, huh?" Casey said. "Is it a pinch?" "Never mind, just do as I say." Casey smiled, a mirthless gesture that, with the look in his hard, narrowed eyes, was ominous. The effect was part of his act. He wanted to get out, to have time to look around before Haley checked up on him, and he kept on with his bluff. "Any time you want me at headquarters to answer your questions, you know where to find me," he said defiantly. "But I don't stay here and watch you fiddle around. I've got work to do." Casey seldom bluffed. When he did, he had the build and the manner to do it convincingly, and right now, Haley wasn't quite sure of his ground. He advanced slowly, his thin face red and frustration in his eyes. "You want to get tough about it?" he challenged. "I don't have to," Casey said flatly. "I know my rights. If you want to keep me here, pinch me." He cocked a disdainful brow. "Otherwise—" No more sure of his rights or his ground than Haley, Casey saw the sergeant hesitate. Then he opened the door and went out quickly, with Haley's baffled threat ringing in his ears. 3. The hut is on the wrong side of Beacon Hill. The street it fronts is narrow, one way, and hardly worthy of the term street. The immediate neighborhood is sordid and decadent, with cubbyhole storefronts here and there and 2 or 3 floors of tenements above. In the daytime, the cobblestones form a playground for smutty-nosed urchins. At night, to a casual passerby, it is just an alley. Yet to the initiate, the hut is a restaurant. There is a long, low room, dimly lighted and generally smoke-filled. The floor is rough planking, and the tables are 100 years old and look older. The food is good, and more expensive than the surroundings would lead you to believe. The only entertainment is a piano, presided over by the professor, and more recently a girl who sings. At 9:45, there were but 4 tables occupied. Casey slid into one of the oaken booths and ordered rye and soda. The girl was singing. In the half-light, she seemed young and nice-looking rather than pretty. Her voice, although not strong or cultivated, was sweet. The accompaniment was soft, swinging, sort of dreamy and full of chords. Both local and visiting orchestra leaders came here for dinner frequently, because the professor could play. He had a left hand that piano players liked to match. When the number ended, Casey summoned the waiter and told him he wanted to speak to the professor. Shortly, a stringy, sandy-haired fellow shuffled up to the booth. Seeing Casey, he smiled and said, "Hello, Flash, how's it?" "Sit down, Les, what'll you have?" The professor, Les Boyden, slid down on the opposite bench and put up a palm. "Nothing, thanks," he said. Casey lit a cigarette, studied Boyden over the match flame. The face was pleasant, but tired, with a look of a man who is not very well. A half-smile was quite constant, but the blue eyes were pale and dull, and there was a weakness somehow to the mouth and jaw. Norma Patton had once been Mrs. Les Boyden, back when they had been a vaudeville team. Casey remembered this, and seeking some lead on the Sorensen murder that might connect with Norma Patton, he had come here to see Boyden. He wanted time to think about this man, and he kept his voice casual, and did not come to the point directly. "How long you had the girl?" he asked.
About 3 months.
"Where'd you get her?"
She just came in.
Boyden flipped a thin-fingered hand in an aimless gesture.
She came in and wanted to sing for her dinner. Honest.
He smiled at Casey, then looked away when the photographer eyed him questioningly without speaking.
She was down to her last dime, desperate. I guess this was her last stop on the way to the river. Anyway, she came in and was standing by the piano when I saw her.
There was a far-off look in Boyden's eyes, and he continued in the absent tones of a man talking to himself.
"Well, I couldn't throw her out. She stuck around until I started another piece, and damned if she didn't start to sing anyway."
His eyes came back to Casey's.
"She's been here ever since. She can sing, can't she?"
Casey nodded, and Boyden's manner brightened.
"And she's getting noticed. I'm dickering now for a spot on the radio. I think we might go places someday. She's got something. I don't know what it is, something sort of genuine and sweet in her voice, like Kate Smith. I want you to meet her."
"Wait," Casey said. But Boyden had already stood up, and in a minute or so he came back with the girl. Boyden introduced Flash to her. Mary Nason. She stood at the end of the booth as Casey rose. Her smile helped his first impression. Nice-looking, genuine. Her hair was dark and wavy and simply done. She had a trim little figure and nice hands and a rounded chin that looked firm and smooth. After a moment of conversation, Boyden said,
"About 10 minutes, Mary, and we'll do a number for Flash."
He watched her walk across the floor, then turned.
"How do you like her?"
"She's nice," Casey said. "You like her too, huh?"
"Yeah," Boyden said, flushing slightly, "but I thought you might give her a plug sometime."
"You know Norma's in town?" Casey asked after a pause.
"Yes, I saw in the paper she was."
"Seen her?" Boyden shook his head. Casey said casually, "Got a cigarette?"
"Only these."
Boyden took out a brown paper package, shook out a cigarette wrapped in ivory-colored paper.
"You wouldn't like them."
Casey took one, rolled it absently, and said, "I always had a feeling she gave you a dirty deal."
Perhaps not. I guess it was my fault. I was in love with her, and I married her. She was ambitious, had the determination to get what she wanted. When she made her mind up to do anything, she went right ahead. She had what it takes, and I didn't. That's all. I had ambitions, too, but I wouldn't sacrifice everything else for them. I guess I never had enough guts or backbone to step with Norma."
He shrugged, smiled weakly.
"But that's all over. And no hard feelings. She saw a chance to get ahead alone and took it."
"You don't hold a grudge, do you?"
"No, why? What are you trying to prove?"
"Somebody's been blackmailing her," Casey said, and his eyes narrowed in his study of Boyden's loose face.
"With some old nude pictures Sorensen took. He was murdered tonight."
Boyden was smiling when Casey spoke, and the smile remained, a ghastly thing. It took him seconds to freeze out that smile and say,
"I asked you what you were trying to prove."
"I don't know," Casey said, and went on to tell how he had gone to try and buy the negatives and release from Sorensen. "And," he finished, "I think you were at Sorensen's place."
"Don't rib me, Flash," Boyden said, his face chalky. "Not about a thing like that."
"I wouldn't rib you," Casey said, "but I found a cigarette butt at his place." He lifted the cigarette in his hand. "Like this one." Boyden swallowed with an effort.
"Plenty of guys smoke them besides me."
"Some, but not plenty."
"It doesn't prove anything."
"Not a thing," Casey said. "That's why I came to ask." He sighed, pocketed the cigarette. I may be wrong, but I always thought you had a yen for Norma, in spite of the fact that she used you to climb. I thought maybe you might be helping out or something, like I was, and spill what you knew. But then again, he added dryly, maybe you were just waiting for a chance to pay her back. You knew Sorensen. A few large, coarse banknotes, say a cut of 25 grand.
25?
Boyden husked. Yeah? Casey said curiously, unable to analyze this new reaction. A piece of that would help to put you and your singer over in a big way, wouldn't it? Boyden straightened up. His lips drew down. His eyes grew frosty. You're wasting your time, he said, on a newspaper. You ought to go after Edgar Hoover's job. Okay, Casey said. He beckoned the waiter and paid his check. But I was at Sorensen's looking for the negatives when the police crashed in. They didn't like my story. It wasn't very good. Sometime pretty soon, I've got to give 'em the details. So, he stood up, I was just checking to see if I could find something to help my story. There was a telephone in the dimly lighted foyer, and Casey stepped inside and called Norma Patton. When he had told her what had happened at Sorensen's, he said, It's gonna be a mess, Norma, but there's one place I might try before I call it off. Who was this guy Ambrose that made the touch yesterday?
I think his name was Saul Ambrose, Norma Patton said.
Oh, that one, Casey growled. The shyster, huh? Okay, I'll see if I can find him on the way back to the Carteret.
Please, Flash, Norma pleaded. Don't make it worse.
I won't, Casey said. I'll just give him a scare and see what happens. 4. The so-called office building that served as Saul Ambrose's business address was a gloomy brick walk-up, not far from Atlantic Avenue. Light from a frosted glass door spread an elongated rectangle across the dusty third-floor hall and up the cracked wall opposite. Casey opened the door without knocking and stalked in aggressively. A plump, red-faced man with 2 chins and a shiny, bald pate was hunched behind a book-filled desk. Small black eyes, nearly lost in the shadows, blinked angrily while Saul Ambrose half rose, poised, dropped back in his seat.
Why don't you knock?
He asked resentfully. Casey moved up to the desk, pushed some books out of the way, and slid a thick thigh across one corner. Hello, Saul, he said levelly.
I don't know you,
Ambrose said. Don't let it bother you, Casey said. I just stopped in to get those pictures you're holding for Norma Patton. Ambrose blinked, and his head seemed to shrink between hunched shoulders. He wet his lips, and his eyes mirrored alarm as they swiveled helplessly about the room.
Huh? Well, what pictures?
He blustered. The ones you thought you'd get 25 grand for. I want the negatives and the release. And snap it up. I'm in a hurry. Ambrose tried to outstare the burly figure perched on his desk, dropped his glance when he saw the bad look in Casey's eyes. Finally, he cleared his throat, and with forced authority said,
Beat it, or I'll call the cops.
I said snap it up, Casey growled. Ambrose reached for a telephone in nervous alarm. Casey slid off the desk, slapped the lawyer's hand aside. One long step put him behind the desk, and reaching down, he grabbed Ambrose's vest and jerked him erect with one hand. You've got 2 chances, Casey said, shaking the lawyer a bit for emphasis. If you want to pass that stuff over, I might pay you 10 grand for it. If not, I'm going to beat hell out of you, search this joint, and drag you down to headquarters. Ambrose swallowed, and his eyes bulged. Casey was still bluffing, and he was still convincing, and here the odds were all his. Ambrose was not in a very good spot to argue. Thrice on the brink of disbarment, he had a shady reputation, and barely enough legitimate business to pay his rent. He opened his mouth, shut it. Then Casey shook him again and rapped, Make up your mind.
I don't know anything about it,
Ambrose whined. You put the touch on her, didn't you? Casey countered. He held the lawyer at arm's length and drew back his fist.
But I haven't got those negatives.
You know where they are.
Suppose I do, what?
That word was chewed off short. It was the last word Saul Ambrose ever spoke. Casey was staring right at the lawyer's face, He saw that face jerk sideways, the red spot jump out on one corner of the forehead, the spatter of blood on the hand that gripped the vest. Yet it was a full second before he realized what had happened. There had been no warning, no sound of the door opening. Even the roar of the gun seemed late. Somehow he was still waiting for Ambrose's next word. Waiting, and staring into suddenly vacant eyes, and supporting a sagging weight with his left arm. Casey broke the grip of surprise with latent action that tried to recover the lost second. He dropped Ambrose, forgot him, and spun towards the door. It was ajar. He thought he saw a wisp of powder smoke in the opening as he raced towards it. With no preconceived plan except to get a glimpse of the killer, he yanked the door open and dashed into the hall. Too late. He saw the outthrust foot and realized the man had waited with his back against the wall for just such a headlong rush. Casey stumbled, crashed into the opposite wall, and dropped to the floor. Before he could lift his head, a gun muzzle jabbed into the nape of his neck. "Up," a whispered voice commanded. "Up, easy, and with your face in the wall." Casey stood up. "Pull your hat down," the voice directed, "over your ears." Casey, prompted by the pressure of the gun and the knowledge he could not hope to reach the hand that held it, pulled his battered felt down over his ears with both hands. Another hand reached in front and tugged at the brim to make sure it was over his eyes. "Now, into the office, and keep your chin down or I'll knock it down." Casey felt his way into the room. The gun was withdrawn. After the door closed, he heard the man behind him, and a hand began to pat his trench coat pockets. Again, the gun pressed against his spine while the hand tapped his hip pockets. "No cannon?" the voice whispered. Casey stiffened as something inside him froze. For the first time he was conscious of the bulging bulk in his inside coat pocket. That $10,000 seemed to press against his chest and make it hard to breathe. The hand moved up. Slapping the armpits and chest, it tapped the pocket 2 or 3 times experimentally. And Casey stood there with the sweat coming out on his face, afraid to move lest he betray himself. "What's this?" the voice said coolly, and a hand slid inside the coat. The bulge vanished. Casey shot his eyes down past the rim of his hat, at the bridge of his nose. All he could see was a gray coat sleeve, a lean, thin-fingered hand, and that sheaf of $50 bills. Outraged anger, rather than the fear of what might happen when he confessed his loss to Norma Patton, motivated Casey's next move. It was a foolish play, risky, without much hope of success. But then, when Casey was mad, he was not always reasonable. Whirling with a savage grunt, he ducked and dived behind him, arms outstretched. Apparently the man moved with the skill of an adagio dancer. Casey smacked the floor on his knees, brushed a slender leg, but failed to grasp it. Then the gun rapped down on his head, and he went flat on the floor. "Get up, chump," the voice ordered grimly. Casey heard a door open as he obeyed. Presently he felt the gun in his back again, and he was being pushed through a doorway into what he felt was a closet. He sensed the movement behind him. It was like a swish of air, intuitive rather than actual. He tried to duck. Then pain exploded in his brain from a smash back of his ear. His knees crumpled and he went down. Behind him he thought he heard the door close and the bolt snap home. At no time was Casey entirely unconscious. Half stunned at first, he fought the dizziness in his head, wrenched off his hat and got to his knees. He remained that way a minute or so, and when the roaring in his ears abated, he could hear the killer searching the office. He stood up and oriented himself in the darkness, but he made no attempt to break out until he heard the man slam the outer door. Then he put his shoulder against the closet door and tried to smash the panel with a lock. He kept to these tactics for several minutes. The closet was so small he could not draw back for a real charge, could get no momentum. Finally he rested, and while he devised another method, he heard the office door open again. He listened. Someone was moving about. He could hear desk drawers open and close. A filing cabinet rasped on its metal slides. Casey rapped on the door. The only result was a slap of heels on the floor and the clicking of the outer door. He cursed, arched his back against the rear wall of the closet, put one foot at a time beside the lock, and bent almost double, strained to straighten out. The door creaked under the thrust of his powerful muscles. He rested, still wedged clear of the floor, took a breath, and tried again. This time the lock ripped from the panel. The door flew open, and he dropped heavily on his back. Picking himself up, he went straight to the telephone and swept it into his hands. He barked a number, stood there, a burly, impatient figure with a trickle of blood on one ear, and his eyes sultry and brooding. When he got his connection, he said, "Police headquarters? Let me speak to Lieutenant Logan." 5. Suite 9B at the Carteret had acquired a different aspect. Cigar smoke hung in a blue haze from the ceiling, and the air had a stale, stuffy smell. Two plainclothesmen who looked bored and indifferent leaned against the wall adjacent to the doorway. In the center of the room, Sergeant Haley and Captain Judson were looking down at a slender, hard-muscled man of 45 or so. Nearby, on the love seat, sat Norma Patton. Casey, entering with Lieutenant Logan, stopped short, and his surprise was apparent on his thick face. Because he trusted Logan, he had given him the whole story in Saul Ambrose's office. But he was unprepared for this sort of scene. Haley gave him the clue as to why the police were here in his first greeting. "So," he leered, "a tip was what took you to Sorensen's place, huh? I knew you were lying, and I checked you. They told us at your office you'd come to the Carteret for a date with Norma." His green eyes narrowed scornfully, and he turned to Logan. "Glad you picked him up." Casey took a deep breath, and anger boiled up inside him. "He didn't pick me up," he grunted. "I called him." "Saul Ambrose the shyster was knocked off about half an hour ago," Logan said quietly. Haley gaped. Judson, a tall, long-jawed veteran, muffled a curse and sucked in his lips. The man in the chair gave no outward reaction at all, but Norma Patton gasped audibly, and color drained from her cheeks, leaving them chalky except for the rouge spots. "Tell them, Flash," Logan said crisply. Casey told his story, told it with a smoldering stubbornness when he related how the 10,000 had been taken from his pocket. Norma Patton's eyes were sharp and accusing when he began to talk, and he avoided them until he finished. Then he walked over to her and said thickly, "I'm sorry, Norma. I guess I should have come back here from Sorensen's, but I thought I had a chance with Ambrose." His voice got thready as memory recalled that moment when he felt the money leave his pocket. "I did have a chance," he added sullenly. "Ambrose would have talked. That's why the killer plugged him when he did. He would have spilled something, and—" "It doesn't matter, Flash," Norma Patton said wearily. "Not now." She tried to smile, failed, and dropped her eyes to the folded hands in her lap. Judson rubbed his chin thoughtfully, pulling his lower jaw to one side. Haley bobbed his head, and his eyes were gloating. "What time did Ambrose get it?" he asked. "About 10:30, I guess," Casey said glumly. "And he took the 10 grand, huh? Sure you didn't misplace it?" Casey's eyes smoldered deep and hot beneath narrowed brows, but he said nothing. Haley turned to the man on the chair. "Where were you at 10:30, Patton?" "I don't remember exactly," Patton said levelly. "There's ways of making guys like you remember," Haley threatened. "And there's ways of putting smart cops in their places." "Say, listen, you—" Haley began angrily. "Pipe down," Judson snapped. He glanced irritably at Haley and turned back to Patton. There was a worried look on his competent face, and he seemed to be choosing his approach. Casey thought he understood this uncertainty. Patton carried a lot of weight, even here in the East. Sitting there in the chair, apparently unconcerned about his position, he was a slender gray man with a hard, tight mouth above an angular jaw. His suit was gray. So were his eyes, gray and icy hard. His straight hair and clipped mustache were gray-black. To Casey, it seemed that this man had something in common with his wife. They gave the impression that they got what they wanted out of life. And about Patton, there was a quiet confidence, a surface covering for an inner hardness, and an air of one who was accustomed to success and could not be bluffed or pushed around. Then Casey remembered something else. The hand that had taken the $10,000. Slender, long-fingered, with a gray sleeve. Suspicion darkened his eyes. Patton had that kind of a hand and sleeve. And so had Les Boyden. The long, supple fingers of a piano player. The color of his suit Casey could not remember. "Never mind this Ambrose thing now," Judson said finally. "What I'm interested in is Sorensen. You got no alibi, Patton. Or if you have, you won't tell it. And that hand—" Judson reached down quickly and lifted Patton's right hand. From where he stood, Casey could see that the knuckles were skinned. Patton smiled, and his brows climbed. "What about it?" he asked easily. "You knew about those pictures," Judson said, "and you went down to Sorensen's place to get them. You had a fight with him. Before you got through, you plugged him." "No!" Norma Patton cried. "He couldn't have. He didn't know where to go. I didn't tell him, and—" "He saw the pictures, didn't he?" Judson cut in. "He gave you the $10,000? "Yes, but he couldn't know." "Why couldn't he?" Judson picked up one of the photographs from a table, held it up to the light, tossed it back with a shrug. "Sorensen had a small stamp that perforated his pictures. He probably made these some time ago and stamped them for identification. There's an S in each picture. If anybody was interested, it wouldn't be hard to find out who S is in the photo studio line." Norma Patton's eyes were wide, and she gave her husband a quick, enigmatic glance before she looked away. "You've got your wires crossed, Captain," Patton said. "Mrs. Patton and myself both made mistakes on this thing. For obvious reasons, I wanted those negatives and release." He gave his wife a cold, hard stare, and Casey, seeing it, wondered how much he meant by it. "And I gave her the money, foolishly, because I thought I could get to the contact man when he came back. What I should have done was have her tell this guy that he'd have to do business with me." He gave Judson a direct look from under his brows. "I can assure you, if I had known about the details, I wouldn't have bothered with the photographer. I'd have gone right to this Ambrose lad, and—" "Maybe you did," Haley cut in. Judson turned with a grunt of irritation. Haley shrugged and looked away. Patton continued evenly. "Her mistake was to call this photographer in." He eyed Casey skeptically and sucked on his lips. "Because it was my fault in the first place," Norma Patton said sharply. "And I thought maybe I could save you $15,000. "The point is," Patton added, "that we're out $10,000 apparently, and haven't anything to show for it." He stood up, tall and straight and impressive in his unruffled manner. "Now, if that fact, or anything else you have, leads you to believe that I killed Sorensen, or Ambrose for that matter, go ahead and arrest me. If not—" He shrugged, waited a moment, his manner indicating that he considered the interview at an end. "We're not ready for an arrest. Yet," Judson said irritably, "but maybe we will be when we get through checking up on you." "Any time you say, Captain. Just let me know, and I'll be glad to come down to headquarters with a lawyer." 6. An assignment that took Casey out of town to cover a kidnapping trial kept him busy most of the following day, and it was late afternoon before he returned to the city. A half-hour later, he trudged down the third-floor corridor at police headquarters to Logan's office and went in without knocking. Logan was standing with his back to the door, staring out the lone window at the court below. He turned slowly, scowled, then returned to his window-gazing without a word. Casey put down his camera and plate case and dropped wearily into a straight-back chair beside the desk. His mood was grouchy and irritable. The work of the day had yielded but one routine picture, and at no time had he been able to shake off the blanket of resentment that had wrapped around him since last night. His worry was no longer about Norma Patton or her husband, or who had killed Sorensen and Ambrose. Now that the matter was no secret, it was, as far as he was concerned, a strictly police case, except for the $10,000. That, no matter how he looked at it, seemed to be his fault, and he could not forget it. The story of the killings had been fairly well hushed up. No newspaperman but himself knew of Patton's connection or about the photographs. And since neither Sorensen nor Ambrose were of any great importance in the life of the city, the newspaper's accounts were not unduly lengthy, and there was little more than a hint that there might be a connection between the two deaths. "Well, what the hell do you want?" Logan asked finally, coming over to the desk. "Nothing," Casey said, "except the guy that lifted that 10 grand from me." "And there really was a guy, huh?" Casey shoved out his legs and eyed Logan morosely. "What are you sore at? I suppose when Norma Patton told me her story last night, I should have grabbed a phone and let you in on it." "You'd been better off." "Damned if I wouldn't," Casey admitted disgustedly. "You ought to know better than to try this amateur detective stuff." "Detective stuff, hell," Casey growled. "I was just a contact man, and I got a hunch Ambrose would have got knocked off whether I'd stopped there or not." "Yeah," Logan said, "I wouldn't be surprised." He sat down opposite Casey, sighed, and lit a cigarette, a tall, good-looking man with black eyes and black hair. His Oxford gray suit was immaculate, his linen was fresh, and his shoes were neatly polished. Competent, hard, without making a fuss about it, he knew his job, and he knew Casey. There was, between these two, a mutual respect and admiration, founded upon experience and a long association, and for once their glum and somber moods seemed to synchronize. Presently Logan got comfortable in his chair and began to talk. "Why didn't you tell us you went down to the hut to see the professor last night?" Casey looked up, momentarily startled. "I don't know," he said, and sounded as if he meant it. "I wasn't sure where he fitted, and—" "We aren't sure now," Logan muttered. "But someplace, son, someplace. We found he'd been at Sorensen's studio earlier in the evening." "And what's he say?" Casey asked, interested now. Logan's brows knotted at the bridge of his nose, and he waved the cigarette in a gesture of resentment and defeat. "We don't know. We can't find him. All we know is that he was packing a gun last night. A waiter saw it when he sat down at the piano once. But he is in this someplace, or he'd be around." Casey told about his talk with Boyden the previous night, and then asked, "How does Patton stand?" "Number 1, Logan said. "We've got a lot of things on that baby." He ground out his cigarette and sat up, eyes thoughtful. "We had him down here all morning. We're pretty sure he was at Sorensen's, and we found a taxi driver that took him to Ambrose's office building somewhere around 10:30. The driver can't be sure about the time." "Pinch him?" "Not yet." Logan spread his hands. "We've got to be careful. That guy's no lightweight. He knows a lot of right people around here, including the DA. The DA says watch him and see what happens. We've got 100 plainclothesmen out snooping around, checking up, and every man in the department is looking for Les Boyden. When we find him, we might be ready to go to town. Somebody besides Sorensen and Ambrose is in on this job, and—" "Figure it for me," Casey said. Logan cocked a brow, and his dark eyes were searching. "You haven't got any ideas, have you?" "I don't want any," Casey said. "I'm just an amateur." Logan grinned at the big photographer's grumbling manner and went on with his story. "I figure it this way. Sorensen, Ambrose, and the professor cooked up this touch. The professor got a dirty deal from Norma Patton. She used him as a stepping stone, and she's the sort of woman that would get what she wants. And if he got the chance, my guess is the professor would grab an angle to pay off. He probably knew of those old modeling days, maybe about those same pictures. It was in the paper she was in town, so maybe he got in touch with Sorensen, or the other way around, and the two of them got Ambrose to make the touch. And—" Logan's voice got crisp and precise. "The only thing wrong with the picture was Sure-Shot Patton. Nobody pushed that guy around much. I think he went gunning when he got the tip-off from the S mark on those photographs. He probably didn't go to Sorensen's to kill him. Things happen like that sometimes. And after he got Sorensen, he had to see Ambrose. When he found you there, bingo! He didn't know what Ambrose had to say, and he was afraid to let him talk. To you. Logan hesitated thoughtfully. I don't say that's right, understand, but it could be. So now, Casey said thoughtfully, you're wondering if Patton got to Boyden, or whether Boyden is hiding out. Something like that. Casey stood up and retrieved his plate case and camera. Well, he said, I don't want any part of it. I got banged around, lost 10 grand and didn't even get a picture out of it. All I want is to know where that dough is. 7. Casey went back to the office to leave his camera and plate case. He had dinner on his way home, arriving there about 8 o'clock, and when he opened his apartment door, he found Mary Nason, the singing girl he'd met at the hut, sitting bolt upright in his wing chair, her hands gripping the arms. She rose quickly when he shut the door and met him in the center of the room, a small white-faced girl with a tightness around her lips and alarm in the depths of her brown eyes. Now what? Casey said, and was rather gruff about it because he'd had enough trouble. It's Les. You've got to find him. Not me, Casey said. He detoured around the girl, went into the adjoining bedroom, and got his pipe. But you've got to, the girl said, following at his heels. He's in trouble, and... How do you know? Because, well, he is. Then go to the cops. That's their business. He went back to the living room and sat down. The girl dropped into the wing chair, fumbled with the handbag in her lap for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was low and pleading. Please, you can help us. I gave him a chance last night, Casey said bluntly. He wouldn't talk. You know what he was trying to do, don't you? The girl shook her head, mute, and Casey told about Logan's theory of the $25,000 blackmail effort. I don't believe it, she gasped when he finished. Then why is he in trouble? Casey's brows pulled down suspiciously. You know where he is? He added. Yes. Then why don't you go to him? I don't know which apartment he's in, and I'm afraid. I thought you would help me. I thought you were a friend of his. She leaned across the chair arm and went on hurriedly. I don't know why he's gone, but it's something wrong, I know. It's a police job, then, Casey said. Ordinarily, he would have been more receptive to this plea, but at the moment the remains of his grouch still festered, and the girl had not yet penetrated his protective shell. In fact, he added, I'll call him right now, and then you won't need to worry anymore. He stepped to the telephone. Behind him, as he lifted the receiver, he heard the girl's gasp, then her voice, thin and cold, saying, Put that down, or I'll shoot. Casey turned slowly, amazement in his eyes. Mary Nason stood rigidly in the center of the floor, her young face taut and her mouth tight. A little .25 automatic trembled in her hand. Casey frowned, made his voice casual. Okay, if that's the way it is. He put down the telephone and came towards her slowly, the frown changing to a tolerant grin. You can't go to the police until I know why he has gone, Mary Nason breathed. Suit yourself, Casey said. He stopped in front of her, glanced down at the gun. Can't you hold it steady? He asked, and as her eyes dropped to watch her hand, he reached down quickly and twisted the automatic gently from her grasp. The change in the girl was startling. She looked up at him, and a whiteness came around her quivering lips. Then she was trembling, as though long, racking shudders passed through her. The sight of this raw emotion, the realization that her motive was so important that, knowing nothing of the game, she had forced herself to pull a gun, cracked Casey's callous crust. He was at once ashamed of himself, yet troubled now on her behalf, because he knew now that he liked her simple genuineness, and he was afraid Les Boyden was involved more deeply than she dreamed. Drawing her back to the chair, he pushed her gently into it and said, Tell me the rest of it. She began to sob softly, and Casey let her alone until she had recovered some of her composure. When at last she looked up, she began to speak hurriedly. Last night a man came to the hut. I didn't see him at first because he talked with Les out in the foyer. When I went to look for Les and didn't see him, I went to the door. He was just getting into a taxi. Did you get a look at the man who was with him? Casey asked her sharply. Not a good look. I just saw his back. He was about as tall as Les and slender. It seemed funny his going out like that, but I didn't think he'd want me to run out on the street after him. I thought it might be business." A dry sob interrupted her for a moment. "But he didn't come back. He wasn't at his rooms all night. And then I read about the Sorensen murder, and I'd heard Les say he was going to see Sorensen yesterday. So I didn't dare go to the police until—" "How do you know where Les is?" "I recognized the taxi driver. He gave me the address." She gave a Randall Street number, adding, "And I thought you—" Casey said, "All right." And he stood up, pocketing the little automatic and remembering that Sorensen had been shot by just such a gun. "Promise you won't tell the police," Mary Nason begged. Casey shook his head. The thing was too mixed up for him to try and figure out now. But if he could find Les Boyden, it might be worth a look. It would be a sort of backhand favor for the girl, maybe. And there was a chance of finding where that $10,000 went. But he'd have to tip off Logan. He knew that, knew he was in no spot to handle a case like this alone. "I can't promise that," he said, "but I'll look up this place and then call up a personal friend of mine on the force. I'll promise you this. I'll get the best break I can for Les." "All right," Mary Nason said weakly. "If he's in a jam, he's got to face it sometime." "Yes." "You'd better run on home until—" "I'd rather stay here," Mary Nason said. "Can I?" "Sure," Casey said, making his voice confident. "And keep your chin up." 8. The number Mary Nason had given Casey proved to be a 3-story apartment house built in the shape of an inverted U, with little patches of lawn crisscrossed by the walks that led to the 3 doors on each wing and the 2 doors at the end section. Without difficulty, he located the janitor, a squat, beetle-browed man with a thick Irish brogue, and learned that the renting agent had brought a tall, slender man to look at apartment 3B the day before. With this information, he went to the nearest drugstore and called police headquarters. When he had talked with Logan, he came back to the apartment court and opened the second door on the right. The stairs mounted in short, square turns, and there were 2 facing doors on each small landing. At the third, Casey stared at the brass 3B, tacked to the panel, and listened. Here, right under the roof, it was hot and stuffy. Moisture glistened on his broad face as he took the little automatic out and palmed it. Below him, the stairwell was a welter of sound, while 3 radios, a dance band, a political speech, and a light opera fought it out in a discordance that made it impossible for him to concentrate. After a moment, he knocked. He knocked again before he got an answer, and then a voice said, "Who is it?" "'Tis the janitor," Casey said, trying to imitate the janitor's brogue. A lock clicked, the door swung back, and Casey stepped quickly into the opening. The automatic flipped up in his hand, and he turned sideways, jabbing the gun into the man's stomach as he slid up even with him. For an instant, as they stood there close together and immobile, Casey did not recognize this man. Then the handsome, dark face, the slender, immaculate figure clicked into place, and he remembered. Norma Patton had introduced this fellow as her husband's secretary. He said, "Hello, Gilbert. Back up." Gilbert backed, and Casey heeled the door shut. Gilbert wet his lips, made a grotesque effort to smile, which was little more than a baring of the white, even teeth. "What's the idea?" he blustered finally. "I don't know," Casey said flatly. "This is a big surprise to me. I was just looking for Les Boyden. Seen him?" "Boyden?" Gilbert arched neat black brows, but his eyes weren't in the effort. "I don't think I know him." "I do," Casey said. "Let's look. Just keep your hands in sight and play nice. I don't like trouble anymore." Les Boyden was in the adjoining bedroom. He was lying on the bed with his hands and feet tied, and when Casey shook him, he saw that the fellow had been drugged and was in a comatose condition. Casey's voice was hard and sultry when he pushed Gilbert back into the living room. "Well, that gives me one answer," he said. "You're the guy that called at the hut for him last night. Why?" Gilbert opened his mouth and shut it without speaking. His handsome face was very set and growing paler. His eyes were wary and uncertain, and his hands moved nervously at his sides. Casey saw the bulge of a gun in one pocket, but he was content to keep this fellow covered until Logan arrived. "You'll talk pretty soon," he added, "and then maybe we'll see if you're the louse that gunned out Ambrose and lifted that 10 grand. Casey sucked in his lips, and his eyes took on a dangerous glint that was partly anticipation. He knew he ought to wait for Logan, but he hated to do it. "Because if you are," he added, "I'm going to take a sock at you and even up for the grief and the raps you gave me. Suppose we go to headquarters and talk it over." "Suppose you drop that gun." Casey's nerves snapped taut at the curt authority in the new voice, and he stiffened rigidly, every muscle tense. Actually, he was too startled to drop the gun. He didn't drop it. He turned his head. In the half-open door was the grim-faced figure of Sure-Shot Patton. In his right hand was a .38 automatic. Even then, Casey did not drop his gun. He knew better than to argue, and he dropped his arm. But he continued to stare while Patton sidled into the room and shut the door. "I said drop it." This time Casey let go of the gun and blew out his breath. Patton came forward very slowly, very cautiously, as though he expected some hidden menace. When he got close, Casey saw the cold fury in the man's gray eyes. They seemed very small and bright and absolutely merciless. The lips and mustache had a flat, stretched look. "So that's it, huh?" Casey said bitterly. He didn't know exactly what he meant, but he wanted to talk, and he felt the luxury of relief that he had called Logan. All he had to do was play along, so he thought of other things to say, and said them as they occurred to him. "It was you, and this louse Gilbert from the start, huh? Sorensen, Ambrose, and Boyden ganged up for the touch, and you slipped a cog and skidded into murder. Well," his lids came down, "it'll take more than a flock of friends to get you out of this." Patton's reaction to all this was peculiar. If he heard, he gave no sign. Not once did his expression change, and all the time those cold gray eyes kept moving, searching every corner of the room. "Where's Norma?" he rapped suddenly. "Norma?" echoed Casey hollowly, then glanced at the stone-faced Gilbert to see that the man's eyes were bright with new alarm. "She called me," Patton pressed, "and I—" A muffled pounding checked the sentence. Casey's jaw went slack, and his eyes slid to a closed door in an inner hall, apparently a closet. "Open it," Patton ordered. Casey stepped up and tried the knob. When he opened the door, Norma Patton half fell into his arms. Her eyes were wide and startled, her auburn hair disheveled. A blue-checked scarf made a makeshift gag, and she had apparently nearly freed her hands of the belt of her camel's hair sport coat, which was wound around her wrists. "Martin!" she gasped, as soon as she could talk. "Well," Patton said stonily, "I was afraid you'd come, and I had to call you." Norma Patton stood with breast heaving and color high. She thrust her hands into her coat pockets and turned to face Fred Gilbert, the lines of her jaw hard, and her eyes flashing. Then she turned back to her husband and began to talk. "There," she said, pointing an accusing finger at Gilbert, "is your blackmailer. I didn't know it until he called me here. He made me telephone you, and if it hadn't been for Flash Casey, he would have killed you and Les Boyden to make it look—" Gilbert's voice cut like a whip. "So, I'm the sucker, huh?" He backed close to a chair, his chin outthrust and his handsome face livid as he faced Patton. "Well, I don't take this rap alone. I played the sap long enough. Played the part, and she made me like it. She's right about framing you and Boyden, but she did the calling, because—" Gilbert stopped with his mouth open, the next word ready, but unuttered. In that instant, the gun barked. There had been no warning. Casey heard the shot and saw Gilbert's coat lift under the impact of the slug, but he didn't know who held the gun until it crashed again. Then he saw it in Norma Patton's hand. It was a little gun, a .25, like the one Mary Nason had, a woman's gun. Between those two shots was not more than a fifth of a second, but it was long enough for Casey to do a lot of thinking. Norma Patton, the woman who always got what she wanted. The thing had been a frame from the start, and he was the fall guy when it backfired. He remembered the damp polo coat on the Queen Anne love seat when he went to the Carteret. Norma had already been out, and she had killed Sorensen. Why? He didn't know why. He was listening to the little automatic. It was still going off in snapping, spiteful barks. He heard the door open, sensed that it was Logan without turning. He dropped to one knee, groped for the gun he had dropped, found it, then didn't know just what to do with it. There was blood on Gilbert's neck and shirt front. He went back into the chair with a curious smile, a sagging jaw, and a burning vacantness in his eyes. Then suddenly the rest of the drama happened all at once. Gilbert straightened in the chair with a gun in his hand. Patton, who had wasted the first 2 seconds in open-mouthed amazement, pulled his own gun towards his wife. Norma Patton screamed. Gilbert's gun roared, jumped in his hand, and he dropped it as he collapsed. Simultaneously, another gun crashed, and Casey thought it was Patton's, until he saw the man's shoulder jerk and the automatic fly from his hand. Gilbert slumped back in the chair. Norma Patton staggered, and a red spot stained the left side of her fawn-colored dress. She was dead before she fell, but even then she went down gracefully, silently, and was lost to Casey's sight behind the table. For a long time no one spoke. The only sound was the noisy, tortured breathing of the unconscious Gilbert. Then, windows began to bang up in the courtyard, and excited voices bounced back and forth, raucous and shrill. Logan stepped forward, gun in hand. Patton, holding tightly to his right arm, turned slowly and looked at the lieutenant, while the fury died in his eyes. Blood began to show through his clenched fingers, and he finally said, "Thanks, Lieutenant, for that shot of yours. If you hadn't got me, I guess I'd have plugged her." "That's what I thought," Logan said thickly. "I couldn't see Gilbert's gun. I took you when I saw you meant business." Except in the flicker of his eyes, Patton showed no emotion. His appearance was unruffled. He still looked like a man accustomed to success, a man who could not be shoved around. His voice betrayed no inner misgivings. "She had it coming," he said grimly. "She and that heel," he nodded to the crumpled Gilbert, "have been chiseling for months. I had a private dick on their trail in Chicago, and I was about ready to get clear. When she pulled this blackmail story, I smelled a rat, and I gave her the money because I figured I could trap her and force the showdown. I thought I could persuade Sorensen to see it my way, but something went wrong, and—" He shrugged distastefully. "I'll give you what I know when we get this mess cleaned up." Casey looked down at the little automatic in his hand. He put it away, wiped his sweaty face, and blew out his breath with so much noise that Logan heard him and said dryly, "And what's your story?" "Me?" Casey sighed wearily and spoke disgustedly. "Where would I get a story? This is a job for you cops to dig out. It's too tough for an amateur like me. I get tangled up in all the grief, and, hell, I don't even get a picture out of it. I'm just the fall guy." 9. Later, in Logan's office, Casey stared moodily at his fingernails and said grouchily, "So I can't even tell the story to a rewrite man to make up for the pictures I didn't get?" "Nope," Logan said cheerfully. "For once you're out of luck." "For once, huh?" "The DA's clamping down," Logan said. "The story we're giving out is that Gilbert was the blackmailer. He shot Norma Patton, and the police shot him." "What police? You?" "Lots of different police," Logan said, grinning. "Just the police." "Well," Casey grumbled, "that gag has been worked before. I guess it'll work again." "The truth," Logan went on, "would just make a big stink, and it wouldn't do any good. Patton was pretty clean from the start. Gilbert lived just long enough to clear him. Sorensen actually did blackmail Norma Patton. He came around with the story of the films and release and touched her for $1,000. Right then, she and Gilbert got the idea. They had a hunch Patton was getting wise to them, and they saw a chance to get some getaway money. Norma figured Les Boyden was still sort of soft on her, and she gave him the $1,000 and had him go to Sorensen and collect the negatives and release. We found him locked in her trunk. They thought that would be the end of Sorensen and Boyden. They intended to have Ambrose be a phony contact man, and they planned to protect his identity from Patton. Well, Patton gave her the cash. When he saw the S mark on the pictures, he called on Sorensen and beat hell out of him. The break was that for some reason Norma had gone to see Sorensen and was in the hall outside the door when the trouble was going on. When she went in, Sorensen was picking himself up. Patton had told him he'd been touched for $25,000, and Sorensen, knowing the truth, got nasty and wanted half from Norma. Well, she plugged him when he got too tough. Logan lit a cigarette and cocked one eye at Casey. That's where you came in. She played innocent to you because she knew she could trust you, and because she wanted to have some help if she got in trouble. Your act was just to cover up. If anybody accused her, she'd have your testimony that you went down with 10 G's to buy the pictures, and that she didn't know he was dead. That was smart. Until you ran into Haley and he traced you to her suite. Then the cat was out. Gilbert ran into you when he went to see Saul Ambrose, and Patton got there too late, when you were in the closet. Gilbert had to silence Ambrose, and he knew you carried the $10,000, so he lifted it, to get you in deeper and keep you in debt to Norma. I can guess the rest of it, Casey growled. Norma knew that Patton was on the warpath. She and Gilbert were out the $25,000 they expected to collect, so they figured the best thing to do was to get Boyden, get Patton, and make a plant that they'd shot it out. You'd have believed it, too, he added. You thought Patton was the guy you wanted, and you were looking for Boyden. If you had found them dead in that apartment with guns in their hands... I guess you're right, Logan admitted. It was a good plan at the beginning. Patton tracing Sorensen busted it wide open for them, and, I hate to admit it, you messed up the second idea. If you hadn't busted in on Gilbert while they were waiting for Patton, it would have been too bad for old Sure Shot. She was a tough baby, that Norma, but... Logan grinned. She sure had your number. Yeah, Casey groused. Me, I'm just a softy. A fall guy. She rubs out Sorensen and then sends me down to make her look innocent. For old time's sake, she said, and I bit. That's what burns me. And let it be a lesson to you, Logan cracked. After this, keep away from women. Or get a chaperone. Yeah, groused Casey. And you louse, I do all the work and dump the job in your lap, and what does it get me? Grief and funny answers. Logan's black eyes mirrored a smile that was part admiration. But think of the fun you have. Yeah, and the dough I make. The telephone shrilled, checking Casey's tirade, and when Logan answered it, he said, For you. Casey groaned. Oh, me. Then, accepting the telephone, 2-1, it's Blaine. I don't like the odds, Logan said, thereby proving his sagacity, because the city editor's voice cracked in Casey's ears the instant he answered. What the hell are you hiding out down there for? Blaine demanded. I've been looking all over for you. Why? Casey said. Because I've got a job for you, you lug. There's a 3-alarm fire at Sherry and Walton. Eddie's on his way down there with your stuff. Get going and show something. You've been chasing around doing nothing for 2 days now, and I pay off on pictures. Casey hung up, cursing softly. Logan said, Anything wrong? Nah, Casey said, buttoning up his coat in weary resignation. Just the same old grief. That was the boyfriend reminding me that it's about time I took some pictures.
Doors in the Dark by Frederick Nebel. Read for you by Pete Larkin. Louis Frederick Nebel, 1903 to 1967, was born on Staten Island, New York. He began his adult life as a blue-collar worker, working on the New York docks and on a tramp steamer. He lived in Canada for a while, selling his first pulp fiction to Northwest Stories, before becoming a regular and prolific contributor to Dime Detective, for which he wrote the long-running Cardigan series, and most of all Black Mask, for which he created the Donnie Donahue series, and his most important works, those featuring tough Captain Steve McBride and the wisecracking and drunken crime reporter Kennedy. Nebel sold the McBride series to Warner Brothers, which made 9 films. However, Kennedy became a female journalist, Torchy Blaine, and McBride the object of her affections. The first film in the series, Smart Blonde, 1937, was based on the Black Mask story No Hard Feelings, though the remaining films simply used the characters without basing them on Neville's stories. Other films were also based on his work, notably Sleepers West, 1941, which became a Mike Shane film based on Neville's novel Sleepers East, 1934. 50 Roads to Town, 1937, based on his crime novel of the same name, and he wrote the story for The Bride, 1949, which starred Robert Taylor, Ava Gardner, Charles Lawton, and Vincent Price. The radio series Meet McBride, based on the stories, made its debut on CBS on June 13, 1936. Doors in the Dark first appeared in the February 1933 issue.
Doors in the Dark. A story of Captain Steve McBride. Everyone said it was suicide, but Captain McBride smelled murder and went on the trail alone. The sounds of motor traffic on Marshall Drive rose in a muted, not unpleasant medley to the topmost floor of Tudor Towers. Eastward, the glow of Midtown hung like a will-o'-the-wisp in the crisp winter sky. A breeze plucked fitfully at the northeast turret apartment. McBride, admitted by the oldish maid, brought with him into the warm apartment a breath of the cold outdoors and a vital sense of his own personality. He shook his head when the maid reached for his hat. His windy blue glance flicked her frightened gargoyle's face, darted away, and leaped nimbly about the foyer as he trailed her short, rapid footsteps towards the living room entry. He saw Halo Rand standing at the far side of the room. The room was dimly, discreetly lighted. A parchment-shaded floor lamp stood back of the woman and built an amber halo about her amber hair. "I'm so glad you came, Captain." The Aubuchon muffled the blunt fall of his heels as he went towards her extended hand. His spare-boned head dipped. In his eyes was a candid, straightforward look. "Got here as quick as I could, Mrs. Rand." The maid vanished with a breathless look flung over her shoulder. Though Halo Rand's tall, slender body was relaxed, one knee slightly bent, there was an air of repressed excitement in her face. McBride, holding her hand for a brief instant, felt tension transmitted to his own. He was aware of a vague, well-bred perfume. "What's the matter, Mrs. Rand?" She said, "Come." She led the way across the dropped living room, up 3 steps to a mezzanine, opened a door and motioned the skipper into a large room furnished with leathers and hardwoods. A man's room. "Dan's room," she said. "His den. Sit down, Captain." He was strangely moved, puzzled, but he sat down. Halo Rand chose to stand, resting the fingertips of one hand on a mahogany desk. The other hand toyed with a string of pearls suspended from her neck. "I may be foolish," she said, "but I'm afraid. I can't help it. I'm afraid for Dan. It's 10 o'clock and he hasn't come home yet." McBride said, "Why, are you afraid?" Her violet eyes were luminous in the dim light. "He came home at noon today. I hardly recognized him. He looked, well, crushed, dreamlike. And that isn't like Dan, you know that. Well, he walked in quietly, kissed me, though I think he barely saw me, and then went to this room. I was disturbed. I came and knocked on the door and asked what was wrong, and he said nothing was wrong, and asked to be left alone. So I didn't bother him." "What do you think was wrong?" She breathed deeply, said in a hushed voice, "I don't know, but he was worried, that much I do know. For the past 2 months, every now and then, he would sit and stare absently, and suddenly ask me what I had said. When I appeared curious, he'd rouse up and be his own self." She shook her head. "He never was the one to bring his business into the home." "Think it's business?" She shook her head wearily. "I don't know. I feel so helpless. That's why I asked you to come over. I knew you two were old friends. He's been hit hard in the market, you know, and I guess you know he's had trouble with the Coliseum. He is in debt heavily, but he hoped to pull out of it." "Did he say where he was going?"
No, he didn't. He came out of his room after an hour. I don't think he'd even taken his overcoat off. He came out and stood for a moment at the window. Then he said he was going out. He kissed me goodbye and held my hand for a minute, and then he went out. He said he'd be back at 6. Well, he hasn't come.
McBride slapped his knee. Well, Mrs. Rand, I wouldn't get all worked up if I were you. Maybe—
Wait, she said, and opened a desk drawer. An hour ago, I came in here. I don't know why. I don't think I expected to find anything. It was just chance. I opened this drawer. You remember the gun you gave him 2 years ago?
Yes?
It's gone, she said. It's not in his drawer.
McBride stood up, muttered,
Emma, our maid, straightened this room yesterday. She said she saw the gun in this drawer yesterday. Now it's gone.
Her eyes stared fixedly across the room.
That's why I'm afraid, she said. That's why I asked you to come over.
She slumped a bit where she stood, brushed a hand across her forehead. McBride's eyes were thought-fixed on the amber cask of her hair. He remembered the day she had ceased to be the premier danseuse of Dubanoff's ballet and had become Dan Rand's wife. He said, "Just be calm, Mrs. Rand. You're imagining things. No use taking this thing so hard. I'll find him. He'll be okay. I'll phone you when I find him." There was a rough note of reassurance in his tone. A smile cracked his lean, spare-boned face. "Just take it easy." They went into the living room, and she laughed brokenly. I suppose I am a little fool, but I kept thinking about his finances. So many men nowadays, when they can't see their way ahead. She made a limp, hopeless gesture. "Not Dan," McBride said. "He can take it. He always could take it and come up smiling." She nodded. "I know, but lately he hasn't been smiling." They passed into the foyer, and the oldish maid with the gargoyle's face appeared mysteriously and stood by the door. The phone rang. The maid left the door and answered it, and then said, "It's for you, Captain." He went towards it, saying, "I left word at the office I'd be here." He picked up the instrument. "Hello?" "Yeah, Otto." He listened, and presently his brows bent. A shine appeared in his eyes. His low voice said, "Okay, Otto." He hung up, put the instrument down, staring hard at it. Then he raised his bony head and looked at Halo Rand. A corner of his wide mouth twitched. Kennedy, the eyes and ears of the Richmond City Free Press, slammed into the dusty little office at the base of the pier, ricocheted from door to wall to chair to desk, where he finally sprawled with a relieved sigh and calmly placed the telephone receiver to his ear, using the same hand to prop his head. "Central 1000. An astonished watchman stood spellbound against the wall. "Hey!" he said. "Hey!" Now, Kennedy said with wrinkle-browed remonstrance. Shush! Don't you see I'm on the telephone?" He rolled over languidly on his back, propped his heels on the edge of the desk, his knees in the air, and held the telephone transmitter above his mouth. The watchman dried his hands on a soiled towel. "This here is a private office, and I'd like to know who the hell give you permission to use that phone." Kennedy said into the mouthpiece, "City desk, Flower." He looked sidewise at the watchman. Pardon me, I'm Kennedy of the Free Press. May I use your phone?" "Sure, go ahead." "Thanks." "Hello, Abe," he said into the transmitter. "Kennedy, dust out your ears and get a load of this. Daniel Cosgrove Rand, sportsman, fight promoter, owner of the Coliseum, dead by his own hand at 9:50 tonight on River Road, near the foot of Pocomoke Street in an abandoned warehouse. Shot heard, body found by patrolman Henry Pfluger. No witnesses. Got that? Okay, more later." He hung up, turned over on his stomach, put the phone down, and pushed himself back off the desk to his feet. He was calm again, a little sallow-faced beneath his battered fedora. His roving, world-weary eyes alighted on a pint flask standing on a shelf above the desk. "Is that," he said to the watchman, "something to drink?" Nah, that's rubbing alcohol." Kennedy reached up, took down the bottle, uncorked it, and smelled it. He took 2 long swallows, corked the bottle, sighed, and replaced the bottle on the shelf. "Somebody's been kidding you, my good friend. That's gin." He buttoned his flimsy topcoat and said cheerfully, "Thanks for the use of your phone," and went out. Winter wind freighted with river damps smote him, and he shivered beneath his inadequate topcoat. He strode a scarecrow figure along the edge of the river wall, saw red and green lights of tugboats moving, heard deep-toned whistles. Up ahead, in front of the abandoned warehouse, the red-tinted lights of an ambulance glowed like swollen eyes. Figures moved in the glare of a spotlight, paced by their elongated shadows. Breath spumed whitely, and hard heels struck and scraped on cold cobblestones. Kennedy said, "I thought I recognized your Harvard accent, Skipper." "Oh, you, huh?" McBride said. He had just stepped from a police squad car. He blew his nose loudly into white, crisp linen. His cheeks were reddened by the cold. His eyes flashed like dark coals in the beam of the spotlight. "You always go where I go, huh?" "Only this time I was here first." "You're slipping, Cap." A rotund man appeared in the entrance of the old warehouse. He blinked in the glare of the spotlight, then came forward with a bobbing, cheerful walk, a small black bag swinging in his hand. "Hello, Doc," McBride said. "Dead, Steve. Very dead," the ambulance doctor said. "In fact, he must have died instantly. Shot in the heart. Well, I must get going." McBride nodded. He set his jaw and suddenly started off in a hard-heeled stride. The sound of his footfalls echoed in the large, bare warehouse. Far beyond, near the head of the wharf, he saw a lantern and several hand torches glowing. They made a wan, lonesome aureole of light around the shapes of several men. He walked through chill, damp air that seeped to his marrow, heard beneath the floor the lapping of water among pilings. He saw, as he drew nearer, the narrow, chalky face of Eggleston, the deputy medical examiner. Eggleston was standing spread-legged, torchlight spraying upward over his gaunt body to his narrow face, and he was writing absent-mindedly in a book. Patrolman Pfluger was in silhouette, arms akimbo, his back to McBride. Moriarty and Cohen were kneeling, getting 2 lights from a match. No one said anything as McBride came up. He stopped, stood with hands thrust in overcoat pockets, slouching a bit, the torch and lantern light picking out sharply the bony irregularity of his face, the slitted eyes. Then Kennedy's quiet voice from behind. "You, knew him well, huh, Skipper?" "Yeah." Patrolman Pfluger pointed. "There's the gun, Captain, laying there." "Yeah." McBride's voice had a dull, flat sound. "Yeah, I can recognize it from here. I gave it to him. You can see on the barrel from Steve McBride to Dan Rand." Eggleston, the DME, looked up from his notebook. "Suicide, Steve. Tough." He shook his head profoundly. Tough. He got pie-eyed, drunk, and then did the Dutch." "Drunk, huh? Pie-eyed, can't you smell it?" "Yeah." Kennedy touched his arm. "Snap out of it, Steve." "I liked him, Kennedy. I grew up with him. It's kind of swell to see a guy you grew up with make a name for himself. It ain't exactly the nuts when you find him dead." He wagged his bony head. "I never figured Dan would do the Dutch. He wasn't that kind. Not him. But, He sighed, moved his broad shoulders. Then he flexed his hands. His voice picked up. "Moriarty, get the lead out of your pants. Get the morgue bus down. Hey, Pfluger, did you touch that gun?" Just by the barrel." "I, trained you, didn't I?" "Yes, sir." McBride looked at Kennedy. "Hear that?" He bent down, caught hold of the gun by the barrel, and lifted it. He wrapped the gun in a fresh handkerchief and slipped it carefully into his pocket. "Who trained you, Skipper?" Kennedy said. Experience. Hey, Moriarty, I thought I told you. Okay. Moriarty started off at a fast walk. Eggleston scoffed. Suicide, it's as plain as the nose on my face. McBride nodded. I know. But I also knew. He leveled an arm at the dead man. Dan Rand. I guess if I want to take prints off this gun, I have a right to. What a man, Eggleston sighed, then said, Okay, Steve, well, I'll be seeing you. Police photographers came and took flashlight pictures of the body on the floor. McBride roamed through the warehouse, picking his way with the help of a torch borrowed from Pfluger. He pushed through a small door and stood on a pierhead in the wind, watching the lights of river traffic. Kennedy came out and huddled in his topcoat, using McBride's bulk to break the wind. Don't be a sap, Cap, he argued. It was suicide, plain and simple. You know Dan was in a bad way financially, ever since he refused to let the Ricks go honest box fight take place in his Coliseum. Cardiac boycotted him. It's cost Dan a lot of dough. He couldn't afford to lose it. Well, he lost it. And what happened? He shrugged. A Dutch out. He got drunk as hell, and getting drunk either weakened him or strengthened him to rub himself out. Depends on how you look at it. McBride remained silent, staring at the river lights. Kennedy raised a cigarette to his mouth. The wind whipped sparks from its red end. His tone was lazy, ruminative. He had an expensive wife. His apartment at Tudor Towers set him back $500 a month. A front to keep up. He shrugged. A guy like Rand would have hated to take one backward step in the scale of living. Yeah, said McBride. He hated defeat, and he could take it. I've seen him take it before. Sure, but a man can take it just so long, Skipper, and then the lights go out. A short circuit in the nervous system. McBride turned. I know, Kennedy. You're using your head, you're reasoning things out. Swell. But I can't reason the same way, because I knew Dan. I know he had guts. It's not like him to pull a stunt like this. It's all goofy. It's a cap that don't fit his head. Kennedy leaned back on his heels. Listen, am I talking to a hard-headed cop? Or am I talking to a fathead? McBride growled, swung on his heel, yanked open the door, and heaved into the warehouse. The lantern was swinging now in someone's hand. The morgue bus had come, and they were carrying out the body of Dan Rand. Kennedy caught up with McBride and said, So don't make a horse's neck out of yourself just because you happened to play at Cowboys and Indians with this guy when you were kids. I'm in the dark right now, McBride ground out. In the dark, get me? His eyes shimmered between narrowed lids. In a dark house. But I've got a feeling that there's a lot of doors around me in the darkness, and if I look hard enough, and take your wisecracks as just so much bourgeois, I might find a streak of light, you know, at the bottom of a door. Listen to the man. Razz me, sweetheart, I could take the raspberry when you were just a hope in your father's chest. Cohen was sitting on the desk, swinging a leg, flipping a coin in the air, when McBride strode into the office next morning. The skipper removed his conservative blue overcoat, his conservative gray fedora, and hung them on a costumer in the corner. Crossing to the desk, rubbing his chilled hands smartly together, he stared down at the morning edition of the Free Press. Dan Rand commits suicide, the headline said. McBride looked at Cohen. Cohen continued flipping the coin. What's that, Ike? A new kind of endurance contest? Come on. With 6 chairs in this office, do you have to park yourself on my desk? Cohen stood up. So I, dusted the town last night, Cap. Rand hit the Panama 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Stayed an hour drinking alone. At 3:40, he walked into Joe Paloma's place in Senate Street. Joe says he knocked off 3 highballs and left there about 4 o'clock. Plenty looking glass drinking. At 4:30, he landed at Nick Raith's place on Division Hill. Rye highballs again, 3. Nick said he didn't talk, didn't say a thing. Just looked at himself in the mirror and took on the liquor. Nick says he bailed out at about 5:30.
At about 5:15, he walked into the Old English Grill and got himself a meal, and Al says he drank rye there. He was pretty crocked when he came in, but the food kind of straightened him out. He left the Old English at 7:15 and went down to Elmo Street to Mike Cahill's place. He threw dice with Mike, but Mike says he kept his trap shut, except to open it to pour in rye. He left Mike's place at 8:30. Tony Gatto down in Jockey Street says Rand sloped into his joint between 8 and 9. He was pretty drunk. He took 2 highballs fast and left at about 9:15. Tony says Rand said, "Well, Tony, I think I'll go home to my wife. Listen, Tony, never give up ship. Stick to it." Tony didn't know what he meant. "Some of us slide out, Tony," Rand said. "Some of us stick. Hang on. I guess I'm that kind, damn my guts." And he went out. Cohen shrugged. So I guess Tony Gatto was the last guy to see him alive. McBride said, "Good work, Ike. Did you mark those places and times down?" Cohen scaled a slip of paper onto the desk. McBride studied the memoranda, mused aloud. "What did Dan mean by that speech, Ike?" "Hell, do drunks mean anything by the speeches they make? I read a book once—" Okay, suppose we don't go into that. Here," he pointed to the telephone. "Call McGovern and ask him if he got the prints off that gun yet." Cohen telephoned the bureau in the basement. Hanging up, he said, "In about half an hour." McBride took a turn up and down the room, stopped, eyed Cohen darkly. "You've got an idea I'm nuts, haven't you?" "Well," Cohen leaned on the desk, "it looks like suicide to me, Cap. Of course, if you want to make a case out of it, okay. I know about 17 guys I could pick up, frame, box, and deliver." "Do drunks mean anything by the speeches they make?" "You asked me that, Ike, and I'll tell you. They do. Dan would anyhow. He was going home to his wife. He might have thought about doing the Dutch, but in the end, tight as he was, he changed his mind." He leveled an arm. "When Danny Rand walked out of Tony Gatto's, he was going home to his wife. He might have been flat broke, up to his ears in debt, but he was going to stick, kid. He was going to stick." He struck the desk with his fist. "Danny Rand didn't commit suicide." Cohen was unimpressed. He shrugged. "Okay, Skipper, okay. He didn't commit suicide. Okay, now tell me who bumped him off, and I'll go out and pinch the guy." "Cut it, Ike," McBride chopped in savagely. In a quieter voice, he said, "Scram, I'll call you if I want you." He crammed a pipe, lighted up. He had fought the medical examiner's office tooth and nail for an autopsy. Halo Rand had sobbed. "An autopsy's cruel on his poor dead body," she had said. The medical examiner had chided, wheedled, opened a bottle of Napoleon brandy. But McBride had stood his ground, grim-faced, obstinate, on a single track of thought and purpose. He smoked out his pipe, knocked the ash into a tray. He sailed out of his office, went down to the central room, on down to the Bureau of Criminal Identification. McGovern, the fingerprint man, chewed a cigar beneath a brilliant light. The smoke foamed and rolled beneath the green eyeshade he wore, and he spoke laconically. "No prints but Rand's on this gat, Steve. Nice gun. I always did like a .32. McBride muttered, "You're sure of that, Mac?" "That's my business, being sure. But wait." He picked up the gun. "Smell it." McBride leaned down, sniffed. "What?" he said. McGovern shrugged. "Smells, that's all. Can't you smell it?" I think I can. What's that mean?" "Oh," McGovern shrugged. "Nothing, I suppose." He slapped palms softly together. "Suicide, Steve. You can't get away from it." McBride pointed. "Turn the gat over to Lewis. We ought to have that slug from the morgue this morning." He turned on his heel, strode away, stopped, returned to the desk, and picked up the gun again. He sniffed along the barrel, along the butt, sighed, shrugged, and walked away again, a puzzled frown shadowing his forehead. In the central room, Otto Betdecken lowered a half-eaten liverwurst sandwich behind the desk and called,
Cab, a guy just called up from 313 Diamond Street. His name's Rossman. He said if you could come down there, maybe he can tell you something.
About what?
Well, he said he'd read the paper this morning.
Okay, thanks, Otto. The skipper hiked up the steps 2 at a time, barged into his office, and saw Kennedy sitting at the desk. Kennedy was holding a glass in one hand, a bottle in the other, and he was grimacing painfully. He said, "Honest, Cap, this last batch of liquor of yours is crummy, absolutely crummy." He was indignant. McBride grinned tightly, nodded. "I know, sweetheart, you got it out of that lower left drawer, didn't you? Swell. The good stuff is in the lower right, under lock and key. And he thumbed his chest, have the key." "Ah, my pal. Is it true that Rand was shot down by 4 Chinamen disguised as Princeton professors? I understand that there's a certain captain in headquarters who insists that they were not 4 Chinamen. He says they were 4 dwarfs disguised as 2 dark, swarthy men wearing false hair eyebrows. This captain is principally known as an oboe player." McBride slapped on his hat, shrugged into his overcoat, said scornfully, "I hope you choke, Kennedy. And I hope if you ever get married, your kids will turn out to be saxophone players. In 3 words," he reached the door, yanked it open, "nerds to you." In the central room, he ran into Eggleston, the deputy medical examiner. Eggleston's chalky face wore a dry, broad grin. "I hear, Steve, that only Rand's prints were on the gun." McBride said grimly, "You're just breaking down with regret, ain't you?" And he went on, red-faced, warm with chagrin. Cohegan was waiting at the wheel of the shabby squad car. McBride said, "Down to 313 Diamond Street, Bert." "Okay." McBride climbed in, slammed the door. "The raspberry market is cheap these days," he rasped out. "Me," said Cohegan soberly, "I like blueberries. My wife now, she likes strawberries. But take a good bowl of blueberries." "You take 'em," McBride sighed. He nipped savagely at the end of a cigar, cupped hands in the wind, and lighted up. The car purred across town, hit Broadway Avenue, and weaved through traffic. It pushed westward past midtown hotels, shops, theaters. Its canvas top clapped and pattered in the wind, and the wind kept McBride's cigar at a bright glow, tore smoke from his nostrils and whipped it away, reddened the right side of his face. Winter sunlight glittered on plate glass windows, automobile radiators, the shields and buttons of white-gloved traffic officers. Pedestrians hurried, discarded newspapers skipped and planed and looped above the sidewalks. Cohegan made a left turn onto Diamond Street, a narrow thoroughfare that sloped downhill, walled on either side with food shops, noisy radio stores, cut-rate drugstores, pawn shops, novelty stores, cheap haberdashers. Number 313 was a pawn shop. "Park here, Bert," McBride said. He climbed out, made a half-turn against the driving wind, and strode into the pawn shop. Inside it was dim. Lights glowed dimly. Counters and showcases were cluttered with cheap odds and ends, and behind a brass wicket, a small, pink-cheeked man was studying the inside of a watch. "Your name Rossman?" The little man was cheerful, bright-eyed. Yes, I'm Rossman." "I'm Captain McBride." "Oh, yes." The little man laid down the watch, turned, and shouted, Charlie, come here and take a minute." And to McBride, "Right in the back, Captain, if you don't mind." McBride strode to the rear of the store. Rossman met him at the end of the counter and bowed him into a small office, where a coal stove glowed warmly. He closed the door quietly, changed spectacles, and picked up a copy of the Free Press. A smile twinkled in his eyes, tugged at his lips. "This," he said, pointing to the Rand story, "I read about it this morning and thought it over. I saw your name connected with it. I remembered that once you were kind to my son-in-law, Benny Lisk, and I thought maybe this would interest you." He paused, darted a shrewd, smiling look at McBride. "I read here about the gun it says you gave him. I looked a long time at Mr. Rand's picture here. Sit down, Captain."
McBride sat down. "This man," went on Rossman, striking the picture of Dan Rand, "came into my store at about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I'm sure. I remember the face. And, Captain," he dropped his voice significantly, he wanted to buy a gun." McBride's face remained expressionless, but his eyes steadied on Rossman's cherubic face. Rossman nodded. "So I sold him one. A .32 Colt automatic, and a box of 73-grain metal case cartridges." He paused. "You see, Captain, I want no trouble with the police. Usually I don't sell guns to anybody, but this man had a permit to carry one. He loaded the gun here, and then after he left, I found he didn't take the rest of the cartridges." McBride's eyes glowed. "Thanks, Mr. Rossman. I appreciate this a hell of a lot." He stood up, shook Rossman's hand vigorously. "This will help. This will help, Mr. Rossman. Any time you feel you're in a jam, let me know. Don't forget." Leaving the room, he strode briskly through the shop, a hard, windy glitter in his eyes and a firm jut to his jaw. Outside, he found the shabby squad car empty. He sent a sharp glance about the street, took a few steps, swore irritably, and then he saw Cohegan stroll casually out of a fruiterer's, eating a banana. "Bert!" Cohegan reached the car with his mouth full of banana. McBride jerked his chin, growled, "In, bozo!" And as they drove off, "Always on the muscle, always on the make. If it's not fruit you're mooching, it's cigars or socks or candy for some Jane you know, or liquor." Cohegan said soberly, "Where was we headed for now?" There was a note of vengeance in McBride's short laugh. "Back to HQ, you racketeer." Moriarty and Cohen were rolling dice on McBride's desk when the skipper breezed into his office. His 2 aides did not look up. The dice clicked, tumbled, coins rang on the desk. "Hotcha!" Cohen exclaimed. "After it's over, Maury, you can borrow from me at 7%. "What I found," McBride said, rocking on his heels, "was that Dan Rand bought a gun, bought a .32 Colt Auto from a guy named Rossman in Diamond Street yesterday afternoon, and loaded it and walked out." The dice clicked, and Cohen said, "You should never roll the bones, Maury. You were born unlucky." "Now, why did he buy that gun?" McBride said impressively. "Why did he buy a gun when he had a perfectly good gun of his own? And how come the gun we found on him was the gun I gave him, and not, you understand, the gun he bought? What happened to the gun he bought? Boy, oh boy, if I— Liz, you apes!" He suddenly exploded. He caught up the dice and flung them against the wall. Cohen whistled, picked up the money, and dropped it into his pocket. Moriarty lighted a cigarette and said reasonably, "It must have disappeared." "It means this," McBride hammered out, shaking a fist. "It means that I'm no fathead. It means that maybe all the raspberry you and a lot of other guys shoveled at me is going to be dumped right back at you. It means," he said, thinning his voice, "that when Dan Rand walked out of his house at noon yesterday, he didn't carry a gun. He went and bought one. And with it," nodded Cohen, "committed suicide." McBride barked, "No!" He walked around the room and came back and barked again, "No!" He folded his arms. "This is murder. I know what to do about murder wherever I find it. We'll see what kind of bullet they've taken out of Dan Rand, and—" The phone rang, and McBride scooped it up. "Okay," he said. He hung up. "Come on down, that was Lewis." They went down to the basement. Lewis, the ballistics expert, was wiping off a gun. He said, "There's the slug they took out of Rand. I matched it with this gun you gave him. It matches. There it is, a lead slug. Came out of a 98-grain Smith & Wesson cartridge." He laid the revolver down. "Suicide, I guess." McBride picked up the slug, studied it closely, then rolled it round and round between thumb and forefinger. His eyes flashed. His lips warped. He tossed the slug back to the desk. "Murder," he clipped. "And suicide suits me," Lewis said. But McBride was striding away. Moriarty and Cohen went along, exchanging hopeless glances. McBride stopped short, swung about, returned to Lewis's desk and picked up the gun, thrust it into his pocket. He bore down on Moriarty and Cohen with a hard, preoccupied stare.
"Look at it this way, Cap," Moriarty said. "Maybe this guy Rossman made a mistake. Maybe it wasn't Rand after all." "I'll bet that's just what happened," Cohen said decisively.
McBride went past them with his hard, fixed stare. He picked up Cohegan in the central room, and they went outside and climbed into the car. McBride sat motionless, staring ahead while Cohegan started the motor and waited. After a while, McBride relaxed, looked about them as though surprised, then said, "Okay, Bert, drive to the Metals building in Simpson Street." He leaned back, sighed as the car started. "I'm a sap," he muttered. "I get all steamed up over nothing." The Metals building was a 7-story brick affair, not new. The elevator was large, old, tarnished, and wheezed on the way up to the 5th floor. McBride got out, slapped his heels down a linoleum-covered corridor floor, and stopped before a ground-glass door bearing the inscription, "Acme Sporting Enterprises, Incorporated."
"Yes, sir?"
chirped a blonde over a noisy typewriter. "Mr. Cardiac." He champed the tip off a cigar. "McBride's the name." The girl flounced into one of 2 inner offices, reappeared in a moment, and said,
"Okay."
McBride swung into the inner office, scaled his hat on the desk, and flopped down into a leather-upholstered armchair, scowled down at his cigar, and then licked a piece of the wrapper back into place. "What do you think about Rand's suicide, Cardiac?" Cardiac said, "Shocked. I was shocked. Sorry as hell to hear of it." "Yes, you were," McBride chuckled sardonically. Cardiac was a tall, handsome man, blond and rounded about the head. He had broad, neatly tailored shoulders, a jaw shaped like a spade, big white hands. "Okay, then, I'm not sorry." He chuckled. "That sounds better. With Dan Rand out of the way, I suppose things will be easier for you, huh?" "In what way?" "Oh, I suppose it'll be easy for you to get control of the Coliseum. Listen, Cardiac." McBride leaned forward. "Dan Rand hated you, and you hated him. I'll tell you why he hated you. He didn't like your business methods. He kept you and your stable of fighters out of the Coliseum because he didn't believe in robbing the fight public. He had no use for setups. He believed the Ricks Go Honest thing was a setup. Before that, he crossed you on a number of other deals. He lost money doing it, but he was willing to lose money to keep the fight game clean. You tried to stage fights in the old Hessler Arena. He stopped that by proving the place was a fire trap. The only place big enough to make money in was the Coliseum, and he shut you out of there. You got back at him by talking other sport promoters into taking their jobs elsewhere, the smaller jobs, hockey, bicycle racing, wrestling. The Coliseum became an empty barn. He lost money and kept on losing it. But no matter what you did, you couldn't make him change his mind. Dan could always take it." "Sure," Cardiac nodded, "until finally he was flat broke and did the Dutch." McBride's eyes narrowed dangerously. "It always surprised me, Cardiac, the way all these small fries suddenly slid away from the Coliseum and pulled their stuff elsewhere, all of them." He held aloft a rigid forefinger for a taut split minute, then swung it levelly towards Cardiac. "I hope you've kept your nose clean, boy." Cardiac delivered a bland smile. "You're steamed up about something." An eyebrow went up. "Will a drink help?" "No. I'm dumb," he confessed. "When I look back, I see how dumb I am. The more I think of it, the funnier it seems. I mean the way all these enterprises, wrestling, bike races, hockey, smokers, the way they all slipped away from the Coliseum to outlying dumps. You're the only man big enough in this town to have worked a racket like that, Cardiac." Cardiac looked bored. "Rave on, Skipper," he said offhand, waving a cigarette languidly. There was a thump, and the gun lay on the table. And there was McBride's blunt voice. "Ever see that?" Cardiac folded his hands on his flat stomach, shook his head, and said quietly, "No." "It's the gat that killed Dan Rand." So. Nice-looking gun."
Suicide's queer. Damn queer. So queer, Cardiac, that this time it's not suicide. Well, that is news. Would you mind, said McBride, letting me see that nice silk pocket handkerchief? Cardiac tensed. His eyes flickered. He flexed his lips, then shrugged, chuckled jerkily. Sure. Here. He tossed the handkerchief across the desk. McBride smelled it, making noises. Then he threw it back to Cardiac, rubbed his bony hand around the nape of his neck, and sent a couple disgruntled smoke puffs from one corner of his mouth. The skipper and Cardiac regarded each other for a long minute. "Plan to get the Coliseum, don't you?" McBride asked. "I plan to organize a holding company and try to do business with the executors of Rand's estate." "You wouldn't," McBride said, "by any chance have already formed this holding company?" "I was just thinking about it." McBride picked up a clipped sheaf of papers from a wire desk basket. "I've got good eyesight, Cardiac. It says here, Prospectus of the Coliseum Holding Company." Cardiac nodded. "Yes, I know. I was just playing around with the idea this morning. Got out of the office early and ran off my ideas on the typewriter before my secretary arrived." McBride nodded, turned and went to the connecting door, and opening it, said to the blonde in the outer office, "Typewrite on a piece of paper, miss. One line, anything, and bring it in." Cardiac was annoyed. "Why all the horseplay, Captain?" McBride, reading the prospectus, made no reply. In a moment, the blonde entered with a sheet of paper. McBride took it, slowly read the single line. "Miss," he said, "how many letters have you typed since you arrived this morning?" "Oh, about 3. "Thanks. You can go." She went out, puzzled, a little frightened. McBride tossed the prospectus and the newly written sheet of paper on the desk. "Take a look at them, Cardiac. You said you wrote that prospectus on the typewriter this morning. The girl said she's written only 3 letters this morning. Yet look close, Cardiac. The typewriting on your prospectus is in fresh, heavy black type, made by a brand-new ribbon. The line the girl just wrote is very faded. The ribbon hasn't been changed in weeks." "Oh, nonsense," Cardiac scoffed. "Nonsense, your grandmother. That prospectus wasn't written this morning, Cardiac. It was written weeks ago. Maybe months ago. It was written because you had a good idea that pretty soon the Coliseum would be in the bag." Cardiac rose slowly, his mouth twisting, his pale eyes hard as chips of ice. "I'm getting tired of listening to a lot of hot air, McBride." "You'll listen, baby, and like it. You're the only man big enough in this town to have wanted Rand's scalp." Cardiac came around the desk, swaggering, a hard set to his spade jaw. "Watch those cracks, copper. I'm not taking dirty cracks from any cheap Seamus." He held his hands out, palms up. "These hands are clean, Skipper. Suppose you tuck your tail between your legs and scram." The phone rang, and Cardiac lifted it, growled, "Hello," into the mouthpiece. Then his eyes blinked. He shook his head, clipped, "Call back. No, I'll call you back when... No, not now." His face colored. He seemed uneasy. He shouted, "I said, I'll call you back." He hung up violently. There were a few beads of sweat on his forehead. McBride said, "I'll be seeing you oftener," and went out. McBride dropped into Tony Gatto's Jockey Street Club and found Kennedy drinking gin and Perrier at the bar. It was not quite noon, and Kennedy was the only customer. Tony Gatto stood behind the bar, grinning, polishing a glass. "No see you in a long time, Cap. How's the things?" Tony said. "Hello, Tony. A bottle of ale. You ever drink water, Kennedy?" "Sure, but I always put liquor in it to kill the germs. Turns out they weren't 2 dwarfs, Steve, just the 4 Marx brothers, up to their old tricks." "Enough of that, honey bunch." McBride took a drink of ale, about-faced, and hooked his elbows on the bar, his heel on the brass rail. "So all you mugs still think it's suicide?" He clucked. "I'm continually grateful for the swell support I get from my friends. It just breaks my heart with gratitude. Some fine day I'm going to start out and systematically change the shapes of a lot of schnozzles in this man's town."
Kennedy also turned about, hooking elbows on the bar, a heel on the rail, and stood shoulder to shoulder with McBride. Both stared at the blank wall opposite. Kennedy said, "Ah," and took another drink. "How about the woman?" he asked. "What woman?" "Halo Rand." McBride said nothing. He took a long swallow of ale and cleared his throat. But still, he said nothing. "This gun business," Kennedy said. "If it's true that Rand bought a gun, that means his own gun wasn't in his desk at home. My, but you're a thinker, Kennedy. And yet, the gun found on him was the gun that wasn't in his desk, and the gun he was supposed to have bought was where? So you still think it's suicide? Come over to one of the booths." They went to the rear of the bar, entered a small booth, and drew the curtains. Kennedy flopped onto a chair, plunked down his glass. "There's no reason," he said, "why a man would buy 2 guns to commit suicide. So we must believe that his own gun wasn't in his desk." "It wasn't there when I went over." "Right. We must believe that it wasn't there when Rand came home. If we believe that, then it stands to reason that somebody removed it." "It was in the drawer on the day before." "That narrows down the time element. It was removed between then and the time Rand came home." "Why, wouldn't Rand have mentioned it to his wife?" "Maybe he thought she'd removed it for fear he might use it. Guys about to commit suicide are very clever. So he said nothing about it. He just went out and bought another." He dropped his voice. "What do you know about his wife?" "Not much. I never saw Dan much in the home. I guess I met his wife only about 3 times. They seemed happy." "A lot of people seem happy." McBride frowned. "Hell, I don't think she'd—" Okay, it was just a thought I had. Only the way you talked, it seems to me she tried hard to stick it into your mind that he was hard up financially." "Well, he was." Kennedy smiled drolly. "I've been poking around this morning. I went down to Rand's office. I talked with his stenog. I got the names of the men who called on Rand yesterday morning. One of them was a man named Osgood. The only name I didn't recognize. So I looked up the business directory and found out a man named Charles Osgood was connected with the Packalack Motor Car Company. I sloped around and looked him up. Yes, he'd called on Rand. They'd had a long talk. When Osgood left, it was practically settled that Rand was to sell his Coliseum to the Packalack people for $300,000. McBride barked. "Sell the Coliseum? What for?" "Well, the Packalack people intended to convert it into an assembling and distributing plant." McBride smacked the table. "Then it wasn't money. It wasn't money that worried him. It wasn't, then, suicide." "Hold on. We gotta believe that he intended to commit suicide. The sale could have been consummated through his estate. When he bought that gun, we must believe it was with the intention of committing suicide. Then maybe he changed his mind. So why, in the first place, if he had a chance to sell the Coliseum for $300,000, why did he even think about suicide?" Kennedy was dry. "Well, there might have been another reason. Men do the Dutch, you know, because of women. Not often, but now and then." McBride's voice was low, hoarse. "Then you've changed your mind about the suicide theory?" "Blushingly," bowed Kennedy. "Kennedy," McBride said, "I always liked you." "I never said I didn't like you, did I?" Kennedy chuckled. "Old tomato. How's the chances of buying me a drink?" McBride stood up. "Nah, not this belly wash Tony sells. Here's the key to my private stock. Go back to my office, lower right drawer." "Where's your white whiskers, Santa Claus?" The shabby phaeton rolled into the flagstone courtyard of Tudor Towers. A liveried chauffeur opened the door, and McBride stepped out, passed into the large, deftly lighted lobby. No hurry here, no noise. Tudor Towers was strictly residential, quietly austere. The elevator that carried the skipper to the top floor was a vehicle of black and chromium, noiseless in its ascent. McBride's hard heels were ably muffled by the thick cushioned runner in the corridor. The oldish maid with the gargoyle's face let him in. When he entered the living room, he saw Halo Rand sitting in a vis-a-vis couch beside a man wearing a correct morning suit with a winged collar, dark-rimmed pince-nez. He was about 50, black-haired, black-eyebrowed. He rose. Halo Rand, wearing a black crepe negligee, did not rise, but she said, "Captain McBride, this is Dr. Landau." She had been crying. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her face sapped of color, and she was listless, tired. Landau gripped McBride's hand, eyed him with a dark, keen, direct look. "I am delighted to know you, Captain. I've heard a lot about you. I was just trying to console Mrs. Rand." He threw a profound look at her. "It is not easy, Captain." "Family doctor?" "Well, I've attended Dan Rand for quite a few years." He stopped, inhaled deeply, said in a low, level voice, "I am glad you came, Captain, when you did." He stared fixedly, remorsefully into space. "You know, Dan Rand came to my office yesterday morning. We had a long talk together. He wasn't well, you know. It was marvelous the way he kept it from everyone, but he was that way, proud. He hated pity. He'd been coming to me regularly, and I'd been treating him, but finally yesterday he wanted to know the truth. I tried to evade telling the truth, but when a man like Rand becomes angry, and, well, he wanted to know, so I told him. Lungs." He nodded reflectively, bitterly. "I told him the truth. I told him to give up business. I said it was necessary for him to go west, New Mexico, if he hoped to prolong his life. He thanked me. He walked out of my office. So you see, Captain," he shrugged, "what happens when a man demands the truth of a doctor." Mrs. Rand said, "Do you want something, Emma?" The maid was still hovering in the doorway. No, madam." "Then please go." For a brief instant Halo Rand seemed angry. Then it passed, and she relaxed, was limp again. "That's news, Doctor," McBride said. "I dare say it is. Regrettable news. I hope you will understand my position. I hope you will understand that I tried to keep the truth from Rand a long time." "Would this change of climate have helped him?" "It would only have prolonged his life a little while. I dare say the poor chap took the bravest way out. I only regret that, in a way, I was responsible." McBride scoffed. "Wasn't your fault." They were silent for a moment, and then Landau said, "Well, I shall have to get on." When he had gone, McBride sat down on a straight-backed chair and regarded Mrs. Rand. He said, "Well, that seems to straighten out the motive for Dan's suicide." "Poor Dan," she said in a tiny voice, half sobbing. "Only I came here," McBride went on, pretty firmly convinced that it wasn't suicide. She looked up, startled. "Wasn't suicide?" "Yeah." But if it wasn't," he said, "Mrs. Rand, your husband, when he left here at noon yesterday, went and bought a gun off a pawnbroker on Diamond Street. I have a complete description of the gun. It wasn't the gun we found in Dan's hand. That was the gun I gave him. It wasn't the gun that killed him." "Oh!" She felt her throat. "You can't mean—" He dragged out sardonically, half to himself, "It kind of bears the dirty earmarks of murder." She sat bolt upright. "Murder?" "Mrs. Rand, it appears that the gun I gave him was not in his desk drawer when he came home yesterday at noon. It appears that though he left this house and bought a gun with the intention of committing suicide, he changed his mind later in the day." "But his gun must have been there." He thought this over. "No," he said, "it mustn't have been. He went out and bought another." She was taut, white-faced, shaking. This is all incredible, Captain." He was point-blank. "Is there another man in your life?" She jumped to her feet, her eyes flashing. "How dare you say a thing like that?" she cried. "My job," he said, rising, eyeing her levelly, "is not always the pleasantest under the sun."
I asked you a question. It is so absurd that I don't feel called upon to answer it. He said, Of course you don't have to answer me. Not now, anyhow. Later you might. Her eyes shimmered. For a long moment she stood tall, quivering, shiny-eyed. Then she burst into tears and covered her face, and her handkerchief fell to the floor. How cruel you are! How utterly cruel! He bent, picked up the handkerchief, passed it in front of his face, sniffed, caught the faint odor of perfume. She took her hands from her face and stared at him with tears streaming from her eyes. He gave her back the handkerchief. She broke out into an incoherent hodgepodge of words, wringing her hands, shaking her head. He raised palms towards her and said, Please, Mrs. Rand. She fell suddenly to the divan and fainted. The oldish maid came swiftly, silently into the room, flicked a cold, contemptuous look at McBride. He offered, I'll help you. You needn't, the maid snapped. He colored, stepped back. Very well. Tell Mrs. Rand I'll see her again. Soon. She snapped, I will tell Mrs. Rand nothing of the sort. Suit yourself, he said. He pivoted and walked across the living room into the foyer, opened the door and went down the corridor to the elevator, his hands in overcoat pockets, his shoulders hunched, and a dogged, obstinate look in his windy blue eyes. Cohegan was asleep at the wheel. McBride punched him. Well, Sleeping Beauty? The shabby phaeton left a cloud of acrid exhaust smoke in the flagstone courtyard, hummed eastward on Marshall Drive. After all, Steve, the police commissioner said, if there was another man in her life and Dan committed suicide because of this, you really can't convict anyone of murder. Pacing the floor grimly, McBride threw up his hands in a violent gesture. But it's murder, I say, it's murder! Commissioner Stearns smiled dryly. I know you've been going around saying that, but you haven't shown one shred of evidence that would hold up in court. Very likely this pawnbroker made a mistake. Very likely it wasn't Dan Rand who bought that gun off him. I'm not trying to pigeonhole anything, Steve. I just don't like to see you make a fool of yourself. Oh, McBride stopped, glared. I just should be a strong, silent guy, huh? Well, listen to me, Harry. I've noticed that a strong, silent guy is usually that way because he don't know anything. I'm willing to beef around, talk my head off, make a fool of myself, if it'll get me anywhere. Trouble with you, Steve, Stearns said good-naturedly, is that when a case concerns someone you knew and liked, why, you get all steamed up. You cause yourself a lot of heartache and headache. Just because the gun happens to have an odd smell, you think that... That's only one of the things, Harry. He hammered his heels back to his office, crammed his pipe, lighted it, and sat in his swivel chair, and filled the office with smoke. Somehow he couldn't bring himself to believe that Halo Rand had had a hand in it, and when Moriarty and Cohen drifted in, he said, Now, if Dan Rand wanted to kill himself because his wife was in love with someone else, why would he have sold or planned to sell the Coliseum? He left everything to his wife. I asked his lawyers an hour ago. It seems to me that if he felt he was losing his wife to another man, he'd have left his estate to someone else. But he didn't. He meant, you apes, he meant to leave his wife well fixed. Moriarty and Cohen exchanged subtle winks. You, Maury, McBride clipped. You go to the telephone company and find out about a telephone call Jim Cardiac received at 11:30 this morning. Find where it came from. Moriarty went out and Cohen said, so we're going to make Jim Cardiac the fall guy. Razz on, Ike, razz on. Even the commissioner's doing it. I'm getting used to it. Moriarty returned in half an hour and said, the call came from Southern 509, the Apex Laboratories in the Marks Building, 199 South Endicott Street. McBride grabbed his hat, put on his overcoat, and left his office. He ran into Kennedy in the central room, barged past him, went down to the basement and on into the garage. Cohegan was working on the Phaeton's bright work. Knock off, Bert. The skipper climbed in back, sat down, and was joined in a moment by Kennedy. I don't remember asking you to join me, Kennedy. Oh, I'm sure you did. Where to, Cap? Cohegan said. South Endicott Street, 199. The Phaeton rolled out of the garage. How about the woman? Kennedy said from beneath his hat brim. I think she's okay. She say she was?
McBride snorted, made no reply. Kennedy said, "Where are we going now?" "Call on Mr. Apex Laboratories." "Hey, Cohegan, you colorblind? That was a red light you passed through."
Oh, was it?
The Phaeton crawled through a midtown traffic jam, turned south past the Empress Theater, entered South Endicott Street, and pulled up before a narrow stone building. "I'll be right down," McBride said. Reaching the elevator, he found Kennedy beside him. "Me and my shadow," he murmured.
Think of all the guys who haven't got shadows. Up.
They got out at the 4th floor and turned left. The legend Apex Laboratories was in black on the ground glass panel of a door at the end of the corridor. The door was locked. There was a white card tacked to the wood, "Gone for the day. Phone Midland 214 or call at 26 Cypress if urgent."
"Let's go, Skipper,"
McBride complained. "Listen, Kennedy, haven't you got a room of your own? Or just some nice quiet place where you can go and sit for a while?"
"Sitting is a vice, Skipper. Continuance of the practice leads to a multitude of evils."
They went down to the lobby, strode out to the Phaeton. Cohegan was not in sight, but in a moment he was seen coming across the street with a package in his hands.
"Peanuts?"
he offered soberly.
"Idea," said Kennedy. "It stimulates the liquid appetite."
They climbed in, and McBride said, "I bet some fine day I manacle Cohegan to that wheel. Drive to 26 Cypress." Kennedy munched hot peanuts.
"Translated into English, Steve, what would Mr. Apex Laboratories' name be?"
"I'll let him translate it." Number 26 Cypress was a large fieldstone house in the West End. There was a broad lawn in front, planted with shade trees. A driveway ran past the right side of the house, and on this side was a white porte-cochere. The Phaeton was parked in the street. McBride and Kennedy walked up to the driveway, and McBride hammered a knocker on a broad, heavy door. A vellum-skinned butler opened the door. McBride said, "I want to see the head of the Apex Laboratories. My name is McBride."
"Have you an appointment?"
"No."
"Is the call professional?"
"Absolutely."
"Please, step in."
They entered a high, dim foyer, paneled in dark wood.
"Please, take a seat,"
the butler said.
"It won't be long."
He padded off down the hall, vanished. McBride and Kennedy did not sit down. They heard the low sound of voices somewhere near, behind a closed door. Kennedy roamed around, came back, and pointed.
"In there, Skipper. That's the talk room. Mr. Apex Laboratories is probably busy.
So am I." McBride went down the large foyer towards the door Kennedy had indicated. It was broad, heavy, and he stood eyeing it speculatively. Then he knocked. The low sound of voices ceased. After a moment, the latch clicked. The door opened noiselessly. McBride stared, then his eyes narrowed. His low, blunt voice said, "Hello, Dr. Landau."
"Why, Captain Mac."
Kennedy chuckled.
"You old translator, you."
"Come on, Kennedy. This is Kennedy, Doctor of the Free Press."
"Just a moment, Captain, please. I am very busy, and—"
"I won't take long." Hard-eyed, McBride elbowed Landau aside and entered a large, sumptuous room. Kennedy trailed amiably behind him. Landau closed the door quietly. Cardiac was standing on the other side of a tremendous library table. In a large, straight-backed chair sat a youth, dressed in tweeds. "Cardiac," muttered McBride.
"Hello, Skipper."
Landau removed his pince-nez, dabbed at his face with a handkerchief, came briskly from the door.
"Really, Captain, this is a most pleasant surprise."
"Pleasant?" McBride said dully.
"Naturally, I didn't expect—"
"Just a minute." McBride raised a palm. "I'll talk first." He flexed his lips, shot a dark glance at Cardiac, at the youth in tweeds, at Dr. Landau. "You phoned Cardiac at 11:30 this morning, Doctor, didn't you?"
"Really? I can't remember."
"You don't have to. You phoned him. That's settled. I was in his office then. Your phone call upset him. It upset him because I happened to be in the office, and he couldn't talk to you then. Why couldn't he?" The youth's eyes traveled slyly from one to another. Cardiac cut in. "You're certainly making a nuisance of yourself, Skipper. Why don't you get wise to yourself?" "Why couldn't you talk to him, Cardiac?" "I know, because I was there. Because the things you had to talk about were not for my ears. Who's the pink-cheeked boy?" "Mr. Averill," Landau said. McBride said, "So you were Dan Rand's doctor, Landau? You were the man who told him he'd have to leave Richmond City? Was that the first time you told him?" "Of course." "Hell, I don't believe it. His wife told me he'd been acting queer for the past few months." "You told him before yesterday. And what happened?" "He wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave his business interests. Do you use perfume, Doctor?" "No." McBride looked around. "Someone in this room does. How about you, Mr. Averill?" The pink-cheeked boy grinned. "Why, Captain." McBride crossed to and bent down. "No, it's not you." "My, this is rich," Cardiac exploded. Kennedy was sitting on the edge of the large library table. He fished in his pockets for a cigarette, found none. He knocked open a large box on the table. It was empty. He knocked open another and found cigarettes, put one between his lips, started to strike a match, paused. He frowned, picked up the empty box, opened it, and sniffed. Landau complained, "You certainly make yourself at home, Mr. Kennedy." "Don't I, though? Nice sandalwood box, Doctor." McBride was standing at his shoulder. "That's what I smell," he said. He snatched the box from Kennedy's hand, inhaled. He tossed the box back on the desk and said, "That's the smell. That's the perfume I've been looking for." Landau said warmly, "This is becoming ridiculous, Captain." "Is it?" McBride snarled, turning on him. "It's the smell of sandalwood in the gun that killed Dan Rand. The gun was kept in that box for a while. The odor of sandalwood, if that's what Kennedy called it, was absorbed by the oil in the gun. It stayed with the gun. Not as strong as the smell in the box, but it was there. It was faint, but it was there." The pink-cheeked youth smiled brightly but said nothing. Cardiac lifted his chin, pursed his lips hard. Dr. Landau looked about the room in nervous fits and starts, shrugging, saying, "Of course, this is peculiar. I hardly know what to say, to think. But, of course—" "You had access to Rand's home," McBride cut in. "When were you there last? Before his death? And don't lie, because it'll be easy to check up." Landau cleared his throat, touched his necktie. I think, yes, I dropped in there for a few moments the evening before his, death." "How long do you consider a few moments?" Well, I dare say I was there for about, half an hour." "In Dan's den?" Yes, of course, Dan's den, to be sure." McBride said, "The gun was in his drawer during the day. The maid saw it when she was cleaning up. It will be easy for me to check up and find out if anyone was in that room between the time she cleaned up and the time you were there." Cardiac picked up his coat, flung it over his arm. "I wouldn't take cracks like that from any cop, Doc. Remember, you don't have to answer him. Well, I've got to run along." McBride turned. "Get back, Cardiac." "Now, look here, you flatfoot." "Get back, Cardiac. I've stepped into something that's just burning my toes. Dan Rand was double-crossed by somebody." "I'd watch," drawled Kennedy. "The young Joe College over there, I don't like his smile." Landau wrung his hands. "This is positively the most absurd situation I have ever—" "Of course," said McBride sarcastically. "Sandalwood boxes are as common as egg crates in this burg. You get the hell back there, Cardiac. I told you, you're not leaving this room." "I'll be damned if I won't," whipped back Cardiac. "If you want to hold me, Seamus, go out and get a summons. I'm a busy man. I've got no time to play tag with a second-rate police captain." He jerked his thumb. "Come on, Ralph, we're leaving." The pink-cheeked youth rose cheerfully. "Right with you, Jim, old boy." McBride pivoted, caught hold of the youth's vest, and flung him back into the chair. The youth's teeth clicked. He jumped right up again. McBride flung him into the chair a second time, and this time the chair went over. The youth sprawled on the floor. He lay there, propped on his elbows. He smiled wistfully, sadly. reflectively, a lock of golden hair curving down over one golden eyebrow. McBride roared, "When I tell you to sit down, mister, I don't mean stand up." Captain, Landau panted. Don't aggravate him that way. Don't—" "And will you?" ripped out McBride, swiveling. "Stop sticking your nose in my business. Cardiac, come back here." Kennedy yelled, "Look out!" McBride swung around, his gun half drawn. Landau cried out and dived for the youth. The youth was chuckling liquidly, resting on one elbow. The gun exploded in his other hand and stopped Landau in mid-career. McBride fired, and his slug nailed the youth to the floor. Landau started stumbling forward, choking. He gathered unbalanced speed, went careening across the room, knocked over a floor lamp, crashed head-on against the wall, and slumped to the floor. The youth writhed on his back, chuckling wildly, beating his palms upon the floor. A door banged. "Cardiac," said Kennedy. "You stay here," McBride said. He broke into a run, yanked open the door, collided with the butler, and fell down as the front door slammed shut. The butler cried out. McBride untangled himself, rose, lunged for the front door, and yelled, "Cohegan!" But Cohegan was not in the phaeton. Through the trees, McBride saw Cardiac at the wheel, heard the blast of the motor, and saw the car lurch forward, gather speed. He galloped down the graveled driveway, reached the sidewalk, turned left, and stretched his legs in a hard-heeled run. Raising his gun, he did not fire. There were other automobiles moving in the street, but he fired in the air. Beyond was a main highway, and he thought a cop might be in the neighborhood. Running, he fired again. And then he heard ahead 3 blasts from another gun. He saw the phaeton whip from side to side, heard the scream of its brakes and the scream of other brakes, as other cars sought to avoid it. Heeling over, the phaeton slammed across the curbstone. Its radiator and hood doubled up like a folded accordion, and the sound of the crash was drowned instantly in the roar of the explosion that followed. Flame daggered its way through smoke. Bricks flew from the building into which the car crashed. Kennedy picked up the telephone, sat on the library table, and swung his legs. "Central 1000, he said into the mouthpiece. His world-weary eyes traveled from the dead youth to the dead doctor, and he sighed. "City desk, Flower." He lay down on the table, held the mouthpiece above him. "Abe," he said, "this is that famous journalist and bon vivant Kennedy. So now dust your ears. Old Stephen J. McBride did it again. I'm telling you. Listen, a young punk named Ralph Averill accidentally shot and killed Dr. Amos Landau in the latter's home, 26 Cypress Street. Yeah, the punk meant to kill the skipper, but things got balled up. Then McBride knocked off the punk. At that moment, Jim Cardiac took it in his head to lamb, and McBride hightailed after him in the well-known McBride manner. They're not back yet. Meantime, get a load of this nice little bedtime story. Landau told it to me and then died. The punk, Ralph Averill, killed Dan Rand. He was a hophead. No, sweetness, not Rand, the punk. The punk was a friend of Cardiac's, and Landau was a silent backer of Cardiac's interests. Ostensibly a fine medico, he was also a dealer in dope and an addict himself. He met Dan Rand 7 years ago at a box fight where he attended a boxer who later died from the effect of a blow to the heart. He became Rand's personal physician. When this trouble between Rand and Cardiac grew hotter, Cardiac went to his silent partner Landau and wanted him to put Rand out of the way. Landau thought of a better method. He began working on Rand mentally, telling him he was a lunger and advising him to sell out all his business interests here and go west and live the simple life. Well, it didn't quite work out. It wore Rand down, but he was a sticker. Finally, Landau told him he would die if he didn't leave. But before he told him that, in fact, the evening before, he dropped in at Rand's apartment, and while Rand was out of the room, Landau swiped his gun, went home, and put it in a sandalwood box until the punk called for it. Next day, he told Rand his chances of living were mighty small.
He thought Rand would go home and tell his wife, and that his telling her would make an open-and-shut suicide case when the cops found the body. What? Sure, the punk was to tail Rand, and he did. Tailed him all afternoon, and finally, at between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, walked him to that abandoned warehouse and let him have it with the gun Landau had stolen from Rand's desk. And when Rand fell, his hand came out of his pocket and he dropped the gun he'd bought. The punk picked it up, left the other. Just a minute. McBride had come darkly into the room. Tell him Cardiac's dead, Kennedy. Cohegan objected to the squad car being stolen. Where was Cohegan? Down in a fancy grocery store on the corner, mooching apples.
Luck by Lester Dent. Read for you by Jeff Gerner. Lester Dent, 1904 to 1959, was born in La Plata, Missouri, but grew up on a ranch in Wyoming. While working as a Western Union telegraph operator, he learned that a co-worker had sold a story to a pulp magazine for the princely sum of $450. As a reader of the pulps, he decided to try it himself and sold an action story, Pirate Key, to Top Notch for the September 1929 issue. Soon after, he moved to New York for a full-time writing job with Dell Publishing. Then he had the chance to launch a new series for Street and Smith. After staggering success with The Shadow, S&S hoped to duplicate it with a detective who used various gadgets to fight crime, and Dent created Doc Savage under the house name Kenneth Robeson. The first issue hit the stands in March 1933. The series lasted until 1949 with 181 issues, of which 159 were written by Dent. After Doc Savage, the character for which Dent received the most acclaim was Oscar Sale, the loner boatman who appeared in only 2 Black Mask stories, Sale and Angelfish, which have been relentlessly anthologized as outstanding examples of the hard-boiled pulp detective. He began a 3rd story, Key, but when his editor, Joseph Shaw, left the magazine, he abandoned it. Dent wrote the earliest draft of Sale in the spring of 1936 on his schooner Albatross, while anchored at Miami's City Yacht Basin, where Sale is set. He once told Frank Gruber, a prolific pulp writer himself, as well as a historian of the genre, that he had been forced to rewrite both stories so many times that he did not like the final product. The story in this collection, Luck, is an early draft of that first adventure about Oscar Sale. As there were numerous drafts, it cannot be said with authority that this is the first version, but it is safe to say that it is a very early one, and certainly one that Dent preferred to the published story. Thanks to the novelist and noted pulp scholar Will Murray, the agent for the Lester Dent estate, for the history of this important publication. Sale was published in the October 1936 issue of Black Mask. Luck has never before appeared in print.
Luck. The fish trembled its tail as the knife cut off its head. Then Red ran out of it and made a mess on the planks and spread enough to cover the wet red marks where 2 human hands had tried to hold to the dock edge. Sale put the palm of his own hand in the mess. The small policeman came from shore. He had shoved through the small green gate with the discreet sign, "Private Yachts, No Admittance," at the shore end of the swanky pier, and was under the neat green canopy, tramping in the rear edge of the glare from his flashlight. His leather and brass glistened in the light. He was cautious enough to walk in the middle of the narrow, long pier, but did enough stamping with his feet to show he was the law. When he reached Sale, he stopped. His cap had a cock. His lower lip was loose on the left side, as if depressed by a pipe stem that wasn't there. He was young, bony, and brown. He asked, "That you give that yell?" Sale picked up the hook and wet line. He held the hook close to his left palm. He grimaced at the small oozing rip in the brown callus of the palm. It was about the kind of hole the fishhook would have made. "Yeah?" the cop said vaguely. "You snagged the hand on a hook, eh? Made you yell?" The policeman towed the fish head's open mouthful of snake-fang teeth. "Barracuda," he said, but not as if that was on his mind. Red drops came out of the ripped palm, fattened on the lower edge, came loose, and fell on the dock. Sale picked the fish up with his other hand. When he stood his straightest, he was still shorter than the small, cocky policeman. The officer splashed light on Sale. He saw the round, jolly brown features of a 30-ish man who probably liked his food, who would put weight on until he was 40 and spend the rest of his life secretly trying to take it off. Sale's hair might have been unraveled rope and looked as if it had been finger-combed. Some of the black had been scrubbed out of his black polo shirt. Washings had bleached his black dungarees. They fitted his small hips tightly and stopped halfway below the knees. Bare feet had squarish toes. Weather had gotten to all of the man a lot. The officer hawked to clear his throat.
"They don't eat barracuda in Miami, not when you catch the damn things in the harbor, anyhow."
He didn't sound as if that was the thing bothering him either. Sale asked, "You the health department?" The little policeman filled Sale's eyes with light. He said,
"If that was a crack," and changed to, "Was it you yelled?"
"Any law against a yell when you get a hook in your hand?" The policeman popped his light into Sale's face again. Derision was around Sale's blue eyes and in the warp of his lips. Loud music was coming from the Moonlight excursion boat at the south end of the city yacht basin, but a barker spoiled the effect of the music, if any. 2 slot machines alongside the lunch stand at Pier 6 ate sailor nickels and chugged away. $100 million worth of yachts within a half-mile radius, the Miami Publicity Bureau said. Little Egyptian silk sail racing cutters that had cost $1,000 a foot. A big 300-foot Britisher owned by Lady something or other who only had officers with beards. And in between sizes: teak, mahogany, chromium, brass. Efficiency. Jap stewards as quiet as spooks. Blonde Swede sailors. Skippers with leather faces, big hands, and great calm. The policeman pointed his flashlight beam at the boat tied to the end of the dock. The light showed the sloping masts, the black canvas covers over the sails, the black, neat, new-looking hull. Life preservers tied to the mainstays had "Sail" on them in gold leaf.
"What do you call that kind of boat?"
the cop asked. "Chesapeake 5-log bug-eye," Sale said. "Her bottom is made out of 5 logs drifted together with Swedish iron rods. The masts on bug-eyes always rake back like that. She's 34 feet long in the water. You'll have trouble beating a bug-eye for knocking around shallow water, and they're pretty fair sea."
"Could it cross the ocean?"
"She has."
"Yeah? My old man's got the crazy idea he wants to go to the South Seas. He's nuts about boats."
"It gets you."
"This one yours?"
"Yes," Sale said.
"How old is it?"
68 years old.
"The hell it is! That's older than my old man. I don't think he'd want it."
"She'll take you anywhere," Sale defended.
"What's she worth?"
$75,000, Sale said. The policeman whistled. Then he laughed. He did not say anything. Sale said, "There are some panels in the cabin, genuine hand carvings by Samuel McIntyre of Salem. Probably they were once on a clipper ship. That's what makes her price stiff." The cop did not answer. He switched off his light.
"All I can say is you let out a hell of a funny yell when you catch a fish," he said.
He took pains to stamp his feet while he walked away. By the time Sale got the effects of the flashlight out of his eyes, the officer was out of sight. Sale held his hands close to his chest, fingers spread, palms in. There was barely enough breeze to make coolness against one side of his face. The music on the moonlit sailboat stopped. The barker was silent. Over in the Bayfront Park outdoor auditorium, a political speaker was viewing something with alarm. After he had felt his hands tremble for a while, Sale went to his boat. The boat, Sale, rode spring lines at the dock end. She had a 34-foot water line, 12-foot beam, 2-foot draft with centerboard up, 7 with it down. She was rigged to be sailed by one man, all lines coming aft. The interior was teak, with inset panels of red sanders, fustic and green ebony, all hand-carved by a man who had died in 1811. How Samuel McIntyre panels came to be in the Bug-Eye, Sale did not know, But he had been offered $1,000 for each year of age for the boat and was hungry broke when he turned it down. It was not a money matter. Some men love dogs. Sale slapped the fish into a kettle in the galley and, hurrying, put most of his right arm through a porthole, grasped a line, took half hitches off a cleat, and let the line go. The line snaked quietly down into the water, following a sinking live box and its contents of live fish and crawfish. Sale looked out of the hatch. The young policeman had come quietly back to where the fish had bled and was using his flashlight. He squatted. After a while, he approached the dock end, moseying. Too carefully. When his flashlight brightened the Bug-Eye's black masts and black sail covers, Sale was in the galley, making enough noise cutting up the fish to let the cop know where he was and what he was doing. Sale waited 4 or 5 minutes before putting his head out of the hatch. The cop had gone somewhere silently. Sale was still looking and listening for the policeman when he heard the man's curse and the woman's cry, short, sharp. The man's curse was something of a bray of surprise. The sounds came out of Bayfront Park between the waterfront yacht basin and Biscayne Boulevard. Sale, not stirring but watching the park, saw a man running among the palms. Then the young policeman and his flashlight were also moving among the palms. During the next 5 minutes, the policeman and his flash were not still long enough for him to have found anything. Sale, stripped naked, working fast once more. His body was rounding, the hair on it golden and long, but not thick. He looked at his belly as if he didn't like it, slapped it and sucked it in. The act was more a habit than a thought. He put on black jersey swim trunks. Standing in the companion looking around, Sale scratched his chest and tugged the hair on it. His fingers twisted a little rat tail of the chest hair. No one was in sight. He got over the side without being too conspicuous about it. The water had odor and the usual things floated in it. He swam under the dock, searching. The tide was high slack almost, but still coming in just a little, so things in the water were not moving away. The pier had been built stout because of the hurricanes. There was a net of cross timbers underneath, and anything falling off the south side of the dock would drift against them. Sale found what he was seeking on the third dive. He kept in the dark places as he swam away with it. The little island, artificial, put there when they dredged the harbor, was darkly silent when Sale swam laboriously toward it. Pine trees on the island had been bent by the hurricanes and some torn up. The weeds did not seem to have been affected. Sale tried not to splash as he shoved through the shallows to the sand beach. He towed the Greek underwater. 6 crabs and some seaweed clung to the Greek when Sale carried him into the pines and weeds. The knife sticking in the Greek, and what it had done, did not help. The pines scratched and the weeds crunched under the Greek when Sale laid him down. It was very dark. Pulpy skins in a billfold were probably greenbacks, and stiffer, smaller rectangles business cards. Silver coins, a pocket knife, 2 clips for an automatic. The automatic holster empty under the Greek's left armpit. From inside the Greek's coat lining, another rectangle, 4 inches wide, 5 times as long, 1/4 of an inch thick. It felt like hardwood. The Greek's wristwatch still ticked. Sale put the business cards and the object from the coat lining inside his swim trunks and was down on his knees cleaning his hands in the sand when the situation got the best of him. By the time he finished being sick, he had sweated profusely. The water felt cold as he swam back the way he had come, under the docks and close to the seawall, with the Greek. Sale clung to Sale's chain bobstay until all the water had run off him that wanted to run off, then swung aboard and moved along the deck, keeping below the wharf level, and dropped down the hatch. He started to take the bathing suit off, and the girl said, "Please." She swung her legs off the forward bunk. Light from the kerosene gimbal lamp did not reach all of her. The feet were small in dark blue sandals which showed red enameled toenails. Her legs had not been shaved recently, but were nice. Pink starting on Sale's chest and spreading made his tan look dark and uncomfortable, and he chewed an imaginary something between his large white front teeth as he squinted at the girl. He seemed about to say something 2 or 3 different times, but didn't, and went into the stateroom and got out of the swim trunks. The shadow-wrapped rest of her did not look bad as he passed. He tied a fish sinker to the trunks and dropped them through a porthole into the bay, which was dredged 3 fathoms deep here. He put on his scrubbed black clothes. The girl had moved into the light. The rest of her was interesting.
"You probably think I'm a tart," she said. "I'm not, and I wish you'd let me stay here a while longer. I have a good reason."
Sale scratched behind his right ear, raised and lowered his eyebrows at her, stalked self-consciously into the galley, pumped fresh water in a glass and threw it on the galley floor, then stepped in it. His feet now left wet tracks such as they had made when he came aboard. He seemed acutely conscious that his efforts to make this seem a perfectly sensible procedure were exaggerated. His hands upset a round bottle, but he caught it. He set it down, picked it up again, and asked, "Drink?" She had crossed her legs. Her skirt was split.
"That would be nice," she said.
Sale, his back to her, made more noise than necessary in rattling bottles and glasses and pinking an opener into a can of condensed milk. He mixed 2 parts of gin, 1 of creme de cacao, 1 of condensed milk. He put 4 drops from a small green bottle in one drink and gave that one to the girl, holding it out a full arm length, as if he didn't feel well acquainted enough to get closer, or didn't want to frighten her away. They sipped. She said,
"It's not bad without ice, really."
"I did have an electric ice box," he told her, as if excusing the lack of ice, "but it and this salt air didn't mix so well." Her skirt matched her blue pumps, and her yellow jersey was a contrast. Her long hair was mahogany and done in a bun over each ear, so that her long oval face had a pure, sweet look. She drank again. Her blue leather handbag started to slip out of the hollow of her crossed legs, and she caught it quickly. Sale put his glass down and went around straightening things which really didn't need it. He picked up the news off the engine box. It was in 2 parts. He handed 1 part to the girl. That seemed to press the button. She threw the paper down and grabbed her blue purse with both hands.
"You don't need to be so goddamn smart about it,"
she said through her teeth. She started to get up, but her knee joints did not have strength, and she slid off the bench and sat hard on the black battleship linoleum. Sale moved fast and got his plump hands on the blue purse as she clawed it open. A small, bright revolver fell out of the purse as they had a tug-of-war over it.
"Blick!"
the girl squealed. Blick and a revolver came out of the oilskin locker. The gun was a small, bright twin to the girl's. Blick's Panama fell off slick mahogany hair, and disarranged oilskins fell down in the locker behind him. Blick had his lips rolled in until he seemed to have no lips. He looked about old enough to have fought in the last war.
"Want it shot off?"
he gritted. Sale jerked his hand away from the girl's purse as if a bullet was already headed for it. He put his hands up as high as the cabin carlins and ceiling would allow. His mouth and eyes were round and uneasy, and the upper part of his stomach jumped a little with each beat of his heart, moving the polo shirt fabric. Blick gave Sale a quick search. He was rough. His lips were still rolled in, and a sleeve was still jammed up on one arm, above a drop of blood that was not yet dry. The girl started to get up, couldn't. She said,
"Blick,"
weakly. Blick, watching Sale, threw at her,
"You had to be a sucker and drink with him."
The girl's lips worked over some words before sounds started coming.
I know it doped."
Blick gritted at Sale.
"Bud, she's my sis, and if she don't come out of that, I wouldn't want to be you. Help me get her going."
Blick dropped his sister's purse and gun in his coat pocket, got his Panama, then took the girl's right arm, letting Sale look into the little gun's muzzle all the while.
"Help me, Bud."
Sale took his hands down. Sweat wetness was coming through his washed black polo shirt. He watched Blick's eyes and face instead of watching the gun. They walked the girl up the companion and onto the dock. Blick put his hand and small revolver into a trouser pocket.
"We're tight. Stagger."
They staggered. The orchestra on the moonlit excursion boat was still trying to entice customers for the moonlight sail. Yacht sailors, some of them with a load, stood in a knot at the end of the lunch stand, and out of the knot came the chug of the slot machines. Blick was tall enough to glare over his sister's head at Sale. His glare was not bright.
"What did you give her?"
Sale wet his lips. The sweat had come out on his forehead enough to start running. Truth serum. You louse! 2 sailors, one without his shirt, went past, headed for the slot machines. Blick said, "Bud, I think I got you figured. You're a guy Andopoulos rung in. He'd still try to get a boat and another guy." Sale squinted out of one eye. Perspiration was stinging the other. "Andopoulos was the one who didn't digest the knife? You ain't that dumb. Was he? You know that was Abel." Sale said, "Believe it or not, I'm guessing right across the board. Abel was to do the dirty work while you and the girl hung around on shore. Abel tried to take something from Andopoulos on the dock. Abel had something that had something to do with whatever he wanted." He tapped it inside his coat as he talked. "Abel got knifed, let out a bellow, and went off the dock into the drink. Andopoulos ran after he knifed Abel. You headed him off in the park. He got away and ran some more. You did a sneak to my hooker while the cop looked around." "Did you guess all that?" Blick sneered. They were nearing Biscayne Boulevard and traffic. On the news building tower, the neon sign alternately spelled WIOD and News. Sale took a deep breath and tried to watch Blick's face. "I'd like to know what Abel wanted." Blick said nothing. They scuffed over the sidewalk, and Blick, walking as if he did not feel as if he weighed much, seemed to think to a conclusion which pleased him. "Hell, Nola, maybe Andopoulos didn't spill to our bud here." Nola did not answer. She seemed about asleep. Blick pinched her, slapped her, and that awakened her somewhat. A police radio car was parked at the corner of Biscayne, and Blick did not see it in time. He said, as if he didn't give a damn, "Stagger, bud. This should be good." Sale shoved a little to steer the girl to the side of the walk farthest from the prowl car. Blick shoved back to straighten them up. The result was that they passed close enough to the police machine to reach it with one good jump. Sale shoved Blick and Nola as hard as he could, using the force of the shove to propel himself toward the car. He grabbed the spare tire at the back and used it to help himself around the machine to shelter. Blick's revolver went off 3 times, about as rapidly as a revolver could fire. Both cops in the car brayed and fell out of the car onto Sale. Blick carried Nola to a taxicab 40 feet down the street and dumped her in. He stood beside the hack, aimed, and air began leaving the left front tire of the police car. The cops started shooting in a rattled way. Blick leaped onto the taxi. An instant later, the hack driver fell out of his own machine holding his head. The taxi took off. The 2 cops sprang up and piled into their machine, one yelling, "What about this one in the street?" "Hell, he's dead." The cops drove after the taxi, one shooting, his partner having trouble steering with the flat tire. Sale, for a fat man, ran away from there very fast. Sale planted his heaving chest against the lunch stand counter, held onto the edge with both hands, and stood there a while, twice looking down at his knees and moving them experimentally, as if suspecting something was wrong with them. The young man, who looked as youths in lunch stands somehow always managed to look, came over and swiped the counter with his towel. "What have you got in cans?" Sale asked him, then stopped the answering recital on the 3rd name. Beer suds overflowed the can before it hit the counter. Sale drank the first can and most of the next in big gulps, but slowed down on the 3rd and seemed tied up in thought. He scraped at the tartar on a tooth with a fingernail, then started chewing the nail and got it down to the quick, then looked at it as if surprised. He absently put 3 dimes on the counter. 45, the youth corrected. Sale added a half and said, "Some nickels out of that." He carried the nickels over to the mob around the slot machines. He stood around with his hands in his pockets. He tried whistling, and on the 2nd attempt got a good result, after which he looked more satisfied with himself. His mouth warped wryly as he watched the play at the 2 machines. He took his nickels out, looked at them, firmly put them back, but took them out a bit later. When there was a lull, he shoved up to the slot machines. The one-armed bandit gave him a lemon and 2 bars, with another bar just showing. "You almost made it," someone said. "A little more and you'd have made the jackpot." "Brother," Sale said, "you must be a mind reader." He backed up, waited, still giving some attention to his private thoughts, until he got a chance at the other machine. It showed a bar, a lemon, a bar. Sale rubbed his forearms, looked thoughtful, and walked off. A telephone booth was housed at the end of Pier 4. Sale, when a nickel got a dial tone, dialed the 0, said, "Operator, I believe in giving all telephone operators possible employment, so I never dial a number. Give me police headquarters, please." He waited for a while after the operator laughed, said, "I want to report an attempted robbery," then told someone else, "This is Captain Sale of the yacht Sale. A few minutes ago, a man and a woman boarded my boat and marched me away at the point of a gun. I do not know why, except that the man was a drug user. I feel he intended to kill me. There was a police car parked at the corner of Biscayne, and when I broke away and got behind it, the man tried to shoot me, then drove off with the woman in a taxi, and 2 officers chased them. I want to know what to do now." "It would help if you described the pair." The man and woman Sale described would hardly be recognized as Blick and Nola. "Could you come up to headquarters and look over our gallery?" asked the voice. "Where is it?" "Turn left off Flagler just as you reach the railroad." When Sale left the telephone booth, the youth with the hot dog stand look was jerking the handle of one slot machine, then the other, and swearing.
"Funny, both damn things blew up," he complained.
Sale walked off, wearing a small, secret grin. 2 hours later, Sale pushed back a stack of gallery photographs in police headquarters and said in a tired, wondering voice, "There sure seem to be a lot of crooks in this world, but I don't see my two." The captain at his elbow said heartily, "You don't, eh? Yeah, it's tough. One of the boys in the radio car got it in the leg. We found the taxi, and we'll find them too. You can bet on that." He was a big brown captain with the kind of jaw and eyes that went with his job. He had said his name was Raider. Sale rode back to the city yacht basin in a taxi and looked around before he got out. He walked to Sale. While adjusting a spring line, he saw a head shape through the skylight. By craning, he saw the head shape was finished out by a police cap. Sale walked back and forth, changing the spring lines which did not need changing, and otherwise putting off what might come. Finally, he pulled down his coat sleeves, put on an innocent look, and went down. One policeman waiting in the cabin was using his tongue to lather a new cigar with saliva. The tongue was coated. He was shaking, not very much, but shaking. His face had some loose red skin on it, and his neck was wattled. The second policeman was the young, bony cop with the warp in the end of his mouth. He still had his flashlight. The third man was putting bottles and test tubes in a scuffed brown leather bag which held more of the same stuff and a microscope off which some of the enamel was worn. He wore a fuzzy gray flannel suit, had rimless, hookless glasses pinched tight on his nose, and had chewed up about half of the cigar in his mouth without lighting it. The cigar was the same kind the other policeman was licking. Sale said, "I just talked to Captain Raider." The warp got deeper in the end of the young cop's mouth. He switched his flashlight on and off in Sale's eyes, then hung it from the hook on his belt. "What about?" Sale told them what he had talked to Captain Raider about, the kidnapping, which he said he could not understand. In describing Nola and Blick, whom he did not name, he made no mention of having heard their names, he repeated the words he had used over the telephone. When it was over, the young cop stepped forward, jaw first.
"All right, by God, now you can tell us the truth."
The shaking policeman got up slowly, holding his shiny, damp cigar and looking miserable. "Now, Joey, that way won't do it." Joey grabbed Sale's right wrist and squeezed it.
"The hell it won't. Lewis says there was human blood on the dock along with the fish blood."
The shaking policeman said, "Now, Joey."
Joey shouted, "A lot of people heard somebody let out a yip. Even over in the park where I was doing the Vice Squad's work, I heard it."
Sale held out his left hand to show the tear in the brown callus of the palm. "A fishhook made that," he said. "You saw it bleed. There's your human blood on the dock."
Joey yelled, "Mr. Sailor, we've been checking on you by radio. You cleared from Bimini, the customs tells us. We radioed Bimini. You know what? You were asked to get out of Bimini. A gambling joint went broke in Bimini because one of their wheels had been wired and a lot of lads in the know made a cleaning. It ended up in a brawl and the gambling joint owner went to the hospital."
Joey shook his finger at Sale's throat.
"The British police asked around and it began to look as if you had tipped the winners how to play. The joint owner claimed he didn't know his wheel was wired. It ended up with you being asked to clear out. The only reason you're not in the Bimini jug is because they couldn't figure any motive. You didn't get a cut. You hadn't lost any jack on the wheel. You didn't have a grudge against the owner. It was a screwy business, the British said, from beginning to end. But that's what they think. I think different. You know what I think?
I doubt if it would be interesting, Sale said dryly.
I think you outfoxed him. You're a smooth article, that's what you think. But you can't pull this stuff here.
The shaking policeman said, "You haven't got a leg, Joey," between teeth clicks.
"I'll sweat the so-and-so until I got 1,000 legs."
The freezing policeman groaned.
"You should have your behind kicked, Joey."
Joey released Sale's right wrist to frown at the other officer.
"Listen, Mr. Homicide."
The shaking policeman got between Joey and Sale and stood there, saying nothing. Joey frowned at him, then sucked at his lower lip, pulling it out of shape.
"Hell, if you gotta run this, run it,"
he said. He turned and stamped up the companion across the deck and, judging from the sounds, had some kind of an accident and nearly fell overboard getting from the boat to the dock, but finally made it safely. The other policeman, grinning without much meaning in it, extended a hand which, when Sale took it, was hot and unnatural. After he held the hand a moment, Sale could feel it trembling. "I'm Captain Chris of Homicide," the officer said. "I want to thank you for reporting your troubled Captain Raider, and I want to congratulate you on your narrow escape from those two. But next time, don't take such chances. Never fool with hop and guns. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything of your attacker and his girlfriend or sister, whichever she was. Hope you have a good time in Miami in the meantime. We have a wonderful city. Florida has a wonderful climate." He shook with his chill. The rabbity man, Lewis, who had not said anything, finished putting things in his bag, picked up a camera with a photo flash attachment which had been unnoticed on a bunk, and went up the companion, stepping carefully as one who was not used to boats. He got onto the dock carefully with bag and camera. Captain Chris followed. Sale said, "Quinine and whiskey is supposed to be good for malaria, but only certain quinines." "Thanks," said Captain Chris, "but I think whiskey gave it to me." They walked away, and young Joey was the only one who looked back. The tide stood at flood slack, the water still, so that things did not float away. Something bright was bobbing on the water, and Sale got a light. He found 5 of the bright things when he hunted. Used photographic flashlight bulbs with brass bases not corroded enough by the salt water for them to have been in long. Sale went below and looked around. Enough things were out of place to show the hooker had been searched. Fingerprint powder had not been wiped off quite well enough. Sale catnapped all night, sleeping no more than a half-hour soundly at any one time. He spent long periods with a mirror which he rigged to look out of the companion without showing himself. On a big Matthews cruiser tied across the slip, somebody was ostensibly standing anchor watch. Boats lying at a slip do not usually stand on anchor. The watcher did not smoke and did not otherwise allow any light to get to his features. It was dark enough that he might have been tall or short, wide or narrow. The small things he did were what any man would do during a long, tiresome job, with one exception. He frequently put a finger deep in his mouth and felt around. Party fish boats making noise on their way out of Pier 5 furnished Sale with an excuse to go on deck at about 6 bells. He stood there, yawning, rubbing his head with his palms and making faces. He rubbed a finger across his chest and rolled up little twists and balls of dirt or old skin, after which he took a shower with the dock hose. The watcher was not around the Matthews in the morning sun. Sale went below to don a pair of black shorts, which washing had faded. Sale's dinghy rode in stern davits, bug-eye fashion, at enough of a tilt not to hold seas or spray, and Sale lowered it. He got a brush and the dock hose and washed down the topsides, taking off dried salt that seawater had deposited on the hull. He dropped his brush in the water 3 different times. It sank, and he had to reach under for it. The 3rd time he reached under for the brush, he retrieved the stuff which the Greek's clothing had yielded the night before. The articles had not worked out of the nook between the dock cross-braces under water where Sale had jammed them after swimming back from the island where he had taken the dead Greek. Sale finished washing down, hauled the dink up on the davits, and during the business of coiling the dock hose around the faucet in the middle of the dock, he worked his eyes. Any one of a dozen staring persons within view might have been the watcher from the Matthews. The other 11 would be tourists down for a gawk at the yachts. Sale took the Greek stuff out of the dink when he got the scrub brush. He went below. Picking the business cards apart was a job because they were soaked to pulp. He examined both sides of each card as he got it separated. One card said Captain Santorin Gura Andopoulos of the yacht Athens Girl chartered for Gulfstream fishing and that nobody caught more fish. The address was Pier 5. I Live Aboard was written in pencil on the back. The other 26 cards said the Lignum Vitae Towing Company had a president named Captain Abel Dokimos. The address was on the Miami River, and there was a telephone number for after 6. The piece of board was 4 by 20 by 1/4 inches, mahogany with screw holes in the 4 corners. Most of the varnish was gone, peeled rather than worn off, and so was some of the gold leaf. There were a letter and 4 figures in gold leaf, K9420. Sale burned all of the stuff in the galley shipmate. A man was taking 2 slot machines away from the lunch stand as Sale passed on his way uptown. Later, he passed 4 places which had slot machines, and there was a play around all of them. Sale loafed around each crowd, but not as if he wanted to. He walked off from one crowd, then came back. In all, he managed to play 3 machines. The third paid 4 nickels, and he played 2 back without getting anything. The slot and a dial telephone got one of the surviving nickels. He told the operator he didn't dial as a matter of principle and asked for Pier 5, and when he got Pier 5, asked for Captain Santorin Gura Andopoulos of the Athens Girl. It took them 5 minutes to decide they couldn't find Captain Andopoulos. After the telephone clanked its metal throat around the 4th nickel, Sale repeated the refusal to dial and asked for the number of Captain Abel Dokimos's Lignum Vitae Towing Company. When he heard the answer, he made his voice as different as he could. "Captain Abel handy?"
He hasn't come down this morning. Anything we can do?
"Call later," Sale said. The woman on the other end of the wire had been Blick's sister Nola, visitor aboard Sale the night before. Sale selected a cafeteria which was a little overdone in chromium. The darky who carried his tray got a dime. There was a small dab of oatmeal on the first chair Sale started to sit on. He broke his egg yolks and watched them run with an intent air. The 5th lump made his coffee cup overflow. He put almost a whole egg down with the first gulp from the force of habit of a man who eats his own cooking and eats it in solitude. A boy wandered among the tables selling newspapers and racing tip sheets. He carried and sold more tip sheets than newspapers. Sale took the coffee slowly with the spoon, getting a little undissolved sugar out of the bottom of the cup with each spoonful, seeming to enjoy it. The sugar lumps were wrapped in paper carrying the cafeteria's advertisement, and he unwrapped one and ate it after he finished everything before him. He put the papers in the coffee cup. The man in a stiff straw hat eating near the door did not put syrup or anything sweet on his pancakes or in his coffee, and when he finished eating, he poked the back of his cheek absently with a finger, then put the finger in the back of his mouth to feel. Sale got up and took a slow walk until he came to a U-Drive-It. There was a slot machine in the U-Drive-It. He tried it, and it paid off only in noise. He made a deposit and got a light 6 sedan. For 3 blocks he drove slowly, looking out and appraising buildings for height. He picked one much taller than the others and parked in front of it. After starting into the building, he came back to look over an upright dingus, one of a row of the things along the curb. Small print said motorists could park there half an hour if they put a nickel in the dingus and turned the handle. "The whole town's got it," he complained and shook the device to see if it would start working without a nickel. It wouldn't, and he put one in. He said loudly just before entering one of the tall building elevators, "5." The 5th-floor corridor was not much different from other office building corridors. There were 3 real estate and 1 law office and some more. The man who had felt his bad tooth in the cafeteria came sneaking up the stairs from the 4th floor and put his head around the corner. Sail was set. The man's straw hat sounded surprisingly like glass when it collapsed, and the man got down on all fours to mew in pain. Sail hit again, then unwrapped his belt from his fist. He blew on the fist, working the fingers. "I've got to rush my friend to a place for treatment," he told the operator when the elevator cage came. He thanked the operator and half a dozen other volunteer assistants while he started the rented car. He drove past the You Drive It. The proprietor was fussing with his machine. Sail drove 5 or 6 miles by guess before he found a lonesome spot and got out. He hauled the man out. Sail's breathing was regular and deeper than usual. His eyes were wide with excitement, and he perspired. He wiped his palms on his clerical black shorts and bent over his victim. The man with the bad tooth began big at the top and tapered. His small hands were calloused, dirt was ground into the calluses, and the nails were broken. He had dark hair and a dark face, but got lighter as he went down, finishing off with feet in a pair of white shoes. He smelled a little as men smell who live on small boats with no baths. His pockets held 300 and nothing smaller than tens, all new bills in a plain envelope. There was $1.61 in silver mixed up with the cashier's slip for his cafeteria breakfast. In 10 or so minutes, he was scowling at Sail. He said something in Greek. It sounded like his personal opinion of Sail or the situation. Sail said, "Andopoulos?" "You know my name, so what you asking for?" The man growled without much accent. "You're here because I've been getting too much attention," Sail said. "That ought to be clear, hadn't it?" Andopoulos felt his head, that part of his cheek over his bad tooth, then got to his feet. Sail took his belt out of his pocket and started threading it through the loops. Andopoulos clutched his head, groaned, started to sit down, but jumped at Sail instead. Sail moved to one side, but not enough, and Andopoulos hit his shoulder, and the impact turned him around and around. Andopoulos hit him somewhere else, and the whole front of his body went numb, and something against his back was the ground. "I'll stomp ya!" Andopoulos yelled. He jumped on Sail with both feet, and Sail was still numb enough to feel only the dull shock. His rounded body rolled under the impact, and Andopoulos waved his arms to keep erect. Sail had his belt unthreaded. He laid it like a whip across Antopoulos's face. Andopoulos grabbed his face and was wide open when he sat down heavily beside Sail. When Andopoulos came to, his wrists were fastened with the belt. Sail had his shirt unbuttoned and was examining the damage the other's feet had done. There was one purple print of the entire bottom of Andopoulos's right foot and a skinned patch where the other had slid off, with loosened skin tangled in the long golden hairs, but not much blood. He put back his head and shoulders and started to take a full breath, but broke it off in coughing. He sat down, coughing, holding his chest, and sweated. "Yeah," Andopoulos gloated. "I stomp your guts good if you don't lay off me. What you been following me for?" Sail looked up sickly. "Following you?" "Yeah." Sail, still sitting, said, "My Christian friend, you stood anchor watch on me last night. You haunted me this morning, but still I was following you, was I?" "Before that, I'm talk about," Andopoulos growled. "You follow me to Bimini in that black bug-eye. I make run from Bimini here yesterday, you make it too. What kind of blind fool you take me for? You following me, and don't you think I don't know him?" "It must have been coincidence." "Don't feed me, mister." "It just might be that nobody will have to feed you for long." "What you mean?" "You were walking down the dock toward my boat last night when Abel jumped you. You sort of ruined Abel, and I covered up for you, but that's not the point. The point is, why were you coming to see me?" "Oh, hell, I was gonna tell you about following me." Sail coughed some, deep and low, trying to keep it from moving his ribs, then got up on his feet carefully. "All right, now, we're being honest with each other, and I'll tell you a true story about a yacht named Lady Luck." Andopoulos crowded his lips into a bunch and pushed the bunch out as far as he could, but didn't say anything. Sail said, The Lady Luck, Department of Commerce, registration number K9420. She belonged to Bill Lord of Tulsa. Oil. Out in Tulsa, they call Bill the Osage Magician, on account of what he's got that it seems to take to find oil. Mrs. Bill likes jewelry, and Bill likes her, so he buys her plenty. Because Mrs. Bill really likes her rocks, she carries them around with her. You following me? Andopoulos was. He still had his lips pooched. Bill Lord had his Lady Luck anchored off the vet camp on Lower Matacumbe last November. Sale continued. Bill and the missus were ashore looking over the camp. Bill was in the trenches himself and is some kind of a shot with the American Legion and the Democrats, so he was interested. The missus left her pretties on the yacht. Remember that. Everybody has read about the hurricane that hit that afternoon, and maybe some noticed that Bill and his missus were among those who hung on behind that tank car. But the Lady Luck wasn't so lucky, and she dragged her pick off somewhere and sank. For a while, nobody knew where. Sale stopped to cough. He had to lie down on his back before he could stop, and he was very careful getting erect. Perspiration had most of him wet. A couple of weeks ago, a guy asked the Department of Commerce lads to check and give him the name of the boat and the owner that carried number K9420, Sale said, keeping his voice down now. The word got to me, never mind how, and it was easy to find you had had a fishing party down around the Matacumbes and Long Key a few days before you got curious about K9420. It was a little harder to locate your party. 2 guys. They said you anchored off Lower Matacumbe to bottom fish, and your anchor fouled something, and you had a time, and finally, when you got the anchor up, you brought aboard some bow planking off a sunken boat. From the strain, it was pretty evident the anchor had pulled this planking off the rest of the boat, which was still down there. You checked up as a matter of course to learn what boat you had found. Andopoulos looked at him as if more than his tooth hurt him. Sale kept his voice even lower to keep his ribs from moving. Tough you didn't get in touch with the insurance people instead of contacting Captain Abel Dokamos, a countryman who had a towing and salvage outfit and no rep to speak of. You needed help to get the Lady Luck. Cap Abel tried to make you cough up the exact location. You got scared and lit out for Bimini. You discovered I was following you, and that scared you back to Miami. You wanted a showdown, and when Cap Abel collared you on the dock as you were coming to see me, you took care of that part of your troubles with a knife. But that left Abel's lady friend, or whatever she is, and her brother Blick. They were in the know, too. They tried to grab you last night in the park after you fixed Abel up, and you outran them. Now, that's a very complete story, or do you think? Andopoulos was a man who did his thinking with the help of his face, and there was more disgust than anything else on his features. "You trying to cut in?" he snarled. "Not trying." "Then what have?" The sun was comfortable, but mosquitoes were coming out of the swamp around the road to investigate. "Yeah," Andopoulos said. "I guess you have, maybe." Sale put his shirt on, favoring his chest. "We've got to watch the insurance outfit. They paid off on Mrs. Bill's stuff, over $100,000. They'll have wires out." Andopoulos got up and held out his hands for the belt to be taken off, and Sale took it off. Andopoulos said, "I thought of the insurance when I got Cap Abel. We used to run rum, the Macedonian tramp." "There's shoal water diving stuff aboard my bug-eye," Sale said. "You don't get me in the water. Shark, barracuda, moray, stingrays, hell of a place. If I hadn't been afraid, I've done the diving myself. I thought of that, believe me." "That's my worry. It's not too bad once you get a system." Sale felt his chest. "I guess maybe these ribs will knit in a while." Andopoulos looked much better, almost as if he had forgotten his tooth. "It's your neck, okay if you say so." "Then let's get going." Andopoulos was feeling his tooth when he got into the car. Sale had driven no more than half a mile when both front tires let go their air. The car was in the canal beside the road before anything could be done about it. The car broke its windows going down the canal bank. The canal must have been 6 feet deep, and its tea-colored water filled the machine at once. Sale had both arms over his middle where the steering wheel had hit. So much air had been knocked out of him, and his middle hurt so that he had to take something into his lungs, and there was only water. He began to drown. The water seemed to be rushing around inside the car, although there was room for no more to come in. Sale couldn't find the door handles. The broken windows he did find were too small to crawl out of, but after exploring 3, he got desperate and tried a small one. There was not enough hole. He pushed and worked around with the jagged glass, his head out of the car, the rest of him inside, until strange feelings of something running out of his neck made him know he was cutting his throat. He pulled his head in and pummeled the car roof with blows that did not have strength enough to knock him away from what he was hitting. It came to his mind to try the jagged glass again as being better than drowning, but he couldn't find it, and clawed and felt with growing madness until he began to get fistfuls of air. He sank twice before he clutched a weed on shore, after which the spasms he was having kept him at first from hearing the shots. Yells were mixed in with the shot sounds. Andopoulos was on the canal bank running madly. Blick and his sister were on the same bank running after Andopoulos, shooting at him and having, for such short range, bad luck. They were shooting at Andopoulos's legs. All 3 ran out of sight. Sound alone told Sale when they winged Andopoulos and grabbed him. Sale had some of the water out of his lungs. He swam to a clump of brush which hung down into the water, got under it, and managed to get his coughing stopped by the time Blick and Nola came up hauling Andopoulos. Andopoulos sobbed at the top of his voice. "Shoot his other leg off if he acts up, Nola," Blick yelled. "I'll get our little fat bud." Sale wanted to cough until it was almost worth getting shot just to do so. Red from his neck was spreading through the water under the brush. "He must be a submarine," Blick said. He got a stick and poked around. "Hell, Nola, this water is 8 feet deep anyhow." Andopoulos babbled something in Greek. Blick screamed, "Shut up, or we'll put bullets in you like we put 'em into your car tires." Andopoulos went on babbling.
His leg is pretty bad, Blick, Nola said.
"I'll let him bleed." Air kept coming up from the submerged car. Sale tried to keep his mind off wanting to cough. It seemed that Blick was going to stand for hours on the bank with his bright little pistol. "He must have drowned," Blick said. "Get that other leg to working, Andopoulos. You didn't know we'd been on your trail all night and all morning, did you? We didn't lose it when this Sale got you either." Andopoulos whimpered as they hazed him away. Car sound departed. Captain Chris, wide-eyed and hearty and with no sign of a chill, exclaimed, Well, we began to think something had happened to you." Sale looked at him with eyes that appeared drained, then stumbled the other 2 steps down the companion into the main cabin of Sale and let himself down on the starboard seat. Pads of cotton under gauze made Sale's neck and wrists 3 times normal thickness. Tape stuck to his face in 4 places, and iodine had run out from under one of the pieces and dried. Young, bony Joey looked Sale over, and his big grin took the warp out of the corner of his mouth.
"Tisk, tisk," he said cheerfully. "Somebody beat me to it."
Sale gave them a look of bile. "This is a private boat, in case you forgot."
"He's mussed up, and now he's tough," Joey said. "Swell."
Now, let's keep things on an amiable footing," Captain Chris murmured. Sale said, "Drag it." Joey popped his palms together, aimed a finger at Sale.
"You got told about Lewis finding human blood in that fish mess on the dock last night, but try to alibi the rest." "There was wet tracks in this boat." "Well, that was all right, maybe, only some of the tracks were salt water and the water spilled on the galley floor was fresh. We got the harbor squad diver down this morning. He found a box on the bottom below this boat with live fish in it. He found a bathing suit with a sinker tied to it. And this morning a yachtsman beached his dink on the little island by Pier 1 and found a dead Greek. We sat down with all that and done our arithmetic, and here we are."
Sale's face began changing from red and tan to cream and tan, although the bandages took away some of the effect. Captain Chris said, "Joey, you'd make a lousy gambler on account of you show your cards." Sale said in a low voice, "You're going to get your snouts busted if you keep this up." Captain Chris looked unconvincingly injured. "I didn't think we'd have any trouble with you, Mr. Sale. I hoped we wouldn't. You acted like a gentleman last night." Sale had been seated. He got up, bending over first to get the center of gravity right. He pointed a thumb at the companion. "Don't fall overboard on your way out."
I bet he thinks we're leaving,
Joey jeered. A string of red crawled out from under one of the bandages on Sale's neck. His face was more cream than any other color. He reached behind himself into the tackle locker and got a gaff hook, a 4-foot haft of varnished oak with a bright-tempered steel hook with a needle point. He showed Joey the hook and his front teeth. He said violently, "I got a 6-aspirin headache and things to go with it. I feel too lousy to shy at cops. You two public servants get the hell out before I go fishing for kidneys." Joey yelled happily,
Damn me! He's resisting arrest and threatening an officer.
Sale said, "Arrest?"
I forgot to tell you, Joey grinned. We're going to...
Sale asked Captain Chris, "Is this on the level?" "I regret that it is," Captain Chris said. "After all, evidence is evidence, and while Miami is noted for her hospitality, we do draw lines. And when our visitors go so far as to use knives on—" "I'm gonna hate to break your heart, you windbag," Sale said angrily. He took short steps, and not very fast ones, into the galley and took the rearmost can of beer out of the icebox. He cut off the top instead of using the patent opener. When the beer had filled the sink with suds, he got a glass tube which had been waxed inside the can. He held out the 2 sheets of paper which the tube contained. Joey raked his eyes over the print and penned signatures, then spelled them out, lips moving.
This don't make a damn bit of difference,
Captain Chris complained. "My glasses fell off yesterday during one of them infernal chills. What does it say, Joey?"
He's a private dick assigned to locate some stuff that sank on a yacht. The insurance people hired him.
Captain Chris buttoned his coat, pulled it down over his hips, set his cap by patting the top of it. "I'm afraid this makes it different, Joey." Joey snorted.
I say it don't.
Captain Chris walked to the companion. "Beauty before age, Joey."
Listen, if you think...
"Out, Joey."
Mr. Homicide, any day
"Out!" Captain Chris roared. "You're as big a goddamn fool as your mother." Joey licked his lips while he kept a malevolent eye on Sale, then took a step forward, but changed his mind and climbed the companion steps. When he was outside, he complained,
"Pa, you and your ideas give me an ache."
Captain Chris sighed wearily while he looked at Sale. "He's my son, the spoiled whelp." He hesitated. "You wouldn't want to cooperate." "I wouldn't." "If you get yourself in a sling, it'd be better if you had a reason for refusing to help the police." Sale said, "All I get out of this is a commission for recovering the stuff. Right now I need that money like hell." "You'd still get it if we helped each other." "Maybe, but I've cooperated before." Captain Chris shrugged, climbed 3 of the companion's 5 steps, and stopped. "This malaria is sure something. I could sing like a lark today, only I keep thinking about the chills due tomorrow. Did you say a special quinine went in that whiskey?" "Bullard's. It's English." "Thanks." Captain Chris climbed the rest of the way out. When the 2 policemen reached the dock, Sale came slowly on deck and handed Captain Chris a bottle. "You can't buy Bullard's here." "Well, say, I appreciate this." "If my day's run of luck keeps on the way it has, you'll probably find your knife man in a canal somewhere," Sale said slowly. "I'll look," Captain Chris promised. The 2 cops went away with Joey kicking his feet down hard on the dock boards. There was a rip in the nervous old man's canvas apron, and he mixed his words with waves off a pipe off which most of the stem had been bitten. He waved the pipe and said,
"My, mister, you must have had a car accident."
Sale, holding to the counter, said, "What about the charts?"
"Yeah, there's one other place sells the government charts besides us, Hopkins Carter. But if you're going down in the Keys, we got everything you need here. If you go on the inside, you'll want 32, 60, and 61. They're the strip charts. But if you take Hawk Channel, you'll need Harbor Chart 583 and charts 12, 49, 50, and 51. Here, I'll show—" Sale squinted his eyes, swallowed, and said, "I don't want to buy a chart.
I want you to slip out and telephone me if either of certain two persons comes in here and asks for chart 1250, the one which has Lower Matacumbe. Huh? Sales said patiently, "It's simple. You just tell the party you gotta get the chart and go telephone me, then stall around 3 or 4 minutes before you deliver the chart, giving me time to get over here and pick up their trail." The nervous old man put his pipe in his mouth and immediately took it out.
What kind of shenanigans is this?
Sales showed him a license to operate in Florida.
One of them private detectives, huh?
The old man said, impressed. Sale put a $10 bill on the counter. "That one's got twins. How about it?"
"Mister, if you'll just describe your parties, that's all."
Sale made a word picture of Blick and Nola, putting the salient points down on a piece of paper. He added a telephone number. "The phone's a booth in a cigar store on the corner. I'll be there. How far is this Hopkins Carter?"
2 blocks.
"I'll probably be there for the next 10 minutes. Sale, walking off, was not as pale as he had been on the boat. He had put on a serge suit more black than blue and a new black polo. When he was standing in front of the elevator, taking a pull at a flat amber bottle which had a crown and a figure 5 on the label, the old man yelled,
"Hey, mister!"
Sale lowered the bottle, started coughing, and called between coughs, "Now, what?"
"Let me look at this again and see if you said anything about the way he talked."
Sale moved back to where he could see the old man peering at the paper which held the descriptions. The old man took his pipe out of his teeth.
"Mister, what does that feller talk like?"
"Well, about like the rest of these crackers. No, wait, he'll call you Bud 2 or 3 times. The old man pointed his pipe at the floor.
"I already sold that man a 1250. About half-hour ago."
Sale pumped air out of his lungs in a short laugh, which had no sound except the sound made by the air passing his teeth and nostrils. He said, "That's swell. They would probably want a late chart for their X marks the spot, and so they've got it, and they're off to the wars, and me, I'm out 10% on better'n 100,000. He had taken 2 slow steps toward the elevator when the old man said,
"The chart was delivered."
Sale came around. "Eh?"
"He ordered it over the telephone. We delivered. I got the address somewhere."
He thumbed an order book.
"While away, a houseboat on the river below the 12th Street Causeway."
Sale put a 10 on the counter. "The brother." He was a fat man trying to hide a big face behind 2 hands, a match, and a cigar. He said, "Oof," and his dropping hands dragged cigar ashes down his vest when Sale prodded him in the upper belly with a fingertip. Sale said, "I just didn't want you to think you were getting away with it." The fat man turned his cigar down at an injured angle. "With what?" "Whatever you call what you've been doing." "Well, there must be some mistake, brother." "There's been several. It'll be another if you keep on trying to tail me." "Me tailing you? Why should I do that?" "Because you're a cop. You've got it all over you, and probably because Captain Chris ordered me trailed." The plainclothesman sent his cigar between 2 pedestrians, across the sidewalk and into the gutter. "Mind telling me what you can do about it?" Sale had started away. He came back, pounding his heels. "What was that?" "I've heard all about you, small, fat, and tough. You're due to learn that with the Miami Police Department, you can't horse—" Sale put his hand on the fat man's face. The fingers were spread, and against the hand's 2 longest fingers, the fat man's eyeballs felt wet. Sale shoved out and up a little. The cop did not yell or curse. He swung a vicious uppercut. He kicked with his right foot, then his left. The kicks would have lifted a hound dog over a roof. He held his eyes. The third kick upset a stack of gallon cans of paint. Sale got out of there. He changed cabs 4 times as rapidly as one cab could find another. While Away was built for rivers, and not very wide rivers. She was a hooker that couldn't take a sea. A houseboat, about 60 feet waterline, she had 3 decks that put her up like a skyscraper. She should never have been built. She was white, or had been. Scattered on shore near the houseboat was a gravel pile, 2 trucks with nobody near them, a shed, junk left by the hurricane, A trailer with both tires flat, windows broken, and 2 rowboats in as bad shape as the trailer. Sale was behind most of them at one time or another on his way to the riverbank. There was a concrete seawall. Between Sale and the houseboat, 2 gigs, a yawl, a cruiser, and another houseboat were tied to dolphins along the concrete river bulkhead. Nobody seemed to be on any of the boats. Sale wore dark blue silk underwear shorts. He hid everything else under the hurricane junk. The water had a little more smell and floating things than in the harbor. He kept behind the moored boats after he got over the seawall and let the tide carry him. He was just coming under the while-away bow when one of the square window ports opened almost overhead. Sale sank. He thought somebody was going to shoot or use a harpoon. Something large and heavy fell into the water and sank, colliding with him, pushing him out of the way and going on sinking. He had enough contact with it to tell the first part of it was a Navy-type anchor. He swam down after it. The river had 2 fathoms here, and he found the anchor and what was tied to it. The tide stretched his legs out behind as he clung to what he had found. Whoever had tied the knots was a sailor, and sailor knots, while they hold, are made to be easily untied. Sale got them loose. It would have been better to swim under the houseboat and come up on the other side, away from the port from which the anchor and Nola had been thrown, but Sale didn't feel equal to anything but straight up. His air capacity was low because of his near drowning earlier in the day. He put his head out of the water with his eyes open and fixed in the direction of the square port. No head was sticking out of the port. No weapon appeared. The tide had taken Sale near the stern of the While-A-Way and still carried him. He got Nola's head out. Water leaked from her nose and mouth. Sale got an arm up as high as he could, clutching. He missed the first sagging spring line, got the second. The rope with which the anchor had been attached to Nola still clung to her ankles. He tied one of her arms to the spring line so that her head was out. Sale went up the spring line with his hands until one foot would reach the window sills. From there to the first deck was simpler. Nola began to gag and cough. It made a racket. Sale opened his mouth to yell at her to be quiet. She couldn't hear him yet or understand. He wheeled and sloped into the houseboat cabin. The furnishings might have been something once, but that had been 15 years ago. Varnish everywhere had alligatored. Sale angled into the galley when he saw it. He came out with a quart brass fire extinguisher which needed polishing and a rusted ice pick. There had been nothing else in sight. Nola got enough water out to start screeching. Beyond the galley was a dining room. Sale had half-crossed it when Captain Santorin Gura Andopoulos came in the opposite door with a rusty butcher knife. Andopoulos was using a chair for a crutch, riding its bottom with the knee of the leg which Blick and Nola had put a bullet through. Around his eyes, on the lids more than elsewhere, were puffy gray blisters about a size which burning cigarettes would make. 3 fingernails were off each hand. Red ran from the 3 mutilated tips on the right hand down over the rusty butcher knife. Sale had time to throw the fire extinguisher and made use of the time, but the best he did was bounce the extinguisher off the bulkhead behind Andopoulos. Andopoulos said thickly, "I fix you up, mein friend," and deliberately reversed the butcher knife for throwing. Sale threw his ice pick. It stuck into Andopoulos's chest over his heart. It did not go in deep enough to bother Andopoulos. He did not even bother to jerk it out. Sale jumped for the door, wanting to go back the way he had come. His wet feet slipped, let him down flat on his face. Feet came pounding through the door and went overhead. Sale looked up. The feet belonged to the plainclothes detective who had been in the hardware store which sold marine charts. Andopoulos threw his knife. He was good at it, or lucky. The detective put his hands over his middle and looked foolish. He changed his course and ran to the wall. His last steps were spraddling. He leaned against the bulkhead. His hands did not quite cover the handle of the butcher knife. Andopoulos hobbled to Sale on his chair. He stood on one leg and clubbed the chair. Sale rolled. The chair became 2 pieces and some splinters on the floor. Sale, still lying on the floor, kicked Andopoulos's good leg. Andopoulos fell down. As if that had given him an idea, the detective fell. he kept both hands over the knife handle. Andopoulos used the two largest parts of the chair and flailed at Sale. On all fours, Sale got away. His throat wound was running again. He got up, but there was no weapon except the bent fire extinguisher. He got that. Andopoulos hit him with the chair leg, and his left side went numb from the belt down. He retreated, as lopsided on his feet as Andopoulos, and passed into the main cabin. Nola was still screaming. A man was swearing at her with young, cocky Joey's voice. Men were jumping around on the decks and in the houseboat rooms. Blick sat on the main cabin floor, getting his head untangled from the remains of a chair. His face was a mess. It was also smeared with blue ink. The ink bottle was upside down under a table on which a new chart was spread open. A common pen lay on the chart. Andopoulos came in following Sale. Andopoulos crawled on one knee and two hands. Blick squawked, "What's Nola yelling for?" Andopoulos crawled as if he did not see Sale or Blick, had not heard Blick. A tattered divan stood against the starboard bulkhead. Andopoulos lay down and put an arm under that. He brought out a little bright pistol, either Blick's or his sister's. Captain Chris jumped in through the door. Andopoulos' small pistol made the noise of a big one. Blick, sitting on the floor, jumped a foot when there seemed no possible way of his jumping, no muscles to propel him upward. He came down with his head forward between his knees and remained that way even after drops began coming out of the center of his forehead. Captain Chris had trouble with his coattails and his gun. Andopoulos' little gun made its noise again. Captain Chris turned around faster than he could have without some help from lead and ran out, still having trouble with his gun. Sale worked the handle of the fire extinguisher. The plunger made ink-sick noises going up and down. No tetrachloride came out. There was nothing to show it ever would. Then, the first squirt ran out about a foot. The second was longer, and the third wet Andopoulos' chest. Sale raised the stream and pumped. He got Andopoulos' eyes full and rolled. Andopoulos fired once at where Sale had been. Then he got up on one foot and hopped for the door. His directions were a little confused. He hopped against a bulkhead. Andopoulos went down on the floor and began having a fit. It was a brief fit, ending by Andopoulos turning over on his back and relaxing. The wall had driven the ice pick the rest of the way into his chest. Outside, Nola still screamed, but now she made words, scatteredly.
Andopoulos, killing Blick, tried me. Andopoulos, last night, Abel, knife, him, till, broke loose, me, anchor, Blick.
Sale ran to the table. The chart on the table had two ink lines forming a V, with arms that ran to landmarks on Lower Matacumbe, and compass bearings were inked beside each arm, with the point where the lines came together ringed. Sale left with the chart by the door opposite the one which he had come in by, taking the chart. He found a cabin. He tore the V out of the chart, folded it flat, and tucked it under his neck bandages, using the stateroom mirror to adjust the bandages to hide the paper. He threw the rest of the chart out of a port on the riverside. Captain Chris was standing near dead Andopoulos. Torn coat lining was hanging from under the right tail of his coat, but he had his gun in his hand. "Where'd you go to?" he wanted to know. "Was I supposed to stick around while you drew that gun? The fireworks over? I hope so." Captain Chris put his gun in his pants pocket. "You're pinched. Don't say I didn't warn you." Young Joey came in, not as cocky and not stamping his feet. Two plainclothesmen followed him, then two uniformed officers walking ahead of and behind the old man who sold the charts in the hardware store. The old man pointed at Sale and said,
He's the one who asked about the feller who ordered the chart. Like I told ya, I gave him, save it.
Joey glared at Captain Chris.
We still ain't got nothing on this fat sailor, Pa. The girl says Andopoulos is a party fisherman whose anchor pulled up part of a boat.
The girl had told about everything. Joey kept telling the story until he got to,
So Sale yanked the dame out, and now what have we got to hold him on?
Captain Chris, looking mysterious and satisfied, told Sale, Get your clothes on, or we'll book you for indecent exposure along with the rest. What rest? Get your clothes on. Sale dressed, sitting on the hurricane wreckage, brushed off the bottoms of his feet and put on socks and shoes. He looked up at Captain Chris as he tied the shoestrings. "Kidding, aren't you?" Sure. Sale bristled. "You've got to have a charge. Just try running me in on an INV and see what it gets you." "I've got a charge." "In a gnat's eye." Captain Chris said with relish, "You've been playing the slot machines which are so popular in our fair city. You used a slug made of 2 hollow halves that fit together and hold muriatic or something that eats the works of the machines and puts them on the fritz. We found a box of the slugs on your boat. We have witnesses who saw you play machines before they went bad." Sale wore a dark look toward the squad car. "This is a piker trick." Captain Chris tooled the car over a bad street. "You put that gambling joint in Bimini on the bum, too. What's the idea?" "Nuts." "Now, don't get that way. I'm jugging you, yes. But it's the principle. It's to show you that it ain't a nice idea to football the cops around. Not in Miami, anyway. You'll get 10 days or $10 is all. It's the principle. Well, that and a bet I made with Joey that if he'd let me handle this and keep his mouth shut and you beat me to the kill, I'd jug you on this slot machine thing. Joey wanted you jugged. Now, what's this between you and slot machines and wheels?" Sale considered for a while, then took in breath. "I even went to an institution where they cure things once," he said. "Kind of a bug house." "Huh?" "One psychologist called it a fixation. I've always had it. Can't help it. Some people can't stand being alone, and some can't stand being shut up in a room, and some can't take mice. With me, it's gambling. Can't stand it. Can't stand the thought of taking chances to make money. Just a lad who gets his dough the safe and sane method." "That's the idea," Sale agreed. "In a general way."
This has been a Highbridge Audio production.